Team Coast, congratulations, back into the LCS.
We're here to get revenge on Fnatic.
It's not gonna be the same, it's gonna be kinda about luck.
It's up to us to represent NA, so it's a huge thing.
I like the pressure and I like having like a lot of eyes on you.
I just want to have a fun time, really.
Now LCS is starting and my life can get back in action.
I'm really looking forward to requalifying. I think that we're going to perform really well.
We're a new team and we're a new organization also. I think it's going to be a really big upset.
Well, we definitely have way more experience. I think we'll only get stronger though.
Since we have a no pressure situation and they have everything to lose, they're gonna be surprised.
I can expect some crazy stuff, but I think we'll be able to handle it.
It would be great to qualify in the LCS and live the dream.
Welcome to Day 3 of the 2014 North American Spring Promotion Tournament. We're coming to you live from Los Angeles in front of this amazing audience at our new LCS studio. I'm Eve Supporter along with Trevor Quickshot Henry, and we'll be hanging out at the analyst desk to break down today's action.
Yeah, thank you very much. It was a pretty long flight, and like Kobe said yesterday, you never leave a caster behind. And unfortunately, Jat's voice was in a little bit of jeopardy. Today, though, it is the final volley in the Battle of the Atlantic as the league's top two teams fight for the title. It's North America's Cloud9 versus Europe's Fnatic. Then, the 8th and final spot in the NALCS will be decided as the Spring Promotion Tournament wraps up. Today, it's Curse's turn to try and win their way back when they take on Cognitive Gaming.
But before we get to today's games, I want to talk to you about yesterday's action, starting with Gambit's sweep of XDG.
Gambit just looked like the superior team. They had unconventional picks, Warwick top lane, supporter Mumi. We've seen crisp team fights, rather, and they had complete control. It was decisive, and they simply had XDG's number. On the other side of the coin, XDG really didn't look like they had the cohesion that they needed, and they lacked presence at all stages of the game. You could call faults for a number of decisions that they made, and I think that they're going to have to go back to the drawing board before next year's start.
And that support Amumu is definitely something that I'm going to try and solo queue a bit later, though, because after that, the Battle of the Atlantic, the Team Coast squared off against the Walking Zed, and what looked to be an initial sweep by Coast turned into a hard-fought 3-2 win for them.
So the Walking Zed managed to pick up 2 wins against who was probably considered to be the favorite in that matchup. Bishu and Yazuki in particular played very, very well. Over on the other side for Coast, I feel like their bottom lane really hard carried. They stepped up. WizFusion and Daydreaming, they went 10, 0, and 21 in the final game, but they played solidly throughout the entire series, and I have to give props to Daydreaming's Thresh. It was fantastic, and in my mind, he was the man of the match.
Yeah, it was an amazing game by him. And now for more on today's action, let's send it across the studio to Pastry Time and Kobe.
Thanks, Shocks. And I'm Julian Pastry Time Carr alongside Sam, Kobe, Hartman, Kensler.
And we are back after yesterday's intense matches, which culminated in Coast successfully defending their LCS spot.
Yep, coming up today, though, it's the epic conclusion to the Battle of the Atlantic as the top teams from the summer split take to the Rift. North America's Cloud9 versus Europe's Fnatic.
And after that, Curse and Cognitive face off for the final berth in the LCS Spring Split.
But before we get to the promo tournament, it's time for the Battle of the Atlantic. After Gambit swept XDG in yesterday's match, Europe now holds a 2-point advantage over North America.
But even though Europe has 4 points and North America only has 2, since today's match is worth 3 points, that means the winner today will determine the victor of the inaugural Battle of the Atlantic.
And remember, after the final shot has been fired in the Battle of the Atlantic, Curse and Cognitive Gaming take to the Rift for the final spot in the Spring Split. We'd like to know who you think is going to win, so head on over to lolesports.com and vote.
And once you're there, click on the schedule at the top right of the page and give us a thumbs up to either Curse or Cognitive Gaming and submit your vote.
Then head on over to Twitter and let us know which team from the Battle of the Atlantic are you most excited about following in the LCS.
And you can still find us on Twitter at LOL Esports. Be sure to use that hashtag LCS.
Now to break down the games, let's send it back to the analyst desk where Shox is standing by with one of XDG's stars.
Thank you very much, Pastry Time. Right now, we are happy to be joined by XDG's top laner, Benny. Welcome.
Thank you. It's great to be here.
Well, it's going to be great with you at the desk all day. And of course, I'm going to start off by asking you maybe a reaction to your game yesterday versus Gambit.
Okay, so Gambit clearly just dominated us. Like, not saying that we lost early game, but they clearly showed out to be the better team. And they overall they had like better synergy. Like their team fights are really what, like, that's pretty much why we lost. Like they out team fought us like crazy.
How do you fix that? How do you come back? How do you bounce back from that loss and say, well, next time we can potentially beat them? Because from Worlds to now, it's been a similar sort of recipe.
Well, like the first thing we have to do is find out why we lost. Like, and to do that, we analyze the replay, see what different roles could have done differently. Like, say, for my top lane on the second game, I let Warwick freeze the lane when I should have just went to push. Like, that's just in retrospect, just like thinking about it afterwards, and just I guess that's just what we have to do. Like, take each step little by little. Like, it is a growing process. Like, we are tired of losing to Gambit. Like, even though we could have won like at least 2 games, I think we could have gone 2-2 with them. But we're definitely not tired of learning from our mistakes. Like, and that being said, we just watch our replays and learn from it.
Yeah, but don't worry, nothing is lost for North America yet. As today, we're going to see Fnatic go up against Cloud9, and especially the top lane matchup is something that you were wondering about.
Yeah, I've got some questions about this. As a top laner yourself, talk to me and compare and contrast the top laners in this matchup between Cloud9's Balls and Fnatic's Soaz. We're in 3.14, the Bruiser meta. What's your take on the players, the matchup? Who's going to have the advantage?
Okay, so I feel like Balls and Soaz, they're known to be very versatile players, and they're known to have their own champions. Well, Balls more so than Soaz. Soaz is known for being able to play every champion well, like not having a particular main, whereas Balls, he's an all-around solid player, and his Rumble is really solid. Like, everyone knew his Rumble was his best champion. That's why he's banned out so much in the first season. And this being said, like, the meta being shifted more towards the tank meta, I feel like it's a little more on Soaz's edge, just because, for example, in group stages, when we were against them, he played Zac and Yorick, and they're really tanky champions in general. And Balls still, like, I think his last showing, he played, like, Rumble still. Which, I'm not saying anything bad about it. He's a spectacular Rumble. But just this being said, I feel like Soaz is a little more comfortable in the tanky meta. But, I mean, not to talk down on Balls, he's a solid player and he could pick it up easily.
Generally, if you think more for the entire game, what do you think is the main thing that Cloud9 has to do differently to beat Fnatic this time around?
It's hard to say because Fnatic is such a versatile team in general. And they, like, say during Worlds, they ran double TP. And then, like, Royal was the team that knew how to stop it by, like, banning out those particular champions, like Castor and Lissandra. And I don't remember the last tournament that Fnatic's played in. And it's just over this break where we haven't seen them, like, Cloud9 hasn't been able to research as much on Fnatic, that you can probably just expect anything from them.
Yeah, Fnatic, they did play at IEM Cologne. They beat CLG. They lost to Gambit. They got smashed by Gambit, I believe was your wording last weekend. And Fnatic, they're still learning with Reckless. We heard in the pre-match interview, Peke was saying, look, Reckless is strong, Reckless is good, but we're still going to learn, we're still going to adapt, and we'll see whether or not they've scrimmed enough leading into this to take home some European pride.
Absolutely. Trevor, who are you calling it for? Europe or North America?
So I actually think Cloud9 wants this a little bit more. And for this series, I think Cloud9's had 2 international losses. That's going to get them, biting and burning. And I'm calling it 2-1 to Cloud9.
What a crowd pleaser. What about you, Benny?
Well, I was actually surprised by your predictions. Seeing that I'm the only NA person at this desk right now, I was going to say I will really, really want Cloud9 to win, although I might have to go with my gut and say Fnatic's going to win.
So we're both traitors. We both
we're traitors.
Well, I'm going to finalize it and go for Fnatic. But we'll see. Okay, we got to take a quick break, but when we return, it is the final fight in the Battle of the Atlantic. North America's Cloud9 versus Europe's Fnatic. Don't touch that stream. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to our coverage of the Battle of the Atlantic, live from our new studio in Los Angeles, California. It's time for the final fight between the LCS regions as the top teams from the LCS Summer Splits face off. North America's Cloud9 versus Europe's Fnatic.
And this is going to be a dramatic matchup because whoever wins here decides the entire Battle of the Atlantic. Europe should also be feeling pretty good about their chances, considering that the last time these two teams met, which was at the semifinals of Worlds, Fnatic walked away with a convincing victory.
But that was months ago, Kobe, and both teams are coming with this in with the attitude that this is their match to win. However, Fnatic is confident that the addition of Reckless will give them the edge they need to come out on top in the Battle of the Atlantic.
Every time we make changes, we look at the future, like how it's gonna work, how we think it's gonna work. Most of the time we have been lucky and we have been right, like we made the right changes. So now we have Reckless with us. Hopefully this is the same again. We get him, we improve as a team, and we get to that point where we play even better.
We've been waiting for him. This is why I switched from AD to support, actually. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to play the Season 4 because I think it's really promising.
Well, some people was expecting him to be like super good, and he is super good, but it changed the team. It's not the same. You could see on IEM Cologne, we were not that great. We beat CLG, but still I think we didn't play our best.
It's not that easy to swap a player because you have to adapt to the team. And yeah, now I feel really ready and we're ready to play against C9.
From IEM Cologne to now, we have been improving like hugely. Like there's no comparison to how we were at IEM Cologne to how we are now.
If he has a lot of pressure, he just tries to perform better and better.
I like the pressure and I like having like a lot of eyes on you.
It helps him, so the more pressure we put on him, the better. I hope he can keep it up and carry us.
Well, we'll see if Reckless can in fact keep up with the pressure. And even though Cloud9 feels confident, today they face off against Europe's top team in Fnatic.
Yeah, so like we said, Fnatic had the best Season 3 of any European team. They won both the spring and the summer splits, which then qualified them for Worlds, where they actually went further than any EU or North American team, including their win over Cloud9.
And while Fnatic put up some impressive numbers during Season 3, their opponents today put up the best numbers in LCS history during the summer split.
Yeah, Cloud9 had the best record of any team during an LCS split in the regular season. They went 25-3, so they're by far the best team in North America, and that was in large part due to their Korean sort of style picks, but they really played them their own way, and that was partly due to their jungler Meteos. Meteos set the record of any KDA there with 12.66 and really introduced this new heavy farm style of jungling. And then there's also their bot lane, which features Lemon Nation, who was second in assists with 312, plus their Sneaky, who was second in KDA, only to Meteos with that 6.96.
And even though Cloud9 dominated North America last season, they've kind of struggled against international teams, Kobe.
A little bit. I mean, they did go 1-2 against Fnatic at Worlds, like we said, but they also lost 0-2 to Gambit at IEM Cologne. However, Fnatic also lost the game at 0-2, so that's not saying too much. And that was also on the old patch. That's the same patch that was at Worlds. We haven't seen Cloud9 on the new patch, so they may have some new champions like Hai hinted at during his interview yesterday.
Yeah, and with the war between the regions building to an epic conclusion today, both teams will be relying on their star power to push the tide in the Battle of the Atlantic and secure themselves a victory.
So our game is going to be the one that decides if Europe or America wins.
There's a lot of pressure on this whole match because it's up to us to represent NA.
We basically determine who wins this entire war, I'd say.
I think C9's strength lies in their team play mostly, but if I would have to single out one best player, it would probably be Meteos.
I think the best player in C9 is Meteos, probably.
He takes a lot of farm, which makes him really strong in the game, and it's really hard to kill him.
The only one that stands out, I think, as a star would be Xpeke, just because of what he's done over the past years. The backdoor, Kassadin, and stuff like that. Like, he makes really crazy plays.
I don't think they have a clear-cut best player. They have been playing as a team for a super long time, and they play super well together.
At Worlds, we got the chance to study them a lot more. Every game, we knew what they were going to pick. And now we have no idea.
Oh, I hope we can come in this with no level 1 deaths and hopefully get our revenge.
And it ought to be a bloodbath, so let's check out the starting lineups. On the blue side, it's Cloud9. In the top lane, It's balls. Their jungler, Meteos, their mid player, High, their AD carry, Sneaky, and the support, Lemon Nation.
And over on the red side, it's Fnatic. Up top is Soaz, and the jungle is Cyanide. Peke is mid. Reckless is the new AD carry, and Yellow Star is going to be supporting him.
And today's featured matchup in the Battle of the Atlantic will decide everything. It's Cloud9's High versus Fnatic's Xpeke.
So Xpeke is obviously famous for his Kassadin. He loves the backdoor, but Kassadin has a 100% ban rate here. So we'll probably see him pull out some other interesting things from under the table there. Let's watch out also for his mid lane teleport, because he likes to roam around and split push in the end game. He doesn't really need Ignite in his lane often to win it. He doesn't have to take that combat summoner. Meanwhile, High pretty much always tends to take Ignite. He loves playing Assassins, and he likes to get the kills in his lane. But as we also saw recently in the interview, he's thinking that this time around it's going to be a bit harder for either of them to kill each other.
And there's a lot on the line for both these teams. We're going to be moving into Champ Select fairly shortly here, Kobe, but what an amazing way to end the Battle of the Atlantic here. Two Titan teams, one from NA, one from EU, going to go head-to-head here.
Everybody's excited to see this matchup. We're waiting to see what these new secrets from Cloud9 are going to be. We haven't seen them perform on this patch yet. And it's really interesting that these two teams are going to be the ones deciding Battle of Atlantic, because they actually have shared a lot of similar strategies. Like Cloud9 were the original ones to come up with that Ashe Zyra bottom lane that really dominated the end of the Season 3. And then Fnatic sort of took that strategy and then elevated it to another level, incorporating it with Peke's split pushing and their 4-man defense. It was very, very, very well played.
All right, so we are going to get into it now. Cloud9 on the left to kick things off in this best of 3. Fnatic on the right there. Orianna instantly banned there from Cloud9. And Mundo as well. We've seen quite a bit of him this weekend.
Yeah, he's 100% pick ban. I expect also Shyvana probably to either be picked or banned in this matchup. Kassadin has not made an appearance yet, though, so they might actually leave that one up. Ziggs has, been one of the mid laners that's created a lot of controversy so far here.
I mean, he's been doing very well, and Fnatic are kind of mulling over this last ban here. Sivir and Ziggs hit the ban there for Cloud9. Riven as well from Fnatic is kind of interesting. And
this is interesting. They're like kind of daring them. Are you going to leave Kassadin up here? Because High does play Kassadin as well. But as everybody knows, it has a slow early game. And Cloud9 usually like to have a very quick early game.
Well, he's not going to get banned, and instantly picked for Cloud9.
All right.
At least the last ban there for Fnatic.
So that was obviously the bait that I was talking about. They were daring them to let C9 have Kassadin because they instantly locked it in. That was like 1 second for locking that in. They were expecting Fnatic actually to let that one through, and they didn't want to give it back to them.
And it's funny because we've talked a lot about bottom lanes already moving into this match and how Reckless is such a key part of this squad. I was going to say, oh, no, that doesn't surprise me, with Lucian here and Renekton coming in as well.
So Renekton, bully top laner. This already shows that right off the bat, Fnatic are going for very strong lanes. If all of your lanes are lane bullies, then it makes it very easy for your jungler to make plays as well, because he can go for invades, he can make the calls to go for these objectives, because all of his lanes are going to be pushing up here. Renekton, Rain Bully, same thing with Lucian.
And we've got Leona and Shyvana, the picks there for Cloud9, and I don't recall seeing Meteos on Shyvana, but we may have played it.
Oh yeah.
It could go into the top lane, but in terms of farming junglers, Shyvana seems like a Meteos sort of champion.
I have had the privilege of seeing Meteos on Shyvana in solo queue. It fits his playstyle. He loves farming. It's a very hard farm champion, but it's also amazing in the top lane. And everybody's been wondering what will Balls play post-Rumble, because we're not expecting him to pull it out in this game. And that could very well be Balls as well. So still a little bit of variance could come out here from the switches.
Yeah, and Thresh here as well is going to be the pickup for Fnatic, and completing that dual lane, something I like, especially because they're both ranged, because we may have a lane swap coming out here as well to try and punish this Kassadin.
Yeah, one thing you want on your supports nowadays is definitely a stun. There's very few supports that people are choosing that don't have stuns, like maybe Karma because she has the giant speed up, but Thresh and Leona have been extremely popular here. Thresh does have the ability to counter Leona's engage with his Flay, but as we've seen Crepo, he's able to get around it with a flash into the stun and the long range on his ultimate. It's not a very hard counter. It's just more of a soft counter.
Yeah, and that's an instant pickup there as well to move things out. Draven and Vi are going to complete the Cloud9 lineup. They are picking quickly here, Kobe. They've done some homework.
So Cloud9 talked about in the interview, yes, we've expanded our champion pool. We're going to show you guys some new stuff. This right here is new for Cloud9. Draven, a lot of people were hesitant to go back to him after the changes to his passive because it took a lot of damage off of his early game. But the new passive does get him a gold much quicker if he does land a kill, and he still has that amazing attack steroid that comes with the axes and the attack speed increase. So there are a lot of, random YouTube videos going around of Draven like two-shotting people because in the end game, he still gets extremely strong just with pure AD.
And for me, there's so much aggression in the bottom lane now, Kobe, as well.
Oh, yeah.
The Draven just seems like such a good fit. I mean, Annie has been seeing a ton of play here. Actually going to drop through here, interestingly enough, at least for now.
Yeah.
But when you think about Leona, who's just can actually out-aggress Annie, it almost feels like Draven as an AD out-aggresses all the other AD carries. This against Lucian, that guy's really, really strong, but Karma is the last pick here for Fnatic.
This is a champion that Soaz has played a lot of, but Peke also has dabbled in some Karma, so I'm still expecting the Renekton top. They could do some fancy switches and switch him over, but yeah, it is looking so far like it will be that teleport Karma. And like I said before, Peke, he hasn't had to rely on teleport for a long time to win his lane. He usually just does, at least goes even in lane phase, and then he's got this late game summoner that is teleport, which allows him to make the map movements that really have defined Fnatic's playstyle over the years.
Yeah, and I like the combination with Olaf here as well for Fnatic, because we saw the super speed comp yesterday, which was Sivir, Olaf, and oh my goodness, Sivir, Olaf, and Karma. Sorry. And now we've got kind of the mini combo here as well with Karma plus Olaf.
So they have the Karma to speed up the Renekton. As I was just talking about, how Peke always takes teleport. They've actually switched it off, and they've got a few more seconds there. They lock it in. Peke will be the one using that Renekton, and it is going to be the Soaz Karma. So this time, it will be Cloud9 with the ones that have teleport and them making to look the plays here with the roaming Kassadin, having Kassadin try and come in, maybe bottom lane or something for those early kills to get him rolling. And it's Fnatic that are looking like, we have the team fight, we have the speed up for our bruiser, and they're going to be looking for the dragon control and the objective 5v5 fighting.
Yeah, I have to say, just generally what we're seeing here, Kobe from Cloud9, looks nice. It's kind of refreshing to see them open up a little more here. I mean, Fnatic as well would have had to have a plan for this Kassadin, so I'm hoping we get some interesting stuff happening.
Well, the plan is Renekton. Apparently, it's looking like Peke going to go up there early. I mean, you can do a 2-versus-1 switch against Kassadin, but it's not actually necessary to keep him down early. Most champions can beat Kassadin very early in CS anyway and keep him down pretty significantly. So you don't have to expend all those resources to do it.
All right, so we are going to get into it here. A best of 3 here, the last game in the Battle of the Atlantic. It's Cloud9 versus Fnatic, and we have yet to see these teams play on this patch yet, Kobe, and it's going to be really exciting to see not just how they play against each other, but how they play on the preseason patch here as well.
I want to see how Cloud9 use this teleport, because Soaz has picked up the slack there. Since Peke has decided to go Ignite this time around, Soaz is the one with teleport, so they will at least be able to answer that global pressure later.
And level 1's going to be a little interesting here. Both teams probably just hanging out, seeing if they can get any early wards down, although no extra wards being picked up here. Both support's going to go for some big items here. Doran's plus, I guess, the early relic shield.
Yeah, support's going for some beefy items as well as some beefy masteries. I was really caught off guard yesterday when I saw the shield mastery deep in the defense tree for the first time. Maybe I was a little bit too harsh, but it looks like Yellow Star is also going extremely deep in that defense tree and picking up the mastery.
Yeah, so it looks like Fnatic just scouting out here. Not particularly interested in finding a fight. If they could get a kill, sure, that's great, but everyone's going to back off here. And again, I'm curious to see how the lanes shake out, but I think you're right, Kobe. They're going to be pretty normal here.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting that we just talked about, how beefy the supports are. They did an early invade, but since both of them started with these health items, they didn't have enough money for extra wards. So this successful sort of invade from Fnatic doesn't reward them any vision for the early game because they didn't drop any of their wards off while they were deep.
Yeah, Trinket's not quite up there either, unfortunately, and they only last a minute anyway at the early stages, so not going to get too much done here. Hai will send himself in the middle lane, and you were right, Kobe. It's Peke's Renekton against the champion he has played an awful lot of in Kassadin.
Renekton already is a lane bully, but going up against Kassadin should be pretty easy work for him. You just want to charge up the Fury for him, and then the empowered abilities. Just the threat of being able to use that is usually enough to scare people out of the lane. Now, Balls was expecting the duo bottom. You can see by him starting over by those wraiths and then leaving them, he had to go check the red, and it looks like they got caught up maybe a little bit off guard by the switch from Fnatic. It's sort of that Australian meta you were talking about yesterday.
Like the standard meta, but upside down for anyone who missed it. But Balls and Soa is going to go 1v1 down towards the bottom, and we're going to have 4 people up towards the top. And this is a lot of what we expect today, Kobe, or just in general with the dual lanes. Lots of aggressive 2v2s and all-inning happening.
Yeah, the top lane now that does have the duo is going to be really exciting because both Thresh and Leona have the potential to start off a fight whenever they want it. So as soon as one of the junglers makes their way up there, a gank is probably unavoidable.
You can see High there taking a big chunk of damage there. I mean, Kassadin's kind of just got to sit here and take it. They're both melee champions here. I mean, Kassadin has the benefit of a little bit of range on some of his abilities, but every time he walks towards a creep wave, he's pretty much going to take a massive chunk.
Now, the thing is, since this is a very short mid lane here, if, you know, Peke is constantly going aggressive, and like you pointed out, he is melee. Okay, so they're not going in on that one. He is melee, so he's going to have to get far extended in that lane. Meteos can come and gank that mid lane pretty early here and turn it around for High. If Kassadin does get one of those early kills, then it's really hard to get him back under control.
And I actually wanted to ask you about the jungle matchup sort of early on here, Kobe. We've seen a lot of kind of different style of junglers, some more aggressive ones with Lee Sin and Elise, but all that's been really popular, and especially with Meteos' style, feels like we're going to have a little bit more farming here for both these junglers, and not necessarily as many ganks.
Now, I do like Vi's pre-6 gank one time, because a flash vault breaker is a very potent way to start out a gank. It's really, really hard for anyone in lane to avoid that, and they'll at least have to burn their flash. And if you end up landing it, then it's a huge chunk of damage that you get down with your gank first anyway. So Vi can at least have one really successful early gank before she hits level 6, and then obviously everyone always talks about the power of her ultimate.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned Elise in the mid lane yesterday. Vi's mid lane ganks are pretty spectacular, especially once she hits 6. So I think we're going to look for Peke to probably get ahead early here in this lane, and then if High can get level 6 on Kassadin and start roaming, good things start to happen.
I think both teams are probably going to be focusing on the mid lane because it is so important in this matchup, especially these two players and champions that are going to be in the mid lane. Whichever one of them can get that early start will be able to roam and free up the rest of their team.
So let's go. Oh, we're getting back into the game now. Apologies for the short delay coming out here. What do you think of the duo lanes here as well? We talked about lots of aggression, lots of all-inning happening. Do you think either one has a particular advantage?
So I would have said in the past, you know, Draven can stand up to Lucian, but since the change of the passive, he did lose a lot of that early damage, and so he's going to have to farm up for the beginning. And since Thresh is so good at interrupting Leona's early engages pre-6, you know, he can just flare back out of it. I feel like it's going to be a skill matchup with the supports. It's mostly on the supports here, and the ADs are just there to follow up on the plays that the supports make.
Yeah, and they've got two very aggressive supports. The interplay actually onto Reckless. He's going to have to try and get up. Meteos coming up here as well. Good flash out there as well. And that is going to protect Fnatic. Lemon Nation forced to flash out there as Yellow Star. Very on point with the death sentence.
That's the danger as a jungler going for ganks on lanes that are already behind. Because Sneaky was so low before that gank was initiated, he could not commit to more damage. The wave was already shoved up to the turret, so even that 1 or 2 auto attacks that he got off on Reckless were answered by minion damage, and he could not fully commit. Even though they had the extra person there, they ended up having to back off.
So Balls down towards the bottom and just farming things up here. Actually down in CS to Karma, believe it or not. But, you know, Karma's actually pretty good at pushing in lanes, as we found out.
Amazing early in the lane. She's a great lane bully. Jat's always pointing out how the support Karma can win your lane, you know, level 1 with a mantra Q, just shoving it right into people's faces. Soaz right there doing a good job. He did not hesitate to brawl early with the Shyvana, not allowing Balls to build up a creep wave. That's really how Shyvana gets most of her early power there, is getting the wave down very quickly with her area of effect, and then fighting inside the minion wave.
Meteos thinking about it here in top lane as Lemonation. Just going to take a couple of love taps there from Reckless, and you can see the aggression here towards the top. Lucian really trying to get in here, and actually Reckless opening up a nice CS lead up against Draven up there.
And that's really why Cloud9 were looking for that 2v1 switch, and why, you know, they were probably caught off guard by Fnatic picking it out. But Fnatic definitely knew they wanted this matchup, and they're doing a good job up there. Reckless showing up pretty well in this Battle of the Atlantic.
Yeah, Pekka now up against High. Both of them hit level 6 here in the mid lane now as well, so could see even more fireworks. Kassadin probably going to start to be a little happier here in this lane because he's down about 20 CS so far.
Yeah, so I talked about it as soon as Fnatic started picking their champions, but you know, they picked all these lane bully champions. They're expecting to get a CS lead early in the game, but I didn't expect it to be this big of a CS lead. Yes, Lucian's amazing in lane, and he's a bit of a bully, so is Renekton, but they are really crushing both of their lanes. They're doing a very good job playing to the champions that they've picked.
Yeah, there's about 500 or 600 gold just opened up from CS already here. It looks like we are going to find Lemonation here for Yellow Star. Reckless going to go in a good death sentence. Zenith Blade going to follow window, and now Sneaky going to try and get it done. And Lemonation really in the thick of things, taking a big chunk of damage. Sneaky now onto Reckless. The damage moving out. They lose him with the Q. Yellow Star moving in as well, and Sneaky kiting back and forth. Very nice with the axes, but Teleport is going to come in now as well. Lemon, Zenith Blade onto Reckless. So moving in, and that's a deadly owner. Oh, but no, High's over the side. He's going to get Reckless. A beautiful roam coming in there. Now Yellowstar also trying to go. And Meteos also up and knocking him up. And Yellowstar very low. Maybe he can get out. High's coming in. The double kill comes in for Kassadin. And Soaz forced her on her way towards his tower.
And that was High roaming up. He just walked all the way to top lane. He didn't use his teleport. The only teleport was used by Soaz. So two people from Cloud9 collapsing definitely outbalanced the one teleport there from Fnatic. Peke took his time to shove one wave before heading up here, but he will get behind both High and Sneaky here. Going to be a very hard escape for them.
Yeah, the star solo landers from Fnatic moving in. Soaz in trouble though. Meteos, a beautiful gank there. Now Peke going to get Assault and batteried up. Renekton going to try and take him on 1v3, but Peke forced to go up towards his turret as Reckless rejoins the fight up towards the top lane.
That's the power of those flash vault breakers that I was talking about for the ganks there. Meteos coming out of left field there, able to clean up Soaz, and now Cloud9 are feeling much more comfortable, really able to turn the tides with the roam. It was just beautiful rotations from them right there, and High still has his teleport, so they still have another answer that they can use. If we have Balls buried deep in the jungle, you know, trying to steal away minion camps, which he just got smited away there by Cyanide, so good job by Cyanide defending his jungle. But if Balls just drops a ward, then High can actually join him in those jungle invades, and they can make something happen on that blue side map, which is so important for that Fnatic team.
Yeah, it's just a nice bit of patience from Meteos. They're kind of waiting again, hoping somebody from Fnatic would walk back up. High now going to get donated the blue buff. That's going to give him way more power. 2-0-1 already for this Kassadin, and given that he looks like he's going for a Rod of Ages, he's going to be really happy to have that nice and early.
Right, so scaling up the Rod of Ages, not only does it give mana, but it also gives the health, which is the trade-off that you make when you skip off. Some people go with the tier, trying to upgrade that to the early Archangels and Seraph, but that you don't get your defense stat until you make it all the way to the Seraph's Embrace and get the shield. Whereas if you start out Rod of Ages, you've got early health.
Fnatic going to try and answer a couple of these early kills with a nice rotation down towards Dragon, actually. This is something we talk about all the time when we see 4 people up towards the top lane. It's often the first team that's able to rotate over that gets the first Dragon, and Fnatic, they are going to get it.
Yeah, they get the Dragon, but the champions in the game now are mostly around level 6, barely above it, so it's one of those low-level dragons that's not worth quite as much, and Sneaky is able to answer with the top turret, so it's not too much of a hit there for Cloud9. And they are able to get at least some more minions on Sneaky as well to get that Draven caught up. He needs to get those stacks for his passive, or else when he does land that kill, it's not going to be that influx of gold that he really needs since the change to the passive.
And that's something we've sort of seen as a trend throughout this weekend as well in this new patch, Kobe, is that, you know, the standard Dragon back in Season 3 would have been around 10 minutes. And that's the timing we see here from Fnatic. It seems like with the way Dragon's been shifted around, maybe 13 to 15 minutes feels a little better in terms of the gold you get out of it. So it's interesting to see if the teams maybe can adapt to that. As Peke, he's going to take a little bit of damage, but he's out already.
Yeah, I think you always just have to think about what you are giving up for that Dragon. And, you know, do you still want to make that trade? This one came out about even, so, you know, well played by both teams there, I think.
Yeah, Cloud9 about 800 gold up here in this one as Balls and Lemon Nation going to defend down towards the bottom. A 3-man push from Fnatic as Soaz is joined by the duo lane there as well, but looks like they're just going to go back. Nope, never mind. Reckless walks off. He's trying to trick me. And Balls has held his tower quite well given all the pushing that Soaz started with here.
Yeah, Shyvana is extremely good, at clearing minion waves. And it looks like Sneaky returning up to top to get some more CS. It was Cyanide who was the one who got that nice minion wave, which is going to be great for their team. They need 2 diving champions here. Cyanide and Peke have to be buddies, as the common term is, I guess. They're going to want to be sped up by that Karma. So coming out of the jungle, Cyanide's going to need a little bit of lane farm to be able to match the tankiness that Peke has, so they're sort of on the same level.
Cyanide trying to be a little tricky, moving around the mid lane, is down the bottom again. Fnatic continuing to push, a good play from Yellow Star, a solo play, landing just enough as the box comes in as well. Now Soaz going to get Assault and Batteries as Reckless pops on the culling, and that's a very dead Karma. Yellow Star may be in trouble as well.
That is exactly the picture of why I said Thresh is only a soft counter to Leona and not a hard counter. Able to get the flay off, but they still got the stun. Here's the rotation from Cyanide though, and Ghost.
Cyanide coming in, that's Reckless picking up Balls. Yellow Star actually with the kill, and now onto Lemon Nation as well. Beautiful presence of mind from Cyanide to go on this kill, and send Leona looking like she's in trouble, is indeed, and Cyanide's going to clean out that one as well.
No wards there in the river for Cloud9. Cyanide comes right down, pops the Ghost and Ragnarok. Really good job cleaning up those 2 kills for Fnatic, bringing them right back into this one.
Soaz actually popping his teleport towards the top lane as well as High here. Going to find Peke, who pops Dominus as a counter. But High, you can see Kassadin kind of struggling early on, still a little behind in CS, but the lane's so much better for Kassadin now.
Yeah, around 20 CS, 30 CS even is not that bad for being behind on Kassadin, since he got a successful roam off and he was able to go top and get those 2 kills. Getting off to that early start really going to get him right into the spot that he wants to be, going towards mid game, where he can make use of his mobility to chase down people.
Oh, Meteor's great, Vault Breaker there, High as well. Real flash forward for the Pulse, and that's going to be yet another kill. Meteor's everywhere today.
Yeah, you can tell he's a fan of the flash Vault Breaker as well. One of my favorite moves right there, and High doesn't hesitate to capitalize on it. It's one of the best things about having a Kassadin mid lane. Post level 6, he will capitalize on your gank. As a jungler, you won't have to feel bad that your mid laner's not in position, because Kassadin will follow up on that.
Yep, I like that Olaf's able to get blues here as well for Fnatic, which we just saw as Cyanide picked that one up, because Renekton doesn't really need it, and Soaz, he would like it, but he's a little too far away probably to get it. And as you mentioned yesterday, Kobe, when you can undertow farm, you really power through as Olaf.
There are so many junglers that benefit from extra blue buffs. Oh, Sneaky's taking so many shots.
He's in a lot of trouble, Death Sentence not quite going to hit, as they will flash out of there.
Olaf is definitely one of them. Udyr as well, definitely become just almost different champions with the blue buff on. It helps them so much, it's ridiculous. So whenever they have a mid laner that doesn't need it, it's really, really helpful.
You can see the Rod of Eight is finished up now for High as well. Fantastic timing on that item. Probably had it at around 14 minutes or earlier, so he'll be nice and charged up right on time there. AD carry builds look pretty similar between these two as well, so nothing major going on there. CS pretty even. And credit to our Balls actually as well, who's really caught up on CS.
Yeah, and he was able to just barely steal away that red too, because Soaz was playing safe and not face checking into that bush recklessly. It allowed Balls just the extra second that he needed to grab that red away.
And Peke going a little more aggressive here with the Hex Drinker on his Renekton, which of course helps him given that he was in the mid lane. There for that one, Giant Spelt moving through as well, probably looking for a Sunfire cape. And just in general, item build's really coming out here, and I actually like Balls here with a very cost-efficient tank build.
Yeah, Shyvana, like we just saw him, making the invades into red. She loves shoving the lane and then grabbing extra gold from the jungles, which enables her to get tanky extremely quickly. Balls going for that, Spirit Vision Sunfire combo.
Yellow Star popping the box there. Soulflare's going to hit onto Cyanide, but it's so high. Coming down as well with the teleport, and Sneaky picks up one kill there on Draven. Cyanide popped the ult, trying to chase him down, but High's just back and forth here, poking as much as he can, and Reckless maybe got to be a little careful.
High has been doing so well with his roaming and his use of teleports. It's really beautiful to see. I'm glad that they are coordinating their aggressive moves well. They always wait until they know that they have one trick left in the bag before going extremely aggressive down bottom.
Yeah, going to push down this turret now as well, so 2-1 in turrets for C9. Yep, the minions are going to clean that one out. So almost 3,000 gold ahead by Cloud9. And we've seen teams, when they get an early small lead, Kobe, if they're experienced, and certainly Cloud9 are, they're able to kind of close out the game. And you mentioned something yesterday I thought was so relevant about really controlling a game.
Right, so the Dragon, yes, this is the second Dragon, so it's worth even more than the first one. And I talked about what are you giving up for these Dragons that you're getting in the early game. Cloud9 did not have to lose any map pressure, any objective for that Dragon. So that was a clean win for them right there. Also, we got to shout out Medios while we're at it here. He's been making the ganks extremely effective. He only goes for them when he's got flash or his ulti.
Yeah, it's got to be careful. Peke diving in there, balls running defense there, but 4 members of Fnatic looking to push down this mid lane. Reckless coming in to join them as well.
All right, so back to Medios. He's been making very effective ganks, but he's also, I like the build here, it's half damage, half tanky. He hasn't gone full Elder Lizard plus Black Cleaver like solo queue he definitely favors. He does have the Elder Golem right there, Spirit of the Elder Golem instead of the Elder Lizard. So he's got some extra health and he has the tenacity to stick in the fight.
And no real surprise, Medios level 11, tying up with most of the solo laners here in this game. So clearly still happy here in the new preseason jungle, still able to farm up. But you're right, his presence around this map has been absolutely awesome so far early on in this one.
So going a little bit deeper on those items that I just talked about, part of the reason why those are both amazing on Vi is because they both have cooldown reduction. Aside from the other combat sets that she likes, cooldown reduction is just amazing on Vi because not only does she want to proc her denting blows passive from auto attacks, but also her abilities apply it, and getting the cooldown on those increases her damage multiplicatively.
Yep, so it's as well. Kind of curious to see what he wants to build, but looks like straight AP for him. Going to be going for Rabadon. I think you've mentioned it about a million times this weekend, but you want pure damage, you just go Void Stuff, you go Rabadon. So I think that's where Karma's going, but Fnatic coming in once again here onto the mid lane. Death Sentence will land on the Sneaky. That could be the follow-up there. Damage moving in his Meteor. Ducks on the Peke. Great Solar Flow follow-up as well. And now Ball's in the mix with Shabana. Now he's going to flash forward there. High also coming around to play cleanup here. Silencer's Reckless actually with a Null Spear, slowing out Cyanide and Yellow Star. He's kind of caught off in the wrong place here. Ball's going to be able to chase him off. Flay coming through as well. Speed up from Soaz maybe enough.
They're still chasing!
Yeah, High's still coming. Caston almost never ever has to run away. But Yellowstone makes it around the turret. High though picks up the kill.
All right, Caston finally able to chase him down there. We all talked about the mobility of that Caston in the very beginning. High finally able to at least make sure they get 1 kill out of that, even though they weren't able to finish off Peke. Taking down Yellow Star was huge because they have at least the map control and then get some damage on the turret.
I mean, not just the kill, Kobe, they took the outer turret in mid, and now they're onto their tier 2 here as well. Peke trying to defend 3v1, maybe thinks about it again as now Cyanide's rotating through. I think they're going to be able to finish this up. The Draven DPS really coming in, and that's 2 turrets and a kill for Cloud9.
Right, so they get the kills, but then they also are able to grab the objective after. So really well played, and Cloud9, they just look like a completely different team here. They're also controlling the vision after they take that deep objective. Look at these wards that they just left. I love placing wards right outside of the enemy's base so that you can see their movements and what they're planning to do in the future.
Yep, a little bit of a scare there for High, but he's able to riff walk on out of there, so not too worried. Elimination coming into support as well on that Leona, and looks like Static Shift is going to be the next one out here for Sneaky. We've seen a lot of Static Shift this week, and I think AD Carry is really starting to favor that a little more than the old Phantom Dancer.
I'm a big fan of the item. I like the flashy nature of it, but also just because it gives you area of effect damage on your AD carry, so it helps them clear waves a bit quicker. And if you want to feed extra minion waves to your AD carry, then you can send them down to pick that up alone, and they can clear it much quicker. Balls with the juke.
That's a good Descent Descent from Yellowstar. Balls 1v4. Dragon's Descent out trying to get away if he can, but he's pretty much forced to stand a fight here. Nowhere to go, and Cyanide's going to take him out. Oh, Sneaky though.
Right, he's been caught, but the rest of Cloud9 were notified that he was being chased by the entire team of Fnatic very early, and so they pushed both the middle and the bottom lanes here. Sneaky is now at the point that he does not have to fear the 1v1 combat there from Reckless.
The Draven DPS on that turret as well. It was almost reminiscent of Zion's Nasus from yesterday. He just chunking down towers. High, got to be a little careful here, but the rest of Cloud9 are into support.
So High has his teleport up, and Meteos has his flash and his ulti up. We're probably going to see a gank out from him early because he has not been sitting on those cooldowns for very long. Meteos, pretty much as soon as he does have those tools available, has been looking for kills.
Yep, so Dragon going to be back up in a minute here as well. Actually tied on Dragons, I believe. The Fnatic taking an early one first and Cloud9 getting a later one after that for the second. So next Dragon could be a point of contention here, but Cloud9 with their advantage right now just really seem to want to take control of this map, Kirby.
And that death cap is completed for Karma here. So Soaz is bringing the magic damage that this Fnatic team needs to the fights. And it makes sure that Cloud9 can't just ignore magic resist and fully stack armor here.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lead here for Cloud9 for sure, but it's only 5,000 gold here. That's not too bad early on in this game as Reckless going to pick up whatever CS he can, building up towards his static shiv, as it looks like Sneaky has finished up his for now. Need to see large rod here for Kassadin. High probably going to be going for a Zhonya's Hourglass, I would have to think. But you never know.
Yeah, he could go for that another defensive item here. And Kassadin don't have to go full offense. But really, since he is looking to split push a lot with that teleport, he has so many options open to him.
Lemonation going to find Yellowstone. Great play there, but High's going to come in. The burst damage from Kassadin is absolutely massive. And there's the flash up from Yellowstone. Lemonation caught by the death sentence. Going to get snared up here by Karma as well. The damage moving in a good flash up, but Reckless able to clean it out as High gets himself out of the way, almost snags the kill.
He wanted to go back in there. He was hoping Yellowstar would just creep a couple inches forward, but he never did, and he ended up having to leave Lemon Nation behind.
Credit to Yellowstar. Oh, Peke has actually found Sneaky, who flashes up medium, finding someone, so he's having to find him, and Sneaky gets the kill with the ultimate there. Now the teleport coming in behind as well. Cyanide, not Meteos. He's going to get the kill on Cyanide, excuse me, as Peke is now in an awful lot of trouble. Nowhere to go. Sneaky DPS moving in. Double kill for Meteos.
Again, Meteos coming from off the screen, just dunks Soaz here. Sneaky gets the flash off as the stun comes in, and that is just a brutalizer on Meteos, holding Soaz in place for Sneaky's ultimate to hit him at the exact same time. And now High, with the teleport in, is able to also clean up Peke. A huge win for Cloud9 that initially looked like Sneaky getting caught out. Those are the cooldowns I talked about. Meteos and High not sitting on for very long. Used right there, very reactively, but perfectly played.
Ballsy now going to push up towards the top, and I think you guys could hear the crowd. They're pretty happy for Cloud9 right now. I love the instant Baron call there as well. Snapped it off as soon as they got those kills and took it very, very quickly. So all of a sudden, we're getting close to 10,000 gold in the lead here for Cloud9, and that's a big lead here at 24 minutes.
They've been performing extremely well. You talked about the lack of hesitation there. They're very decisive right after the kills, going right for the objectives. And then they also haven't been giving up, haven't been slacking on their vision. So every time each member is roaming deep into either side of the jungle, they're dropping off their own wards inside. And all of the burden is not on Lemonation right now. Everybody is doing their part.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned how good Cloud9's vision looked already. I have to agree, they've been warding spectacularly here on this preseason patch. Vision got changed pretty significantly since the last two times this team played. I have to highlight Meteos right now, though, because we kind of mentioned he likes to farm a lot, likes to go carry mode. Something pretty spicy cooking there for Meteos' item build.
All right, so if you haven't played on North American server, you haven't run into Meteos' Black Cleaver and Trinity Force Vi, maybe. It's very popular now because it's so fun to play Vi when she has that much damage, and it's sort of Meteos' new fascination.
Yeah, and he's definitely going for the Trinity Force right now. I assume it's a product of, well, never mind, Meteos. He's going to put that damage to good use. Soaz getting 1v1 to Cyanide's in trouble as well. A nice bolt breaker there. Going to knock him back. And Olaf getting towered over as Peke. We're coming now to try and save him. High's up the top here, though. It's 3v2 as Meteos gets the double kill. Can he make it 3 years? Peke's going to go out as well. And he does make the triple. There's Stretch going down as well. And Reckless, the only one left alive. Cloud9 almost finishing an ace on either side of the map.
They've almost got the ace, and they definitely have the inhibitor here. There's the surrender. Respect from Fnatic.
25.5 minutes there, Kobe, and Cloud9. They said they wanted to show up and get revenge. That's an amazing performance. Listen to that crowd.
There is so much respect between these two teams. Right there, Cloud9 performed so well for the entire early game, and into the mid game, that Fnatic have to respect that. Give up the GG right there and focus on the next game. They're going to have to think twice about giving Kassadin back over to Cloud9 now. It's not just Fnatic and Peke that can make use.
I think you brought up a great point there with the Kassadin. Fnatic are kind of like, we got a game. It's a best of 3. If we have to lose this game, we can. Let's see what happens if we don't ban Kassadin. And we saw what happens. Hygo is absolutely massive. I mean, it wasn't just Hy there as well, Kobe. Everyone from Cloud9 really did just everything in their role really, really well. It's just dominant. That was, I mean, are we sure Fnatic can go in the NALCS? Because that looked like a dominant performance there from C9.
I mean, we could see the hesitation on Fnatic in Champion Select when they were like, oh, you didn't ban Kassadin against us. Should we let it through as well? And then they did. Don't think it's going to happen again.
I don't think so.
You're right. The rest of Cloud9 deserves praise as well, especially Meteos coming out with the DPS Vi build and having the timely ganks. People criticized him or thought for some reason that he doesn't get off enough ganks. He definitely made his presence felt that game.
Yeah, just everywhere he needed to be, whenever he needed to be is there. So we've got to take a quick break, but when we return, it's Game 2 in the final battle of the Atlantic. Cloud9 came out swinging and was able to get the win, so they will look to wrap up a victory for North America when we come back.
There is one, Meteos. He's the only one who brought something new to League for me. He just told to his team that, guys, the jungle is mine, mid laner, get out of my blue. His way of playing is interesting.
Welcome back to the Battle of the Atlantic, live from Los Angeles. Before we get to Game 2 between Fnatic and Cloud9, I want to get your guys' take on Game 1. What a fantastic performance by Cloud9 straight off the bat. And for me, it was all about the early game. So if we run through the matchups, maybe Benny, we can start in the top lane. Shyvana pick in one end and Karma at the other side, who both fulfill a very different role.
Yeah, so obviously Shyvana's more of a tanky-based champion, and Karma has really strong early game. Her damage is really relevant, but she falls off more into more of a support as the game scales on. And you saw in the beginning, or during level 1, Balls thought he was in a 1 vs 2 lane, so he kind of was at race, and once he knows Karma was bot, or that Fnatic's top, or 2 AD carry and support were at top, he moved from the race to the bot lane and got there a little late, where Soaz turned level 2 earlier. And from this, Soaz tried to push the advantage a bit, chunked Balls a little bit, but he also potted up and just farmed anyway. So that matchup, although Karma was a really strong early game champion, he wasn't able to do as much damage to Balls as possible, and Balls wasn't really kicked out of lane in general. And once Karma did his first TP play, that allowed Balls to just catch up in CS, and I mean, he couldn't take any more damage.
Yeah, I'm actually happy you highlight the TP play because it was very early on in the matchup, and it started off with Fnatic actually catching out Cloud9 in the top lane in the 2v2. Then we've seen the teleport coming in from Soaz. Hai actually walked up. He walked his way from mid lane to top, ended up getting his first 2 kills on the board. And even though Peke did arrive, he got there late. He didn't really have an impact on the fight through his ultimate down, didn't get any kills. And it sort of set the tone for the rest of the game. Cloud9 just made plays and they made kills matter.
About those picks too, something that the casters maybe mentioned as well. Do you think Fnatic dropped the ball, or did they mean to bait out the Kassadin but failed at executing the shutdown strategy?
So I feel like they expected Kassadin pick, like with their almost insta-lock of Renekton. But I feel like just because they picked Renekton that early, that it kind of gave it away that it might be Renekton mid, because Shyvana was up. And Shyvana right now is more popular than Renekton, and I think she's just stronger overall. Like maybe not early game, but she outscales them like crazy. And just like them insta-locking, yeah, I think it just gave away.
Yeah, and then Kassadin roaming up, getting those kills. And that's what happens if you get a Kassadin going. But then the central element is, of course, how do you transition what advantage you have into team fights? And Cloud9 also did that very well.
Yeah, we've actually got a replay to highlight this one. Let's pull the replay up on your screens. It does come to us from about 18 minutes into the game. It actually starts with Sneaky getting caught by a hook here from Yellow Star. And initially, the plan is good from Fnatic. They try to siege down the tower. They try to find a kill that they can convert later. But just an instantaneous response from Cloud9. Benny, talk us through this replay as we started out.
Okay, so right now you see that Yellow Star is getting hooked. So once Sneaky gets hooked, I'm assuming that Fnatic did not expect such an instant response from C9. Because if you see it as the replay plays, yeah, Leona tries to go in immediately, and PK gets instantly dropped down to like near death just because of how Meteos ulted in. And then the solar flare by Lemonation was perfect, and now you see that Kassadin swinging from the right side. Although I do think that Cloud9 was a little greedy with their flashes. For example, Meteos could have flashed before the Vault Breaker hit just so they can knock down Cyanide. Same with Hai, he also had his flash. But like, they still pick off 1 kill, and everyone on Fnatic is so low that they can't even defend the mid anymore, which leads to a tier 2 turret.
The one thing that does ring true from that replay and from watching that game, Cloud9 got caught out a couple times.
Yeah.
When they were pushing bottom lane, they managed to go for a kill. Hai held on to his teleport. It may have actually been interrupted by Peke, but they got caught out, gave away kills, and I think if that decision-making costs them in the next games, I believe that's the only way they can lose this series.
Yeah, but for now, I think that the ego boost for Hai to beat Peke with Kassadin must be huge. But thank you guys for your insights. And now we're going to see the answers to our Twitter question of the day. Earlier today, we asked which team from the Battle of the Atlantic are you most excited about following in the LCS? And here's what you had to say. First tweet is from @PhoenixRed. I'm most excited to follow Gambit Gaming. With Edward's return and entertaining breaks from the meta, they are the team to watch.
I'm not entirely sure the entertaining break from the meta is going to be
Implemented
a
into the
standard in the LCS. But yes, if any team is going to bring out new champions, it is most likely going to be Gambit.
Can't wait for another diamond pick in the jungle. That will blow our minds. The second tweet is from @DemonBlades. I'm interested in how C9 will continue their dominance in the NA LCS, as they are basically the only team to not change their roster.
Just quickly, the question was who's going to be following the LCS. So are you guys going to be following Cloud9 as well in the scores?
I don't know about following. We're looking to take the top. Like, we're not happy with how we were last split. Of course, we're way happier with how we started that split than the other one where it was 0-5, but we definitely want to come out on top of C9 this time.
All right. The last tweet is from Rice Crispy 24. Evil geniuses. I'm very excited to see Snoopy and crew react to the new region of NA and see how they will adapt from the European scene.
We'll have to see if they can keep up that dominant performance. They were very, very scary on Friday, and as long as they can keep that level up, North America's in trouble.
I don't know about that.
Well, we'll see. In any case, keep hitting us up with those answers all day long. We're at LOL Esports, and remember to use the hashtag LCS. Before we dive into the next game and go back to the casters, your predictions. Is C9 going to close it out here for North America?
I still think Fnatic's going to come back for at least a 1-1 because I don't think I'd be happy with that performance in the last game. They picked such an early game team comp and they weren't able to pull out, and I mean,
I feel the same. 1-1, and Cloud9 will take it in the next match.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Now let's send it back over to Pastry Time and Kobe for our next game.
Thanks, Shocks. And it's time for Game 2 in today's Battle of the Atlantic matchup between Fnatic and Cloud9. With one more win, Cloud9 looks to redeem themselves from Worlds and bring home a championship.
All right, so it goes without saying that Meteos had a great game on the new patch. He was 7-0-3 as Vi, and he went with that hybrid sort of build. A lot of DPS and a lot of tankiness. Then there was Hai. He beat Xpeke with Kassadin, also not dying at all in the entire game. And, I was watching Bjergsen's stream last night, actually. He was talking about Hai, how, they've become close since he's come over to North America, and playing against each other, they've actually both learned a lot from each other. And Bjergsen had some really, really high praise for Hai's mid lane play.
And it's interesting that you hear that, Kobe, because yesterday we interviewed Hai actually here on the desk, and he said he was having trouble with Bjergsen. He just seemed like such a strong mid laner. So clearly, him being imported
Mutual
here,
respect.
yeah,
right there.
absolutely. I mean, if they're two strong players, they're only going to get better by playing off each other and learning that way as well. But we're going to be into Game 2 here very shortly here in Kobe. Do you think it's going to be a sweep from Cloud9?
I think, like the analysts, that Fnatic are going to regroup here and come back with something, especially since, now they've switched sides. And they're going to be the ones with first pick. I think that they will probably take this one, but Cloud9 will.
I can't remember the exact stat, actually, but we had a lot of blue side wins yesterday in our promo series matchup. So clearly, that's a pretty popular side here. We'll see if that is going to make the difference for Fnatic, as they are going to be on that side here to kick things off in Game 2 for the Battle of the Atlantic matchup against Cloud9. Dr. Mundo banned again here from Fnatic, so apparently they don't like it. And Cloud9, this is real respect here.
Yeah, they're not going to give over Kassadin. Both these mid laners know that it's such a powerful tool to use. As we saw, Hai was on point with his roaming, his teleports, able to follow up on all of the chases that Cloud9 needed him to and secure the kills that then turned into objectives and basically snowballed the entire game.
Yeah, Riven banned out here as well. Ziggs, another mid laner, going to get the chop here from Cloud9. And I think we just have to highlight Hai's Kassadin a little more in that game. He effectively out-Pekke'd Peke.
Well,
apart from
I guess
a backdoor at the end of the game.
Peke would require some backdoor
Sure.
action there, and Hai wasn't having it.
It's a Peke-esque performance then here, as we're going to look for a last ban now for Fnatic. Wonder what it will be. They've got a lot of choices here. And this is the thing, when you're on the blue side, it's great to get first pick, but you potentially give over two strong champions. And respect to Meteos, Kobe. Goodbye-bye.
They don't want to have any more of that DPS Vi build. Soaz really felt that one. It was such a well-timed ultimate from Meteos as well to hold him in place for the sneaky ultimate on Draven. But it is the other top lane ban here. You ban the Mundo, ban the Shyvana, since Fnatic does have first pick. And we'll have to see what direction they want to go at this time. Is it going to be, again, early game oriented? Or are they actually going to go the more late game route?
We'll have to see. And it was kind of funny with the last game. We mentioned that Fnatic's team looked quite early game oriented with what they picked, but Cloud9 kind of felt like the early game team running away with that last game. But Fnatic definitely going to know that that's kind of coming now and probably play a little bit more reserved, a little bit more safely.
So Cloud9 definitely had a handle on the comp that they were running. They knew that they were picking losing lanes, and that's why there was such a huge CS discrepancy early on and why Fnatic had that gold lead, but they made up for it with the roaming and the rotations.
And it's funny because the way Meteors plays kind of facilitates needing lanes to win, but they kind of like, you know what, we can just chill out. Once we hit level 6, it's all going to be okay. And a great performance here in Game 1, but here in Game 2, Elise is the first pick for Fnatic.
So this is also a really good snag by Fnatic, taking that away from Meteos. They banned out Vi, and they picked one of his old favorite champions, which was Elise. Really loves going back to that champion over and over again.
And Leon is locked in again there for elimination. They're considering Kha'Zix as well, and they do lock that in. So now over back to Fnatic here. What do you think of Kha'Zix, actually, Kobe?
I love playing Kha'Zix. Anytime you have resets and you can continually jump over after getting your kills, then it's a great mechanic. But he also has amazing dueling potential because of the change that happened to his Q. And he had now not only has the isolation damage, but also execute damage. So he can finish the people off to more easily get those resets.
And I think you mentioned it yesterday when we saw Kha'Zix. He can kind of play in any of the 3 roles, really, jungle, top, or mid. So a little versatile in that respect as well. Going back to the drawing board here for Fnatic, Lucian and Renekton, they like these picks again, given the changes that have happened with some of the bans.
Yeah, I mean, last time they picked this duo, I talked about lane bullying early, lane dominance. So again, Fnatic, that along with an Elise, there's a lot of power here for them pre-10-minute mark.
And looks like Balls has decided to go back to an old favorite.
Rumble?
Rumble.
Didn't expect that one.
Draven again for Sneaky as well. I have to say, Sneaky's Draven, of that game 1, probably looked the least impressive, but given how well that game went for Cloud9, that's not really a big thing. So, but seems to like Draven here, likes it against Lucian in particular, you have to think here. So, solid pick so far for Cloud9, but it probably means we're having Kha'Zix up towards the top, the mid lane, sorry.
So, we're getting the same duo matchup here. If it is going to be the same 2 versus 2 lane, something's going to have to change for Cloud9 because that was almost unacceptable there for the Leona Draven. They really did get behind very early, and they're only saved by the collapse of High and the collapse of Meteos up there that was able to turn it around.
Reckless is having a little bit of fun, as you can probably tell, but they're going to lock in with Orianna Thresh as their last few picks, and Instant Fiddle picked for Meteos, actually.
Yeah, he's also been this is another one of the new ones. I talked about Elise being one of his old favorites, Fiddlesticks one of his new favorites, and you know, this is before the duration on Fear was taken down a notch. When you have a jungle Fiddlesticks, you always have to be watching out for invades though. Every single person on Cloud9 is gonna have to be paying attention to their own jungle at all times, because early on in the game, if Fiddlesticks gets found by Elise early game, he's gonna get destroyed.
Yeah, and I actually like Jungle Fiddle a little bit more than maybe Support Fiddle, and we have seen it in the support role before, Kobe.
Yeah.
The thing with Fiddle, though, is you need levels. If you want to get that Fear to crazy, crazy numbers in terms of how long the duration is, you actually need levels, and getting them as a support can be difficult. With Meteos' farm style as a jungler, he's probably not going to have too much trouble unless he gets invaded, like you point out.
And to not get invaded, you also want to have strong early lanes, which is actually what Fnatic have. So really the stage is set here for Fnatic to shove their lanes in and then use this Elise to go wreak havoc all over Meteos' jungle and mess up the early game for him.
I think I like the top lane matchup for Balls, though, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah?
There's a lot of push and pull between Rumble and Renekton, but it's interesting. I think Rumble kind of gets to a point maybe between level 3 and 5, and especially level 6, where he can kind of bully around Renekton depending on what happens. I mean, Cyanide's at least going to be a big factor here in this game.
It's going to be interesting because I think that Cloud9 still might want to look for 2v1 lane swaps, because that also sort of upsets the jungle invading balance, since your team is pretty much giving up one side of the jungle where your AD and support is, and you're going to take your opponent's respective other side. We'll have to see if they actually pull off the switch.
All right, so we are going to get into Game 2 now in the Battle of the Atlantic. It's Fnatic versus Cloud9. Cloud9 up a game here in this best of 3. Fnatic looking to answer back here in this one and push it to a third and final game. And I do love your point about lane swaps to kind of protect your jungle a little more, Kobe. And we'll see, we had a swap last time, ended up with 4 people up towards the top. We'll see how the early lanes in the level 1 kind of shakes out here.
Yeah, so they're again sending balls initially down to the bottom side. So it looks like Cloud9 are heading for the swap. Leona just barely stepped out of that bush, so they saw Lemon Nation already.
Not a big change in terms of early game items for support, so in fact they're identical to their starts in game 1. So we're not going to have any extra wards like you pointed out. Some supports do still like to go kind of all consumables with a lot of wards early on to kind of get that early vision, but the trinket system's done really interesting things for vision, especially in the early game.
Something I did point out yesterday, but I still want to say it again just because we're not going to have any more games on this patch, but while the trinkets do currently show how many wards you have placed, it's always nice for me to have my support start out with a sweeper, so you don't give that information away to the enemy jungler, and you're not aware of how many wards are down. That's now been changed on live, but Lemon Nation right here, he knows.
Oh, Reckless, that's not where you want to be standing. I think he spots off Leona, realizes, oh, this is a beautiful bait from Cloud. There. Lemon Nation gonna bait them in. Reckless is so close.
Okay, so what he just saw right there was the aura from Fiddlesticks. It tipped off Reckless. Whenever you see that on you, you know that Fiddlesticks is around you. When as soon as that popped up, you can see him freaking out, walks away from the bush, and it's one of the very, very slight drawbacks to Fiddlesticks. Even if they don't have vision of you, you see that on you, and you can be assured that he is near.
And that just saved Reckless's life, I have to think. I loved the bait there from Lemon Nation. Like, oh yeah, hooky, totally fine, but no, everything's going to kind of calm down here in the early game as Fiddle's going to start blue. To be fair, Cloud9 actually grouping in that bottom bit of brush basically secures the blue early on for Fiddle.
Yeah, that was definitely an exciting start, even though nothing really came of it. Fiddlesticks getting his own blue, you're right, is a huge win for them. Plus, we've got actually a little bit slower of a start for Cyanide over there. So he's going to be making his first gank a little bit later.
The lanes do shake out kind of as we expected here, very standard. We've got Hai versus Pekka in the mid, that's Kha'Zix versus Orianna. 4 people down the bottom as the duo lanes take on each other, and it will be Renekton versus Rumble.
So we do get to see that Rumble Renekton matchup that you're looking for, and we'll see how Ball's fabled Rumble can actually match up against the top lane beast Renekton, who's known for pretty much bullying every single champion.
I mean, Balls would have played this matchup hundreds, if not thousands of times almost
Thousands?
at this point.
Come on, that's getting a little excessive.
Maybe 1,000
He does
games.
love Rumble,
He
though.
does love Rumble. Be interesting to see how many games he actually had on it, but he would definitely know this matchup, that's for sure.
That he definitely does know the matchup. Now we're going to have to start worrying about jungle influence, because Elise has cleared both buffs and should probably be looking for a gank or for an invade on a Fiddlesticks. Make something happen early game, because I feel like it's just really his move to make before that 10-minute mark.
And Cyanide, someone who's kind of known for a lot of counter jungler, actually spotted him as Olaf in the last game, just walking around kind of checking camps with axes, wanting to try and take some jungle away from Meteos, because he knows that he, as Olaf especially, he can walk in and fight and clear camps quickly. Elise is a great duelist, but doesn't necessarily clear the jungle quickly.
Right, and if they are just going to have a farm off here, that will be Meteos' dream. He would love to just hard farm all the way till level 6, because that point is where Fiddlesticks comes out with the very, very strong ganks, using his Crow Storm and being able to get over walls. They could come up with something like a double kill down in bottom, where they have a support who's amazing at setting up those jungle ganks, even from the lane.
And I like that you pointed out that kind of the buy pre-6 gank works once with the flash. I think there's a very similar thing there with Fiddlesticks as well. The flash fear probably gets somebody one time, but maybe not again.
Right, and you're going to have to wait a little bit to level up the fear. It doesn't start out at 3 seconds.
Thankfully, no.
But it still is pretty potent. The first move, though, will be made by Cyanide, trying to visit up top, and he's going to look at Balls. We'll see if he can actually land that cocoon. That flash over the minions is why there was no follow-up right there. Really, really well played by Balls.
Yeah, really clever coming out, kind of knowing that he just needed to flash instantly, didn't hesitate, flash over the minions, as you said, to avoid the cocoon Kirby, and that's a nice little bit of play. Look, kind of a trade down the bottom. Leona wants to go in, and Sneaky's not afraid. Lemon Nation aggressive in there as well. And I mean, again, these lanes are going to go very aggro on each other, back and forth all the time here, and Lemon really trying to assert some dominance on Leona.
Yeah, they're trying to get something back here, because once again, they're getting crushed in CS already. This Lucian is really making his early game trading power felt, and Sneaky's just trying to catch back up.
I mean, this is what we felt from Fnatic in all of their lane tiers. Ooh, Meteos Very sneaky here as the Fiddlestick's going to walk in, try a gank here. Level 1 fear, not too long, but he's going to go in there. Soaz gets speed up. The Dark Wind as well in the minions. That's really, really clever. The Ignite going to go off, but it doesn't quite get the kill.
Best part there for Meteos was that he got the fear off right before Slice and Dice able to touch him. So Soaz didn't get the reset or the second activation on it and had to burn his flash.
I mean, Meteos did kind of everything there to make that gank go off and almost got the kill. Oh, that's Cyanide down the bottom. Sneaky's like, I don't really want to be here. Elimination's like, yeah, I don't either. Flay back there. Death Sentence misses, though, and that's probably going to keep the owner alive.
Flash, too.
Has Flash and Ignite.
They didn't even get the flash out of Lemon there. That was actually very nice from Sneaky and Lemon. I'm assuming that Cyanide missed his cocoon while off screen there on Sneaky because he didn't have to burn summoners.
There was actually a ward down there as well in that bush for Cloud9. I don't know if that was there when they went when they at least came for the initial gank, but if it was, maybe it was a bait there from Cloud9 just to avoid it off and burn a couple of summoner spells.
Regardless, Cloud9, you know, even though they do have the losing lanes and they're down in CS, they've at least avoided the deaths from the early game jungle of Elise, and it's getting towards that time, you know, post level 6 Kazakhs, where you got to start worrying about a roaming assassin coming down your lane that was not there before.
Yeah, and that's what we saw a lot from High in the last game on Kassadin, of course, as well. Now, Kassadin, probably a better roamer than Kha'Zix, I'd say, but High can definitely do work here. And it's interesting, again, this game's starting in a very similar fashion. All three kind of solo laners or farmers here for Fnatic are ahead on CS once again by quite a significant amount in some situations as well. But Cloud9 staying calm, waiting for Meteos, and if it happens again what happened last game, level 6 is going to be an explosion of ganks.
They really need to convert the gank because they're getting so far behind in CS. They're pretty much down a couple kills already just because of so much money gained from CS leads. They do have kill potential in a couple of their lanes, most notably that mid lane and the bottom lane, you know, because Peke took Cleanse since he's facing a Fiddlesticks, which is fairly common, instead of a barrier. Just means that in that gank, he's not going to be able to have that extra health, and he's going to have to use that cleanse on Fear.
Now, bottom lane trades are going to get a little awkward here for Cloud9 because the BF cell's already finished up, but Meteos is actually wandering down. I almost feel like this is a bait. He did get in.
He did get in there.
And Crowstorm going to channel now, so Yellowstar could be in trouble. Flash on top of him, and that's so much damage moving through. He does flash out, though. The damage coming through for Sneaky, and the last hit does give Draven first blood.
So they're able to give it over to Draven and pop his Adoration stacks. That can get him right back in this lane.
And I kind of mentioned it before. Fnatic would have noticed that there was no BF sword there for Sneaky, knowing they could get him for the trade. And Meteos, I think, set that up really nicely, being like, they're going to try and fight you. I'm going to rotate down to them level 6, and they insta-rotate to Dragon as well.
Talked about how happy Meteos would be hard farming to level 6. Cyanide does get caught in his jungle now.
Nice little repel out there. The Spiders actually dodgy Electro Harpoon, and Fnatic rotating through. Cyanide going in. Orianna also went very nice to catch up balls and Rumble. In trouble, the damage ridiculous though, and Kha'Zix actually going to get the trade kill.
And because, you know, he's not level 11 yet, doesn't have 2 upgrades from his ultimates, he does not have the ability to reset, so after he goes in for that kill, he's going to have to flash out.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about level 6 being a nice little Lemon Nation, gonna tag Reckless down the bottom, and he's in a little bit of trouble. Death Sentence does land in here, and Leona in trouble here. Meteos is down. I don't know if he can make it happen though. Fear onto Yellowstar, Reckless trading back and forth, and a really nice kill down the bottom for Fnatic.
Yeah, that was a very well played Death Sentence. You could see Lemon trying to bait him, trying to juke him out, but he did not get the right step there. And even though Meteos is in the area, they can't convert a return kill because there's no damage dealt in that trade.
And unfortunately for Lemon, no ultimate there either on Leona, so couldn't quite make some additional plays that he may have liked to. Peke and High going to continue their farm off in the lane here. And I was going to say, I'm surprised that High has blue buff, but I guess he just got it from the kill he got. Because I saw Meteos get it, I'm like, there's no way Kha'Zix is getting blue buff when Meteos is here. As Fnatic going to try and push out this bottom tower. Looks like they might get it.
I have to say that maybe most of the reason that High decided to turn for that kill, because, you know, Balls was going down and he wanted to avenge his comrade, but mainly it's to grab that blue buff.
He wants blue buff even more. It's just so delicious here. And you can see High a little behind in CS to Peke. As we said, Fnatic's star players here really looking good in terms of individual skill in their lanes.
And now we do have an Elise gank down bottom, but also a Rumble gank in the mid.
Yeah, balls rotating down. Peke taking a lot of damage here, and High trying to go in. The damage continuing on here. They're going to chase through yet another tower. Flash auto there for balls. And that's going to pick it up in overheat.
So I talked about how, he's taking the cleanse for the Fiddlesticks ganks. Cleanse doesn't help you that much against a Rumble gank there. Good rotation for balls, and they run into Soaz.
They're going to find him here. Equalizer popping down as well. Cyanide, though, is off to the side of Meteos. He's there. He's going to look for the Crow Storm. Over the top. Here he comes high. Trying to bait the back. Meteos over the top. Balls gets the kill. Kha'Zix gets a second as well.
And the main reason they won that 2-versus-2 trade right there was the beautiful Rumble ultimate from Balls. He started it on Soaz and threw it backwards so that Cyanide had to come walk through it and was burning the whole time too.
And now Cloud9 in a 3-man push towards the mid as well. And we're going to see this again, Kirby.
So the double wards, well played by both guys. And Soaz knows that he's beefy enough that he can stop their exit, but that Rumble ultimate, my goodness.
Oh, great hook. Oriana in there as well. The box being chucked down, and Sneaky is forced to splash out very, very swiftly.
He's going to be real lucky to get away with his life just for his flash right there, because that was a beautiful Death Sentence Shockwave combo from Fnatic.
Tower taken out towards the bottom lane as well for Fnatic, so they're going to pick up the first one of the game here. Meteor's going to continue to farm things up now as well. And again, this game, a little tighter than the last one. Cloud9 only about 1,000 gold ahead with that tower being taken up by Fnatic, but they're playing in the same way here. It's exciting to see Cloud9 play this way.
You know what else is exciting? Balls back on his main champion and back to his main build here, just rushing the Liandry's Torment. It's a very offensive build, and it's something that he just always goes back to because he's so confident in his ability to place those Rumble ultis that it adds so much more damage. It's just an amazing way to start out a team fight. Whenever you have that percentage burn on most of the Fnatic team, it's going to mean they will get an objective after.
And we've seen the damage that Balls has been able to do just in the skirmishes we've seen already, so it's pretty scary that he's got Liandry's this quickly here at about 12 minutes, so we'll see how that plays out here. High actually rotating down towards the bottom, curiously enough. They kind of want to get mid-tower potentially here for Cloud9.
Yeah, the rotation of the double ADs, it's now time for them to take control of the jungle because they have now started getting the kills and they've got the gold lead. They'd like to take down the mid turret and then be able to start warding up the blue buff so that they can control both of those.
It might be to do with the fact as well that Rekkles is just CSing so hard against Sneaky, but Sneaky's actually not that far behind in gold, interestingly enough. So kind of keeping even with objectives in there as well. But if they can get the mid-tower, as you pointed out, Kobe, just such a central, strong objective to take early.
The Adoration Stacks really did a great job there getting him right back into this game. He needed to get that kill because if he was down a whole BF sword, then there would be no way that he could lane against Rekkles.
Yeah, Meteos here down towards the bottom lane hanging out, but giving up on that gank just for now. Looks like he's building towards a Morello Nomicon perhaps with a Fiendish Codex. He's got lots of choices here, but he wants cooldown reduction, that much I can tell you.
Could be that, or it could be, going for a Deathfire Grass. Just kidding.
That would be sweet.
No, he's probably going to be looking for a Zanya's Hourglass at some point, though, too, because he's not got a lot of defensive stats right now. Just the health from his one Doran ring.
Calling back, actually, I think one of the Chinese teams playing a lot of Fiddle, actually, in their last event. I think Morello Nomicon Banshee's Veil was the build there, so I'm wondering if
no
Meteos has seen
Zanya's
that.
there, I guess.
No, I mean, it's a great item, obviously, if you can get it, but it's a little too expensive from the jungle. But with the way Meteos likes to play, if anyone's going to get the gold from the jungle, it's going to be him.
I feel like that may be a better route because, not being able to move around with the Zanyas does have its drawbacks. We'll have to see what he says.
We will. I mean, Meteos, again, kind of playing his new school. He's like, yeah, I have some other jungles, but here's a new one. It's Fiddlesticks. And it's fun to see here as Rekkles continuing to farm up down the bottom. Have to say, when High's not roaming on him, he's looking a lot better.
He's looking better, but we already are seeing the roam here from C9 for the Dragon. They've got the timer down, 10 more seconds. They have a Liandry's Empowered Rumble. That means that you're winning this Dragon fight. Whatever's going to happen down there, you've got a huge amount of damage that's going to come down. So it'll be really hard for Fnatic to contest it. Looks like they actually sent him back up top lane, though, because they're so confident here. And it could turn into a 4-on-4.
Cyanide getting sneaky, stays the Dragon. He's trying to ride the Lantern, but he's getting CC'd up so hard. Wow. Almost goes down and Sneaky. Is he going to throw out the Draven ult? No, he doesn't want to do it.
So they send Balls back to the top lane because they're confident they can just take that one down, but Elise has the perfect kit for stealing away dragons there. I mean, you can shout about smites all you want, but the abilities, Elise's Q, Execute, and Spider Form, just gives her a huge upper hand that's really, really hard to outplay.
And you're right, Rumble's ultimate, kind of known for being the ult that wins dragon fights in that choke point, and they just didn't want to send me down, too concerned about Soes pushing in, but they will rotate now towards the mid and get a counter push here. Looks like the tower's going to go down, but Peke moving to defend, and never mind, Yellow Star here as well. Actually, Death End is landing onto Lemon Nation, but not quite follow up. Kakuno's going to come in. There's the Oriana ultimate straight onto the box, and Cyanide will clean up that kill as Meteos, a little late on the Curse Storm party. Oh, nice repel out as well. Reckless though, down the bottom, High going in for that kill, and he's going to pick up that one for himself. So a trade back and forth here, one in mid for Fnatic, one down the bottom for Cloud9.
And since Meteos is maxing his Drain life first for the quicker damage and jungle clear there, his Fear is still very low duration, so not able to keep anyone in place for the kill.
And Cloud9, despite all the early game aggression and movement,
he gets Cocoon!
Yeah, he's going to get Cocooned up, played back in there as well, and Cyanide going to dive in there as Peke will pick up that kill. Now Fnatic continuing to work on this mid lane turret. High's going to get the bottom one, but I think Fnatic are going to go 2-1 up in turrets now.
Well, it looks like another rotation from Balls, or the threat of a rotation. Every time he starts heading down that river, he turns right back and goes up to check Soaz.
It's pretty scary. I mean, we already mentioned that quickly, Andrews. We've seen it here, and Rumble himself doing a lot of damage early on, but Balls hasn't been in a fight yet with this early item, and I think we're going to go back to that Dragon, Kobe. It just feels like he should have been there.
Well, you know, it was an interesting call because even if Rumble was there, what exactly would he do to stop the Elise steal? I mean, he could have shot his ult over the wall to kill Elise after she did it, but it's very hard to stop her from grabbing it in the first place. So, you know, tactical decision there. Grab some minions instead, save some top turret damage. You know, could have gone either way. But what's really worth noting is that he's clawed his way back in CS to even with Soaz after being down early, since Renekton does have that early advantage. You know, once he gets his Liandry's, he plays so aggressively, and he was able to shove Soaz back off the minion line.
Yeah, I mean, Peke and Reckless still pretty far ahead of their laners as well. Reckless in particular charging ahead in CS. He's 60 up or so now as well on this Lucian. So, I mean, his team talked him up. He was kind of needed to rise to the occasion here. His Death Sentence for Yellow Star just going to miss. Lemon Nation going to clear out some more, but needs to be careful. Does get tagged by the Cocoon, but he'll be okay. Oh, Meteos going in now as well. Yellow Star going to get Zenith bladed up. The damage coming, but a great ult there from Peke actually to move over High. He's coming in. He's level 12. He wants the reset. He gets one. Can he go again? High still going in. Activates his ultimate, but no. Forces a couple of flashes. Gets Cocoon, and now he's going back in onto Peke. Gets the kill there, and beautiful teamwork from Cloud9.
High almost had too many targets to choose from in that fight. They didn't know which way to go. They grabbed 2 kills, and they're going to shove right down the mid lane. They want to capitalize with the mid turret.
And they're going to do a lot of damage to this one as well. Probably able to take out the tier 2. We saw Sneaky's Draven in game 1 really chunk down turrets. Kha'Zix as well. Just, it's gone.
Okay. I was wondering if Soaz was actually going to pull the trigger there. He was waiting around behind this Cloud9 team, see if he wanted to cut them off, but he decides to pull back because they take down the turret so easily, and they do end up giving that blue buff away in the end.
Yep, High's going to pick that one up for himself. Blue's up there on his side of the jungle for Meteor, so he'll be able to take that one away from himself. Looks like Spirit of the Spectral Wraith was the item he wanted to pick up, by the way. Oh,
the flash from Soaz wasted! The last 0.5 seconds of a recall. You're going to go back to base anyway. All right, so this is the 3-man engage on 4. They're able to get everybody low enough, and High comes flying in from the side with the Q onto Reckless. Because of his previous duel down bottom with Reckless, he knew that he had the power at this point to take him down. And this is the time where Balls actually did roam, by the way. Came all the way down to mid, and that Rumble ultimately slowing down Peke just enough for High to jump on him and grab the second kill.
Yeah, and High's item build has really shot up pretty quickly here in this one. 4-0-3, oops, Cyanide needs to be careful. I mean, Ravenous Hydra Last Whisper is no joke on the damage front.
Those are 2 core items nowadays for Kha'Zix. It's actually fairly comical that way back in Season 3, in the beginning, it was... Okay, never mind. Not story time now, it's killing time!
Soaz is in trouble. Pops his ultimate dominance to try and get up, but Meteor's going to chase him through with the Dark Wind. Balls tanking up the tower now, so oh my goodness!
That was the tank, too, that they just melted right there. And it's the early penetration from both High and Balls that's allowing them to do this. Now they have the man advantage. Even though Sneaky's down bottom, this will just be a 4 versus 4 at the turret. And High's got blue buff.
Yeah, Sneaky going to try and push out the bottom, as you mentioned. Fnatic rotating up here, trying to defend. Sweeper actually popped in there. High's going to find the what. He'll take it out instead. Meteos didn't like his chance of getting grabbed. Yellowstar, they're going to come in. Lemon Nation over the top in there as well. High looking for the damage. If he gets some reset, he will get out there by leaping. Meteos back in there with a crow stomp. Now Peke in a whole lot of trouble as Reckless is trying to take out Lemon Nation, but he's a little safer now. Nowhere really left to run his balls. Will Tower up there to pick up that kill now up towards the top. Lemon continuing to juke back and forth. Does finally die.
Ball stays alive under the turret, but he's got to keep on running here. There's 3 members on his tail, and 1 is Renekton. He's going to have a dash. Looks like he's got just enough distance to get away, though.
And Cyanide chucks the water over Sneaky, by the way, soloing this dragon. That's a great call from Cloud9 to be like, hey, Sneaky, I know you're down the bottom lane. The dragon's coming up.
Yeah, he's
Give me some
Sneaky.
gold.
You've been kind of lazy pretty much most of the game here, grabbing those minions down bottom. Do some work for the rest of the team, please, and he gets the dragon.
He does indeed,
well,
with a little bit of help from
even
High.
gets the dragon.
Come on, Sneaky.
He tried.
He did.
He started it up. He softened it up for him. You got that one softened up.
I mean, there's no shortage of damage between these two ADs right now. Last Whisper finished up for Sneaky now as well. Look, I mean, just look at the AD damage between those two.
And it's really telling that they both rushed those last Whispers too, because they're expecting some armor here early. Orianna, since she's laning against Kha'Zix, gonna start out with the arm guard, turn that eventually into a Zhonya's to stop resets, and then Renekton always, pretty much always gets that Sunfire cape. So they're gonna want to just destroy that front line.
And now another lead here for Cloud9 in this game. 3-3 in turrets, so equal there. 11-6 in kills up for them as well, but you can see it's only about 2,600 gold or so between the two teams, and again, that's not a massive lead here at 22 minutes, but when Cena were in this position in game 1, they found a way to just keep snowballing.
And even Sneaky, who's the pretty much the only member of Cloud9, that hasn't been getting a whole bunch of gold from these kills and team fights, even he has the build that he's comfortable with at this point in the game because, like I said before, Draven scales so well with just pure AD because of his spinning axes. Having the old Legolas build that was coined over in Europe with the Bloodthirster and Last Whisper provides him all that flat AD plus the penetration, so his spinning axes hit extremely hard.
Yeah, and looks like Meteos is actually going to go for probably a Zhonya's here as well, so need to see Large Rod being picked up as well. I actually really like the Spectral. I forgot that it got changed in this patch as well, because remember the game I would have watched with the Chinese teams playing Fiddle, that was on the old Season 3 patch.
Yeah, it's an interesting item that people are still not really sure which one they want to get. It's the more offensive of the jungles. It's between that and the Spirit of the Ancient Golem. He lacks a little bit of extra life and tenacity, but he gains up a lot of sustain in the jungle.
And that's Yellowstar in trouble. High does the damage. Sneaky's able to clean it out. Now Stoa's in a whole lot of trouble. Cyanide's going to get chucked massively there by Draven's axes, but Renekton nowhere to run. The double kill popping in for Draven as Pekka's going to get chased down. That's a triple kill actually, as Cyanide's going to go down as well. And Fnatic a little out of position trying to start a fight.
Yeah,
Blown up.
I'd say he's okay with this build right now. That flat AD doing a lot of work right there. Sneaky now has the double buffs as well. And the only reason that wasn't a complete massacre was because, High missed one reset right there while Cyanide was able to flash away. And they ended up killing him later anyway.
Popping up here. Went from about 2,500 gold to 5,500 gold. Inhibitor going to go down there as well. Oop! Minions!
Oh, it doesn't!
Minions! Oh! They do the work. Purple caster minion putting in the hard yards.
Almost able to clear them all out with the static shiv before it goes down, but not quite. This is a good pink ward bait? Question mark? Nah, too dangerous.
Nope, no. Do not fight High right now.
You don't want to. Oh, he's gonna face check instead. That's actually a worse choice. High doesn't quite see him, and they're not gonna. Neither one pulls the trigger. High's actually sticking around. Okay, let's go look at the replay first, though. High. He's going to go for Yellowstar once again. Every time Yellowstar pulls him in, he just bursts him down. Even though he jumped out of the fight, Yellowstar went down, so he got the reset. And Cyanide, there was the flash away that I was talking about that didn't give him the third reset, but since he has nowhere else to come down, he ends up dying anyway.
And a really nice Rumble ultimate as well for Balls, kind of tied all together. And that's not a surprising thing for me to say here, given how much experience he has on Rumble. And Fnatic falling further and further behind in gold here in this game. It's close to 6,000 ahead for Cloud9 now as well.
I want to just say that it's so impressive Cloud9 have the confidence to continually run these losing lanes basically into this Fnatic team that keeps picking Renekton and Lucian and jungle bullies like Elise. And they have the confidence that they're going to be able to make up for it in the mid game with the rotations and grab the kills that they need to get the giant leads that they've been able to get to in back-to-back games.
And it's funny to me, you're right in that they are picking losing lanes, apart from bottom lane, which I think you're kind of forced into just picking a lane that can fight the other guy, and Sneaky did and still is very far behind Reckless in CS. But Cloud9 are almost saying, okay, we're going to lose early game, but we're level 6 lanes. Once we hit level 6, we can start making plays with their ultimates, and that's a lot of how this game 1 and this game is going now as well.
High down there with the blue buff. Looks like he does want to tango with Soaz.
Nope, Cyanide doesn't want to tangle with anyone here, especially Balls. The Zenith Blade going to land in there as well. Cyanide's just absolutely burning. He could Lantern out though, and the Lemon Solar Flare will miss on Leona.
Little bit late there. So, like I was saying, the sustain that you gain from the Spirit of the Spectral Wraith as High finishes off the
in a
tango.
whole lot of trouble as well as Lemon Nation picks up credit for that kill. Now Yellowstar getting chased down, and Cloud9. Two of them are busy doing Baron as High gets the double
They're doing
kill.
3 things at once right now. Meteor soloing up the Baron, and then taking joy.
Meteor's a beautiful zonage, but I think he's in trouble. Gonna keep going, but Cyanide picks up that kill. High though, looking for it, gets another kill. That's 4 kills in a row for Kha'Zix.
The other advantage of going with that giant flat AD build there for Sneaky is that his ulti hits like a truck, and High able to jump in here. He's got plenty of damage to finish him off. Wow, that was they were doing about 4 different things at once. So Baron is a very sticky spot to be stuck against Orianna. Beautiful shockwave by Peke there, setting this up. They almost grab both kills, but Sneaky gets away and then comes back with a giant ulti that's again timed with High's use of the Q execute, and another giant bleeding red bar there.
Who needs a jungler to do Baron, Kobe? Not Cloud9 apparently. Meteos was trying, he was like, yeah guys, I'm gonna hang out with Sneaky and do it.
Yeah, so I was about to talk about the sustain that you get from the Spirit of the Spectral Wraith, which is, you know, the kind of the trade-off with the Ancient Golem there. You don't have the straight-up health, but you do gain health and mana back when you're doing damage to these jungle minions. So it does work on Baron, and he has plenty of AP that his Drain Life will sustain him there. Only problem is when you get caught by an Orianna in the back.
Yeah, and that's another Dragon going off to Cloud9. 10-0-6 for Kha'Zix at this point. Absolutely monstrous game here for High. He was talking about it when we talked to him yesterday in the interview, there in the video as well. He really wants to show up here and kind of outplay one of the best European mid laners, and High has had 2 fantastic games at this point. Even if Cloud9 find a way to lose this game from this point, he still had some great games.
Yeah, I think he definitely deserved that praise from Bjergsen. He's really showed up both games here. Going a little deep this time, though.
High could be in trouble, though. You're right, a little deep. Kha'Zix trying to get out here, but so many members of Fnatic going to shut him down. Meteos actually in over the top. Here's Balls with the ult as well. Yellowstar going to get melted down, and that's a good zonage from Fiddle. Another kill comes through as Lemon Nation picks up Zealous. Now Cyanide in trouble as Balls are going to chase him down. Good flash there aggressively. Going to maybe no! Orianna saves him with Protect, and Reckless gets a whole chunk of gold from that one.
This again, though, it shows how Meteos has not hesitated to jump in with Crow Storms every time someone on his team gets caught. And they're able to turn around most of the time. This time, they actually only end up trading 3 for 2, so they're still down 1 kill. But that trust in your team, and it just really shows how Cloud9 have really come together. Even though High goes in on a suicide mission here, trying to pull out Reckless, and just gets cold to the face by Reckless.
He knew
Meteos jumps in anyway, goes right through there, and then Balls doesn't hesitate, drops his ulti down right on top. There's so much burn right there that they're able to grab 2 kills from a losing situation anyway.
Yeah, and Balls, that was a smart flash from Cyanide actually towards the end.
Almost 3, can't quite do it.
Almost there. Peke swoops in at the end with the Command Protect to make sure that his teammate lived. But Cloud9 still up a big chunk of gold there. It was 10,000 before, Kobe. It's now a little closer to 9. But Cloud9 are very, very happy with how this game is going from this point. Fnatic, if they can dig deep, and we've seen in this patch that a lot of teams are able to make more comebacks, it seems, like they were in the Season 3 patch. But I mean, Cloud9, even when things go a little awry, and they don't quite execute the way they want to, as you said, they're still being decisive and working together as a team.
Yeah, they're still being decisive. That decisiveness did just decisively lose them 3 Baron buffs, though. So they've only got 2 left, and it'll make the siege a little bit harder. But they do already have the mid lane down, so the the path to victory is pretty much clear.
I mean, this mid inhibitor is kind of open at this point. I don't know if Fnatic are
It's a
interested
bit
in
drafty
fighting.
in there.
Yes, it is. Oh, Peke gets caught by the ult. Cleanser's out, though. He's going to be happy to have that summoner spell this time.
All right. The Leona ultimate down 3. Oh my goodness!
The snipe off to the side there is Peke.
Is the drawback of not having that flat health. You're rarely squishy if you get caught out and don't have the time to react with your Zanyas. You know, he did end up getting it in the end, but not quick enough there.
So Fnatic find a nice little win there, picking up Meteos, and Peke is going to pick up a nice chunk of gold there as a result. I mean, he's doing damage all of a sudden.
That's the other thing when you are playing with the Fiddlesticks. Both teams are aware that the Fiddlesticks is always looking for that spot in Fog of War to get his Crowstorm off from, and Peke just catches him out right here. It's pretty much an easy fight. He's trying to clear out that ward. Both teams are knowing that the Fiddlesticks is trying to be off on the side to get a good Crowstorm, so if they can get to you first, you're still an extremely squishy champion. It's kind of like having a piece of artillery that can do a lot of damage if you leave it alone, but if you can find it and get up close, then you take him out real fast.
So Cloud9 going to try it one more time here in the mid lane. And I have to say, Reckless still very impressive on the CS. They're basically identical in item builds, despite the massive gold difference between the two teams here at this point. And if it wasn't for Sneaky playing Draven, who gets those extra bonus gold from his passive, he actually might be even further behind at this point.
All right, they are going to start making the move onto the exposed inhibitor, though. And they're confident in their 5 vs 5 team fight. So I'm not it looks like Soaz actually they are going to try and stop this one. The Shockwave, a beautiful start.
Good double Shockwave. They're culling in there as well. Meteor's going to dive in with the Crowstorm. That's Cyanide getting out of Sneaky. Does a bunch of damage there to Peke, who's forced to back off to Cocoon. He's going to land there high, working it on the inhibitor, and Soaz almost going down. But Cloud9, they get what they want.
All right, the Rumble ultimate is amazing for starting off fights. It's not that great of an execute ability because it doesn't even deal the impact damage anymore. It's damage over time. But good try there from Boz, not able to grab Soaz. They get the objective and are definitely going to want to retreat and heal up.
Yeah, I have to say, though, I think Reckless is a big thing here for Fnatic in terms of their comeback potential. I mean, the gold is getting slimmer and slimmer between these two teams. Cloud9 were up 10, then 9, now it's a little closer to 8 at this point as well. And Infinity Edge is going to be done very quickly. You can see the gold difference there between the two ADs, about 300.
That's a really good point, actually, that he won his lane so hard, yet he hasn't really been able to translate that into anything for his team as far as a lot of extra map control or a lot of, one fights in the mid game, because there's so many things he has to watch out for as an AD carry. The Fiddlesticks is extremely dangerous. We've already seen how High can just obliterate him. And then there's also always the threat of the Rumble zoning power. When he lays that ultimate down, you can't be stepping anywhere near it.
Yeah, I mean, Balls just does so much damage just from AoE that if you're an AD in that team fight, you don't want to be standing anywhere near that as well. So we'll see what Fnatic can get done here. Looks like a Dragon might be going over to them, but that's an awkward trade with Baron coming up very shortly afterward.
Interesting thing, though, since Dragon has been buffed, when we do get closer to the point where the average level in the game is around level 15, it's worth almost as much gold as Baron. 1,300 compared to only 1,500 there for Baron. Baron does have that very sweet benefit of the purple buff, though.
It does, and that's a lot of effective gold that you can't really buy anywhere else. Ward's being put down here by Cloud9. This is an elaborate Baron bait, but there's a ward right there for Fnatic. Hasn't been swept yet. Sweeper's on cooldown as well. They are going to start it here, though.
They do have the Leandry, so it helps a lot with taking down Baron from... Oh, there goes Meteos!
Lemon Nation going in onto Peke. The damage moving in. That's Peke getting caught out. A good rumble up being down there as well. Solar Fire on top as he comes out of stasis and High. Looking for the resets. Finds one. Ball's going down as well. Reckless obliterated by Karthik. There's another reset. Cyanide's going to go down as well. Looking for one more here as Lemon's over the top there on the yellow star. They leave him alone. They don't care.
I have to say, this is beautiful Kazakh's play by High. And Meteos right there. I just want to shout out the beginning of that fight. He flashes over a cocoon to get in place for his fear and avoid the stun at the same time.
And Cloud9 looking to really push down as much as they can here. They're actually going for Nexus turrets, it looks like, at this point. They're going to tank up what they can. Meteos will start things off here. I mean, a ton of damage they can deal to turrets here.
20-second death timers, only a support alive. This is definitely the right call, even though they don't have minions around. They can take out one Nexus turret and look to end the game.
10 seconds left. Yellow Star very dead as Balls pick up that kill. Now Cloud9 maybe going to take it. They are indeed. They're going to get down the Nexus. 2-0 North America in the Battle of the Atlantic.
Congratulations to Cloud9. Not only do they bring it home for North America in the Battle of the Atlantic, but they also get revenge for their loss at Worlds.
Listen to that crowd. We are, of course, in the studio here, the new one in Los Angeles, and they are very happy to have their boys win here.
And like I said, there is so much respect between both of these teams. Yes, it's fun to talk up the rivalry and everything, but all of these guys have played against each other in a lot of scrims as well, and they do appreciate everything that each other puts into this game.
But an impressive comeback win there to get revenge here for Cloud9. And for me, it wasn't just that they won, it was winning in style.
It was pretty good style right there. I love the confidence, again, like I said before, for them to run these champions at, they're looking for the kills towards the mid-game. High definitely came up huge in both of them. I think we're probably going to have to give the MVP over to High for that mid-lane play.
I think so too. Incredible play across the board. That was our featured matchup for a reason, and High came out really big there in that one.
He definitely delivered. They've struck back at Fnatic, silenced some of the naysayers that were over in Europe, talking down to all of North America, and they're pretty happy with themselves.
And they should be. Cloud9, the winners of the Battle of the Atlantic here. That means North America picks up the title there as well, which I'm sure all you guys here are very happy about. Going back to that game, though, I have to say Reckless played actually incredibly. Just the rest of his team couldn't quite be there for him.
So he did really well in that lane phase, but you're right. It never came together for Fnatic in team fights, in mid-game rotations. They really fell behind very quickly. As soon as Cloud9 made the first move, they would just grab one little piece of advantage, and then they never lost their lead.
And that's kind of the biggest thing that Fnatic were talking about, saying it's not just that we've got a super good player, and he is super good. We're a team. We're a five-man team. We have to play together here. It's not just enough for Reckless to do well. And he did well, and all of Fnatic looked good there, but Cloud9 today at least just looked better.
I think that Cloud9 did a great job of getting Fnatic out of their comfort zone. They didn't have the classic Peke roaming late game with teleport. First game, we made him go on Renekton because we took Kassadin and they want to do some counter-picking stuff, maybe a little bit unorthodox for this Fnatic team, not quite used to team fighting with Peke on Renekton. And then the second game, they have him on Orianna with a cleanse instead of a teleport or instead of a barrier, and it really didn't work out for them either.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a lot of fun stuff in there as well. Meteos' fiddle looking good there. I mean, all of Fnatic looked like they played fine. It's just, I guess they're still working out a couple of the kinks, working towards, and both these teams are going to be very impressive to watch in their respective LCSs as well. So definitely looking forward to that.
His fiddle and his Vi, I think both of those deserve shout-outs. He got a ban on it the second game, going with that DPS build. Going with DPS builds both times around, actually, because something in Season 3 Meteos was really known for was full tanks on pretty much everybody. But both games here, he's brought the damage, and he's made use of that damage.
And big credit as well to Lemonation's Leona. He just kept making plays. He was doing his best Crepo impression from Friday, I guess. Looking really good.
I'll give him a gold star as well.
Okay, so let's send it down to the stage where Shox is standing by with Cloud9's High and Meteos.
Thank you very much, Pastry Time. I'm happy to be joined by High and Meteos. Congratulations, incredibly impressive performance, and you did it for North America, High.
Yeah, we got our revenge. USA, right?
What was the most important component for you? Was it revenge or was it winning the Battle of the Atlantic?
I think it's just pride, really. If we lost again, we would never let it go away. Neither would Reddit. They would just bash us for the next half year. It'd be sad.
Tell me about your experience in game number 1, because we kind of thought at the desk this must feel incredibly well, beating Xpeke with Kassadin in what is a hard matchup in the beginning.
I don't really think Kassadin versus Renekton's a bad matchup at all, especially if I don't get ganked or anything. I just play kind of really scared, and then once I get 6, it's kind of GG. They did it to us. They played teleport Kassadin is really lame to play versus, so we'll do the same.
Meteos, how was your experience? Because it seemed that you guys were reading Cyanide pretty well.
I had a good time in that series. First game I got really fed as Vi, and the second game wasn't my best fiddle game, but at least we won.
Absolutely. Tell me a little bit about how you went back to the drawing board after Worlds, and with that new patch, maybe changing some things about your playstyle to be very good here at this battle, and of course the NALCS coming up.
Okay, so in the new patch, I feel that playing aggressive early game is better than just sitting back and farming most of the time, which is what I've been critiqued on a lot. So we try to go for more like early game plays and like stronger gankers, I guess, like Vi and Fiddle. So I think it worked pretty well.
Now, Hi, of course, last time, great finish in NALCS and then losing to Fnatic at Worlds. Now you got your revenge, but I can't imagine that going back into the LCS now, you want to get that top spot again. What do you think of your competition as it stands now?
This split, relative to last split, I think will be much harder. I've said this before, but I don't think we'll go 25-3 again. That is an insane score and very hard to do again, especially with the addition of EG and Costa's looking strong as well. I don't think the split will be that easy this time. So hopefully we have like a battle for first so we can get better as well. But obviously I want first.
Obviously. Who do you think in the mid lane might be your biggest competitors?
Bjergsen. I don't really see like who wouldn't answer that. He came over from Europe. Europe is known for good mid laners, and he's really good. I've gotten pooped on a lot in solo queue by him, sadly.
All right, so you guys did it in the Battle of the Atlantic. Maybe Meteors, what do you want to say to your fans?
Thanks for all the support. I know some of you guys are doubting an A, but I hope we made you proud.
Congratulations once again. I'm not gonna lie, it stings a little, but you guys did a fantastic job. Right, we gotta take a quick break, but when we return, Curse and Cognitive Gaming battle for the final berth in the NA LCS Spring Split. 2014 Spring Promotion Tournament finale is coming up right after this.
They're going to find him here. Equalizer popping down as well. Cyanide though is off to the side of Meteos. He's there. He's going to look for the Crow Storm. Over the top. Here he comes high. Trying to bait the back. Meteos over the top ball. Gets a kill. Carthage gets a second as well. It's big joy. Meteos, a beautiful zone, but I think he's in trouble. Going to keep going, but Cyanide picks up that kill. High though. Gets another kill. That's 4 kills in a row.
Promotion Tournament, before we get to the showdown between Curse and Cognitive Gaming, I want to talk to you guys about the fight between Cloud9 and Fnatic. And it wasn't really a fight, I gotta say, over those two games. And I gotta commend you, Trevor, because you called it straight from the beginning.
Freedom and apple pie is back. I mean, that's what it boils down to. And I don't know, just coming into this, I've been talking to a lot of casters and a lot of the guys behind the scenes. I just felt that in this matchup, Cloud9 wanted the win more. You know, going into IEM Cologne, Fnatic and Gambit, they wanted to smash Cloud9 CLG. The hunger was there. And you've seen a Fnatic collapse under Gambit. And in this match, same story. Fnatic, they didn't look in shape. They didn't look like the team that we're used to seeing. And I wonder if it's adapting to 3.14. We were talking about this on stage. Fnatic, when they get to the mid game, they tend to like to find picks, find opportunities, create a Fnatic death bush and kill someone. And they never got to that point because Cloud9 just steamrolled over them.
How much of that might be related to division changes as well, that they just have to try and work around that more now?
I definitely think warding is part of it. And I think their champion choice is another part of it. You know, Benny was highlighting in game one that the Olaf pick didn't help Renekton get a leg up early on. And that could have been a way to, you know, change the job around, swap out that Olaf in the jungle for a Lee Sin, or you were even saying that Maokai would have worked.
Yeah, so, well, I wouldn't like recommend picking Maokai, but I'm saying when they did pick the Renekton pick, like it's solely to bully Casson. And once Casson, if he just stays even in XP and like gets to level 6, he should be perfectly fine, which you saw where as soon as he was 6, he roamed the lane and he got 2 kills because of that. So, like, instead of like a Ghost Olaf, I would have recommended like something like a Lee Sin that could just jump on a Renekton, essentially jump on a Casson, lock him down, and kill him before 6, and that would have like completely punished him.
Talk to me a little bit about what you've seen from Cloud9 as a team, because they seem to rotate well, effectively, and they seem to make good decisions about which fights to pick and which ones not to get involved in.
Yeah, like for example, a good rotation would be right after they got a kill bottom. I believe it was like Lemon initiated onto Yellowstar, and then Meteos came down. Like that put the pressure against like Fnatic's bot lane. And then you randomly saw Cyanide in the red jungle of Meteos, and he got caught out and he died. And that not only did he die, but C9 got a free dragon because of that. And just because of that, like a lot of the gold and just map control went into C9's hands.
If we maybe look a little bit closer to individual performances, when we talk about Fnatic, we inevitably have to talk about Reckless. And I kind of feel like he kept up in farm very well, extremely well actually, but it wasn't up to him. He couldn't actually do anything.
Yeah, I think his solo lane just fell too far behind. High and Balls in particular played very solidly, very well, and Meteos in game one went monstrous and really prevented Reckless from even having an impact in the game.
Yeah, like I would have to put a lot of the credit to the top side of the map. Like Balls, High, and Meteos all played really solidly. Like Balls went back to his comfort pick in Rumble and is in a matchup that he's really familiar with. Like Renekton vs Rumble is a matchup he played like a ton of times, like, just like what Pastry Time said.
Thousands of times, I think
yeah,
Kobe
he said thousands of times. And although that's an exaggeration, it's like it really just shows how much experience he has in the matchup. He didn't lose his lane at all, even though he almost got or he's trying to get bullied by Elisa and Renekton combination. He flashed out of that gank. And he just did a really good job surviving, and that's all you could ask for.
And I really thought his equalizers were good this matchup. I think every single equalizer was team fight changing and allowed Cloud9 to make the best of a bad situation. The blue buff that caught both Solways and Cyanide, then in the middle lane when Yellowstar randomly flashes onto him. So very good decision making there from Balls.
Trying to think a bit ahead now, if you see those picks coming out from Cloud9, I feel like a lot of things they picked because they knew they had the edge after that game one. A Fiddlesticks that Meteos likes to play in solo queue, that Rumble for Balls, we know he loves to play it. Are those picks that will stick, you think, as we go further for them?
I'm not sure if they'll stick. I feel like just Fnatic's picks may have allowed C9 to pick those without like too much risk. Like, just going back on what I said about Renekton, where they picked Renekton before the Rumble, and then that's a matchup that Balls is really comfortable with and he favors.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you guys very much. And with that, the final shot fired. Let's take a look at the standings in the Battle of the Atlantic. That victory by Cloud9. North America wins the fight between the regions, 5 points to 4, even though they only won 2 out of the 5 matches. It looks like Europe will have to find revenge at the All-Star match.
We have bragging rights. We won 3 games, they won in points. Everyone's a winner.
That's something losers would say.
Well, I am sorry, America, for doubting C9. I feel so ashamed right now, and it will never happen again. I always believe in the apple pie.
You're still allowed at the desk, no worries. Now for the start of the final Spring Promotion Tournament matchup, let's send it over to Riv and Freak at the caster desk.
Thank you very much, Shocks. I am Rivington Biz in the third alongside David Freak Turley. David, it's been quite a while since we've been able to share the desk.
It's been a while, but I'm back. It's fun to cast.
It's just a little fun.
It's the best caster bromance in League history.
Absolutely. It's been since the first season we did this, but now it's time for the final Spring Promotion Tournament matchup, Curse versus Cognitive Gaming. A coveted spot in the LCS is on the line right now, and part of seeing that victory screen comes from assembling a team that can play well together.
When thinking about the team that I wanted to create this season as opposed to last season, I was just trying to find out what really makes a team successful. I knew I had to create a new roster that was going to hopefully get to a point where we could compete at Worlds. Guys like Zekin. Zekin is positive. He is a team player. He's intelligent, has a really high game understanding, and he bonds well with his teammates.
Yeah, I actually do that sometimes in scrims. Like some people get heated up, and like we start arguing. I'm just like, don't worry about it. We'll talk about it after the scrim, or we'll talk about it after the game. There's no point in getting riled up during the game because then you can't really focus and you just play worse.
And then I started talking to other people in the community and saying, hey, have you heard about this guy Quas? Like, I don't really know much about him.
Quas is a beast. Like, he came from pretty much like nothing. Like, he came from the land of like 200 ping.
Quas moved here from Venezuela to play League of Legends.
I don't like to compare myself to other top laners. I respect them, but I also know my strengths and weaknesses, and I just try to improve myself and just be my own role model for what I play.
Void just kind of had that like really aggressive mentality from top lane, and we felt like it was better suited for mid lane.
So now that I'm playing mid, I've been looking to make a lot more plays and trying to like sort of take a more leadership role and like just make the plays to carry the team.
And I've got like more confidence in him than pretty much like any player I've ever played with. I know that he'll bring it when the time comes, and he's always ready to go off.
Dominic had played competitively previously, and he had played on teams that had performed really well.
We saw him play back when he was playing with Dignitas, just because we were in every tournament he was in. Him living here, we learned his like personality and everything, and we learned he's really helpful for the team environment just because we all really mesh together.
Saint's really happy in the new role.
I might think about like playing again, but definitely not this split. I'm just way too burnt out on it for right now.
I think he really found a good spot for himself just because he has really, really, really good game knowledge.
I've learned a lot more as a teacher than I ever did as a student.
So Kop's been around for a long time. He's been through all the different meta changes that have happened over the seasons, and I've seen him grow as a player.
People have this perception that he's like a passive AD carry, and it's like it's not that at all. He's just not a stupid AD carry. He's a smart AD carry. Like AD carries should not be the ones that are like forcing the plays in the late game. They should be just there, consistent, doing damage in the back, and like being that force to like win you the game.
To get off to such a strong start with a new group of people and to have the synergy so different than it was last season and be able to see that progress, I think all of that kind of works in our favor.
I'm really, really excited to see like how good we can get in the next coming season.
We've got to focus first on nailing relegation, and right now the direction that we're headed in is, it looks really good.
And I think the biggest thing that always stood out to me about Steve, Liquid112, the manager, is that he said way back when, if the team needs to be changed, I have no problem changing the team. And that's always done with a sound mind. And it showed that Curse has been a top-tier team.
Yeah, and I like that. It's a good mentality. It's how professional sports is run outside of esports, as well as you have a team and a team owner and a team manager. And the team stays around, the players come and go and change, but the Curse fans are always Curse fans, and you just have new guys to cheer on. I think it's a good mentality.
Always puts a good motivation behind them as well, knowing that it's always on the line.
Yeah.
But for Voidboy and crew, they're coming into this series with a new roster and suffering through a disappointing summer.
Exactly. So in the summer split, they pulled up Edward. They had replaced Elements. They had replaced Rux. And they didn't do so hot with him. The beginning of the season was really rough, and they kept saying in interviews, look, we'll turn it on by the end of the season. Don't worry about it. We're going to do a whole lot better. And they never really clicked.
Yeah.
And as we see here, they're in the promotion tournament. They're trying to get back in because they fell out.
Right. We have to remember this is as well a pretty much completely different team from the one that finished in the summer split, that 13-15 record.
Exactly. So let's run down all the changes. Completely retooled the lineup. So St. Vicious is gone. He is retired. He's become the coach for the team. He's helping them with the preparations. But I Will Dominate coming off a Dignitas roster from 2012, now playing for Curse here.
He's been in the house a while, so it works out for him. That's like they said, he melds with the team very well.
Exactly. He's been playing on Curse Academy for the better part of the year, so he's been around these guys, playing in the house with these guys, playing competitively in the Challenger scene for a while. Down to support, of course, Edward left, went to Gambit. They've picked up Z-Kent. Z-Kent's played on the Challenger scene for a while as well. No stranger to the NA scene. And as we heard in the interviews, a positive force in the team. Smiley right there, you can see him.
He's their turtle.
Yeah, he's the wild turtle of Curse. We're gonna. I don't really want to give him that nickname right away, but you know what? Screw it.
Just a smile.
Just a smile at the very least. So we'll go down and line up some more. Voyboy, still with the team, has moved to the mid lane now, and he's said that he's really liked the new change in role. A lot more room to play aggressively, be a big playmaker. And he's a lot of fun to watch as well. He's a really fun player. And then, of course, the new guy is going to be Quas in the top lane. Now, we did see him, if you watch the NA Regionals at PAX Prime. He was there playing on one of the Challenger teams. And he's interesting because, as a top laner, he has a very unique champion pool that most people don't play. Vayne, Swain, champions like this. And because Voy's a former top laner, these two can occasionally role swap as well. And we might see Quas go mid once in a while. Of course, the only remaining player there was Cop. He's still there. He's actually the longest standing member on Curse.
Running.
Yeah, exactly. And he's been very consistent. I think he's always been a good force for the team, a strong player overall, and that pretty much rounds out the lineup. Now, these guys as a group have done quite well. They went 18-4 in the North American Challenger League before they pulled their starting lineup out so they could hide other strategies, but they've done very, very well. Also, they've retooled how they practice, actually. So I talked to Liquid just before the games, and he said, instead of playing a scrim and looking at the scrim and saying, well, here's a mistake you made, here's a mistake you made, do these things differently, they'll play scrims, of course, but they'll watch other teams they respect and say, okay, here's how like SKTT1K approaches dragon fights. Let's watch 10 dragon fights from Faker's team and kind of learn their approach to dragon and say, okay, we can apply that going forward.
It is interesting because usually you practice it and you have to wait a whole game to practice it again. But repetitive, it's definitely going to help out a little bit more. And this Curse now tries to claim the last spot in the LCS, facing the Challenger team they handpicked themselves, Cognitive Gaming.
Exactly. So with Curse being the 6th place team out of the LCS, they got to pick between TWZ, wow, I'm blanking on the 8th place team, and Determined and Cog. There we go. Okay.
Yeah, Determined.
And they said, yeah, Cognitive feels the weakest. Now the thing about Cog, though, is they keep showing up when it counts. So they had a really, really rough NACL record, but just barely pulled it into playoffs at the very end.
Well, they were in a huge group as well.
Of course, yeah, they had a stacked group. It was hard for them. Like, I mean, NACL had a lot of really good teams in it, and COG was struggling in there, and yet pushed at the very end. Had I think a 3-2 record in the last season. Made playoffs. The group stage for the qualifier for this tournament here, they beat Walking Zed. They're the only team to beat Walking Zed actually in the group stage, and shows up and is like, oh my gosh, like they're picking up wins right in the nick of time, right when it counts. And as we saw yesterday, Walking Zed, pretty darn good team. So these guys are in good
5
company.
games on Coast yesterday. That's a team that was stage ready, stage veteran, and that's pretty damn good if you're able to hold out that long. It's your first time up there.
Exactly. So these guys, of course, they had played on stage. They did play at PAX Prime, trying to get a spot over at the NA Regional. And so some more things about the roster, though. They've picked up Chris, formerly from Velocity, into the top lane. He's been a strong force overall. He's got an interesting champion pool. Still plays top lane Elise. I think he's one of the very few top laners still playing that champion. But we've seen a couple of interesting things with lineups because of that. And honestly, they've got a good, solid nucleus of talent. Their mid laner Zamfira is another really interesting player. And the matchups I really like is Quas, Voyboy, and Zamfira, because they've all got really unique champion pools. He's run mid lane Sivir, he's run mid lane Lulu. He's been practicing a heck of a lot of AP Kog'Maw.
Yeah.
So I'm excited to see what
gives us a
actually
lot
comes
to
out.
watch.
Yeah.
It's going to be fun. So with a spot in the NALCS on the line, the clash of the Titans in the mid lane is vital as Curse tries to fight their way back into the league against the challenger, Cognitive.
Well, to beat Curse, it's going to be if we beat Voyboy and then Ziploc, our jungles dominate, then I think we'll have a good chance to win.
I think our mid lane is going to make or break our team. Zap will hopefully perform well and outplay Voyboy.
I gave up like the years of experience I have top, transition to mid, and at least in my opinion, I've been playing quite well.
Voyboy might play aggressive and make a mistake and overextend and die.
I think Cognitive is strong. They have their wild cards, especially their mid laner, Zamfira. He plays like weird champions.
I know if I work hard at it, I can pretty much pick up any champion. I think I'm very versatile as a player. It doesn't matter to me. I just want to win.
So coming into this one, it seems that both teams really factor in the ifs if it's going to happen, if we get that in mid and if they can shut down or have Voyboy and lead him into mistakes. So it leaves a lot to be decided.
It really does, and I think when you've got very unique champion pools, you tend to be a little bit more counterpick focused, because you look at the very standard fare teams who are, like the 3 top laners are going to play, the 3 mid laners are going to play. You're like, all right, this champion is safe against the standard band laners.
Right.
I can pick Gragas.
Take some comfort.
And we're good. Like, you're going to play Orianna, it's going to be a weak matchup, no big problem. When you're going to be like, well, do I really know the Lulu matchup? Probably not, then you start having to pay a lot more attention to what the individual matchups are. And that can actually really sway things. You can win a game in the early game by getting a good lane matchup.
All right, well, let's see what these matchups are going to be. Right now, we're going to check out the starting lineups. On the blue side, it is Curse. In the top lane is Quas. In the jungle, I will dominate. Voyboy moving into the mid lane, Cop at AD carry, and Zkent on support.
And on the red side, it is Cognitive Gaming with Chris in the top lane, Captain Ziploc in the jungle, Zamfira in mid, Nothing here on AD carry, and Zane King on support.
And that whole thing about Voyboy, something that the commentators even talked about when he moved into top lane going for Curse, was that can he hold the 2v1 aggression, which kind of fizzles out in the mid since you're in your 1v1. So everybody wants the aggressive mid laner. That's what the lane has been coined.
Yeah.
Maybe this is going to be the spot for him.
And that's actually been really huge overall. If you kind of talk about the strategic level of mid lane right now, is the roaming pressure is so important. Getting, Gragas and Zed used to be really, really popular. Still are to a certain extent, and it's because you drop the minions out, you go somewhere else, you create pressure elsewhere. And this was actually something that was very important just in the series we saw yesterday with Walking Zed versus Coast, is if Shifter or Bishu are unlocked to go help the team elsewhere and make plays. That's actually really important.
And when Voyboy came, when he even self-said from CLG to Curse, I can move around and play the champions I want on Curse. When I win my lane, I can roam, and that's capitalized even more now that he's in mid. So if he wins that lane, the roam will happen. And wow, very quickly, Zamfira played this back at PAX. He did play the Karthus, and they're going to take it away right away.
Sure, it's one of the more standard meta picks, I think. Sometimes the off-meta champions are for good reason. We'd seen, for example, the LeBlanc get out-pushed really heavily in TWZ versus Coast, and sometimes there's some reason there. But yeah, the AP Cog banned away, the Karthus banned away. Honestly, these are, I guess on one side, not very surprising bans because the team they're facing against. On the other side, Kassadin and Sivir, Curse are going to play a lot of the standard stuff, and those are strong champions.
Olaf being banned out, and Shyvana as well. Not a surprise to see Kassadin on the ban list. The one game he has been let through in the past 2 weeks, it was a surrender. So, no Kassadin.
Don't ban Kassadin once, shame on you. Don't ban Kassadin twice, shame on me. You're out of the World Championships. Third time, we'll pick it for ourselves. Cloud9 gets revenge.
It works. But the Mundo all the way through. This is going to be pretty big, and it means that we are going to have that extended game for him.
And this is interesting to me because Mundo hadn't been that hotly contested throughout the tournament so far this weekend.
Yeah, definitely less.
Exactly, but this is actually a really good one for Quas. And the interesting thing with him is he often runs some barrier Mundo. He's been trying it out just because you get low and then you barrier bait while you're regenerating through your ultimate, and that extra 2 seconds gives you a lot of extra buffer there. We'll see if he ends up running for it. He's also a sometimes jungler, but really Mundo's great because he becomes so difficult to deal with for the backline. Doublelift kept talking about backstage when he was on the analyst desk, how difficult it is for AD carries to deal with Mundo because you can't push him away, he keeps regenning, he will get on top of you, and he'll eventually burn you out.
Absolutely, gets right into the fight. Onto the side of Cognitive Gaming, we are seeing the Ziggs that pass through, found many bans in the last game of Cloud9 and Fnatic. Captain Ziploc looking to possibly ring in the support here. You may remember Captain Ziploc from Loudamortis and Ziploc in The Great Escape at PAX, where they kind of duked it out for a while and then ended up backing right next to each other.
So I like this champion setup so far from Cognitive. It's a lot of things that work together and make any kind of team comp you want. So if you want to go heavy team fighting, Leona's there to initiate for you. If you want to run a bunch of picks, which we actually saw work very well for Coast, and I believe their Game 3 win over Walking Zed, Leona's a big part of that as well. So being able to just engage. Also, you've got a really safe pick here with the Ziggs where you can guarantee a strong lane, guarantee a good mid to late game transition as well. And Zamfira's going to have a good time in this one.
Nothing out of the ordinary that we have been seeing. No Amumus, no Warwicks, no Fiddlesticks just yet.
No.
So we'll see what they do have. Lucian being picked up here. Cop, one of the more, as even Steve said, watching him go through his career, Liquid said, that he has changed his playstyle because he did get criticized quite a bit from the community. You're too lax in your playstyle. You don't aggress enough or take that definitive push in the fight when you need to.
And I thought he really changed that around really well during the summer split. We saw kind of a brand new cop in the middle of last year, started playing a bunch of Draven. Rumor has it he's still got that in his back pocket, actually. A lot of AD carries been playing him again. But I like the Lucian pick here. It's an aggressive champion, right? It's going to fit into, I think, his new play style. Dominic called him smart, not passive, not reckless. And honestly, with the Lucian plus Annie lane together, they've got a lot of aggression there, a lot of ability to make plays. Right, Mundo in the front line as well. This is a strong duo lane that's going to hold up to anything Cog throws at him.
And overall, if this Elise is locked in here, these are some very just high priority power picks coming out of this weekend for both teams. Already an explosive game shown by these champions. And we see the Elise being banned out last game because of that early game pressure, how much she can provide for the lanes and that gap closing. But they're still going to decide on the vibe. Very interesting. Leave that up.
Okay, so Cog right now have a team that's pretty focused on Nothing Here. Now, Nothing Here doesn't get a lot of the praise on Cognitive. He's one of the more overlooked members there. But when you've got a high damage late game carry like Jinx, you can set her up to carry a game for you. And you've got hardcore engage from Leona, hardcore engage from Vi, and the follow-up from Ziggs, and the follow-up from Jinx herself. She's going to get those passive resets and start taking over a game. And right now, that's what Cog's comp is looking to do. So Curse needs to be a little bit careful to make sure they're not going to get picked out in open field here.
Final picks coming out into the game. We heard Cognitive coming into this champion select saying, we have really nothing to lose here. We have everything to gain. And that's one of the things that makes it the scariest. I was talking to Quickshot about some of the European players, and when NIP was playing, after the games, they said those were some of the most stressful games in the world because I've never had that much to lose.
I imagine. Like, I haven't actually ever fought on that kind of a stage. Like, I've played, like, tournament games where there's not a lot there and it's, like, a little bit shaky, but, like, it's just got to be mind-racking to play on this level. I can't believe it. So Curse, of course, the rest of their lineup coming through, and it is going to be Jungle Mundo. Okay, so this is a cool lineup. I'm trying to look at it here. They've got an interesting mix of different objectives here. So they've got a lot of early to mid-game pressure. Renekton's got an early power spike. Mundo does pretty well out of the jungle mid-game as well. And honestly, you can start putting a lot of pressure in as soon as Trinity Force is done as Lucian, Annie's ready to initiate. Pretty much at level 2, if you want to like flash W someone, you're fine to do that. And even if that all fails, they have this fallback pattern of the Needly poke and the Needly sustain. So it's more of a well-rounded lineup than a single-purpose Curse lineup.
Some power, more power coming out with the Riven pick that has been banned through previous games, usually for the mid though. Now we're going to probably see this in the top lane.
Yeah.
So both teams locking these in. Huge lane pressure coming out of Cognitive here. Boy is really just going to be throwing spears. It's the lane pressure from Cog. That's what I'm looking at.
Oh yeah, so Zamfiro's going to have a much easier time in lane compared to Voy. Even when you get Cougar form and get some wave clear, you still have to be aware of bombs, so that mid lane matchup is rough. But I have to also commend Cog for waiting so long in their top lane pick. You notice that Curse waited to grab Renekton until the very end. They wanted it to look like Mundo was the top laner, even though it's actually Dominate's jungler here. And Cog waited to pick their top lane matchup to say, we know it's Renekton, okay, Riven, Chris, go win your matchup here.
We'll see if he can do that. Chris actually just coming in, I believe on December 2nd for iDream. He's going to be taking that spot over, so he is still melding with the team. We'll see if, you know, Riven's kind of that solo player to win your own lane and then get with the team. We'll see if that's what he capitalizes on. As the teams load onto the Rift for our final promotion tournament matchup, let's check out who you think will win. According to LOLesports.com, 84% of you expect Curse to regain their slot in the LCS, and 16% of you think Cognitive will pull off an upset.
So it's definitely not a surprising number to see from the fan vote. Right. I think the series itself will be a little bit closer than that. I think there's a little bit of like fan bias there as well as
of course,
which is right standard, of course. But I don't know. The fans have done a pretty good job of predicting games, even throughout the World Championship. So I got to give you guys some credit. You tend to be pretty good at this.
So looking at these compositions, Lucian, Annie, Jinx, Leona, we're going to see a lane swap for these guys.
It's going to be interesting to see because whenever you have a Leona lane, the most important thing is who is level 2 first, because she doesn't do freaking anything until level 2.
Just wait.
Right, and you're just kind of sad. Annie's going to have her stun already, and it has 625 range, which is 500 more than Leona has. A little bit of hard matchup to win if you're Leona in that case. And just in general, a lot of it's going to be these teams setting their dual lane up for success. If it is a 2v2, that's the important thing. Lane swaps I'm trying to think about in general. Honestly, I feel like it's a bit easier to keep a Riven down than keep a Renekton down.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the final NALCS Spring Promotion Tournament has now set into motion, and we will find out who is your final member of the North American LCS between Curse and Cognitive Gaming here. Best of 5 series, and we are in Game 1.
Okay, so here we go. Looking at the opening buys, 10 ward trinkets, so a lot of vision required for these guys. No one's looking to sneak in an early gank by grabbing like an early sweeping lens and saying, okay, well, I'll sweep your wards out, and then I'll set things up. The other interesting thing is that Zekent opened Doran's shield. He's actually looking to be in a lane with a lot of fighting. That's actually Curse looking for the 2v2, because Cog is going to have much less combat stats here, which will be an interesting thing to watch for.
Trinkets on the wards all the way around. Looks like we have pretty much the same start besides the Doran's Ring on the side of Zamfira. Curse feeling out the map right now, and it doesn't look like Cognitive wants anything but really to set up a defensive line of scrimmage. Curse is getting what they want out of it. If they're not placing the wards, then they're just looking for the kills.
Yeah, both teams doing a good job of checking brushes with long-range skill shots. Dominate actually starting Cleaver is a little bit slower for your first couple of jungle camps. Burning Agony would probably increase your damage just a little bit while you clear your first stuff. So he is going to need somewhat of a pull. He's going to need some help from somebody, which means if he gets a pull from his duo lane, he either has to burn Smite or his duo lane gets behind, unless they're in a 2v1. That's something that has to be on Curse's mind right here, so that they don't lose an early lane matchup getting jumped on by a Leona when they're not high enough level.
We have Zekent on your screen there talking with QC. Zekent actually kind of as known as one of the players that really can have chemistry with anybody, and that's very hard. Some things always look good on paper, but when you put it on the field, it doesn't play the same, and he has actually had very good results with whatever AD carry he's been put with, which is great.
He's doing a good job being very adaptable. The other support I think of that's kind of like that is like Lemonation, who right, we keep talking about him like training up supports,
he fuels
making them
the
all
AD
good.
carries. Just makes them better.
Yeah, I mean, Zekent I think is good fuel. And of course, you got to consider Cop the same way. He's played with, what, 4 different supports over the last, like, 7 months?
Yeah.
Right?
That's
like,
true.
That's a pretty quick turn rate, and yet he's still putting out good performances, still having a strong lane presence in general. And actually, again, talking with both Voy and Doublelift backstage, when we had Voy for the interviews, Doublelift was like, he personally doesn't really respect the Cop Zekent lane because for some reason Double tends to be Cop's kryptonite. But everyone else says Cop's really, really good and tends to do very well in lanes. So outside of having to fight CLG, Curse's duo lane does really well.
Sometimes you can always pose a threat as a thorn in someone's side, and you just they don't know why you can get around them. We saw it last year, kind of like Coast Dignitas, or a few of the even team matchups all together had that issue.
Absolutely.
We'll see if it really plays true if Cog gets in the, or rather Curse gets in the LCS, if that double lift mid lane matches up. So starting in the jungle now, we are back into the matchup of our first game. And it looks like it's going to be that easy red start for both. Not too much is going to happen after that invade. Really no wards were placed on any offensive side. They're all defensive wards.
Yeah, all the early jungle invades happened at about a minute to a minute 10 seconds in, so the trinkets haven't even been unlocked yet. So instead, these guys kind of pulled back a little bit, put their wards to watch for jungle invades. So no invades will be successful. They'll be spotted out and get collapsed on really easily. Just a fun of things that happen. So Dominate did in fact smite his own buff. He's pulling down Quas because he's going to take some damage doing this. And besides, it is actually a 2v1 matchup overall. Yeah. To me, that's Cog seeing the Doran Shield Annie and saying, you know what? Let's just get the gold generation from the coin. Let's deal with this whatever. Dodge Lucian for now. That's going to let this game kind of transition a little bit later into the game before crazy fights start happening.
So we'll see how they play these, if they try to go fast for the turret or fast for the aggression on Quas's health bar. And it looks like a little bit of both. They're getting their cake and eating it too. Slowly on 3 minutes, and it looks like they will actually pull Dominate towards the top lane here. But Quas says, it's fine, do your thing.
Yeah, Quas actually is not really getting punished for his 2v1 is the thing. He's sitting there, able to last hit decently, already has 6 minions. The first wave already got pushed into the turret. So the push pressure is so much lower now. Compare this to Curse. They've got a giant minion wave. Every caster minion's alive. They've got an almost full health cannon minion. And they're going to be some almost level 3 champions hitting it together. This is going to be a lot of pressure on the structure here.
And that's something we got to pay attention to. Curse understanding the 2v1 lane, pushing it a lot slower, and not feeding Chris the CS. His Quas is just eating it up because his lane was pushed so fast.
Exactly. This is going to slow down Chris quite a lot. Riven doesn't do a heck of a lot without items. When this turret eventually does go down, I want to see how Chris reacts and gets himself back into the game, because I don't imagine it being very good. However, because of Ziploc coming in, it's going to be really rough.
Whoa! Cobb getting a little too aggressive there. Barrier's on. He flashes the flash. And Zekent's going to have that as well. The red buff may take one more time, but I don't think Ziploc is going to get that Vault Breaker up. They will go for a little bit of damage, but it won't be enough to follow up for first blood.
But that was a success there for Cognitive Gaming. Burning Summoners or not, this removes so much of the pressure. Curse has to recall back. Chris has a free lane to farm up and catch up in levels. And suddenly, you know, as much as we were like, oh my gosh, Quash has 16 CS, he's going to be so fine, it's fine now for Chris.
Oh, nothing here. Now taking a bit of damage. Burning Agony very, very hard on the damage, but he could not get the cleaver off. A little over the shoulder of Zane King there, pie to the face.
So now I'm curious to see if Nothing here has to recall as well. Looks like he's going to just, yeah, with Quas still having Flash and Ignite available, there's too much all-in potential. He's got to go back.
So Cop and Zcant kind of playing lax in the bottom lane. Didn't expect Ziploc to go hard, and they are not going to let Cognitive do that again. They know they will go on the aggression very fast. We're coming up onto 5 minutes. Everybody's got enough to kill each other in lane just about right now. But we got Bax in the top lane. Quaz doing very well for himself, 26 to 6 CS.
Yeah, it's very, very impressive. In fact, Chris took his time. When he got the lane push, he took the time to go back and buy a new item. So he's actually matched with Cop so far. They both have double Dorans there in their lane, so he'll be actually a bit better off than he was before with this new Doran shield in surviving this lane matchup.
And here's that Quaz unpredictability. The pickaxe for a first buy on his back. He is going for straight aggression. The man says when he started playing, he liked to look at Flame. Learned off of that, but he never stays on one thing. Keeps adapting and innovating to his own playstyle.
Yeah, that's the funny thing is the Koreans don't play Tiamat or Hydra top lane. They all go full tank. And Quas says, no, I'm a playmaker. I'm one of the best top laners in North America. Now, he doesn't compare himself to other people, but critics all say he's arguably the best top laner in North America. Yeah. So you give him a champion like Renekton and give him a Tiamat, he's going to start killing some people.
It's weird, right? Because he played for New World Eclipse back at PAX in the Challenger promotion, and nobody really grabbed the name, but now he's pretty much eyes watch on this game for Curse, so we'll see what he can do. We're only 6 minutes in, and he's already caught our eye with the buys. We'll see if he can do more. Chalice is in middle here. Voyboy is trying to stay alive, but so is Zamfira. They're just going to match up and pretty much not kill each other. That's a skill matchup right there.
Yeah, it's going to be Voyboy surviving almost for sure.
Yeah.
When Vi gets ulti, there's a chance Nid could go down, but honestly, Barrier Needly, Doran shield opener, Chalice already, it's very unlikely. But Zamfira's just going to have more pressure on the lane. You can see when Void goes into Cougar form, he can get harassed whenever he tries to last hit in melee range. Zamfira can keep the pressure on, can either go for turret damage and pull in Ziploc, or can roam to another lane and force a gank with Ziploc.
See how the pressure's going in these side lanes still. It looks like Cog has somewhat slowed down the pressure, not allowing Quaz to get as much as he did before. They're playing it a little bit more correct here. And the bottom lane is still down 18 CS, but we just saw Chris and Ziploc do a bit of damage for themselves. Quaz taking a good amount of damage, dominate on the backside to read the aggression. Ooh. I don't think Zane King wanted that to connect. It's going to be big damage. The flash is down. The first blood comes in, and it's for Quaz.
Really well played by Curse. Not what Zane King wanted to do afterwards. He's like, I didn't mean it. Damn it, that hit. That's one of the times you don't want to hit a skill shot. You wish it was just for style points here. This is going to be the all-in on Zcant.
They're going real hard. Chris actually just used his gap closer, so they got a little bit of weight before they catch up to Zcant. And the exhaust is still used there, so very well played. Cop tries to get a few more damage in.
So that's an ultimate for a summoner spell. I actually got to say I like that trade in the near future better for Curse. But in the long run, once the ulti comes back up, that Assault and Battery, then of course the cooldowns don't match up. But a no-ult Vi is so much pressure off of Voyboy.
Wow, dominate pretty much everywhere on the map. That bottom pressure from Ziploc negated twice now. They are blowing summoners, but they're still not getting anything out of it. Got Zamfira winning in mid, so there's not much pressure Ziploc needs to be giving there. So maybe they can keep doing this. Maybe they'll have to switch it up soon.
Yeah, so right here for Cog, I feel like the problem is they're hamstring because Riven can't do anything right now, and they kind of need her to power up to be useful. If that ever became a 1v1 matchup, Tiamat Renekton versus Doran's Blade Riven, that is like the easiest matchup you've ever had in top lane. There's no way you're going to win that one. So Cog needs some time. The unfortunate thing, though, is Curse is kind of waiting to power up. The laning phase is almost kind of their weak point, where, no, Boy's not going to have an easy lane. You know, you've got to deal with the Jinx pushing regardless. So the map's going to kind of unlock more in the near future.
Looks like they're going to get the first turret out of this one and be able to move that 2v1 lane around. Dominate throwing down the ultimate. It's going to get Flame Chomper. Oh, he's going to take the long way around. Actually, whoa, Quaz diving over the Chompers right after they go down, I should say. And Zane King locks it up. You can see Dominate giving the yell.
Yeah, that's a really good choice there by Dominate and Quaz to return to that lane over and over again, because the flash being down from Zane King and plus being dead, not getting experience, means he's going to be underperforming for a long time. You can keep picking on that champion.
Well, if Ziploc, once again, just backing from bottom lane, he keeps presenting himself down there. Dominate's going to keep going to the lane where they're getting their kills from.
Exactly. It's going to snowball Quas, and that's a wonderful thing to do when you're cursed. It's a team that's actually very solo lane focused. Cop and Z can't hold their own. They're actually quite good. But in terms of playmakers, it's Quas and Void. That's where Dominate's going to want to spend most of his time. We'll see that, I think, more throughout this game and this series.
Quas holding it down in the top lane. This is exactly what they wanted to do for him. Get him going very early. And we are going to see this matchup. And Chris probably won't want to go too hard. He actually tries to match damage before he tries to mitigate anything that Quas is putting out here.
Well, yeah, as Riven, you've really just got to buy offense to get defense. I almost never see, like, Sunfire Riven. And I know, actually, as of the new season, Spirit Visage as a second or third item started becoming popular for Riven.
Yeah.
But it still never showed up until the core of, like, Bloodthirster or Hydra plus a Brutalizer or Last Whisper got completed. So Chris has got to catch up to get enough damage to be useful, and then he can worry about not getting two-shot by people.
Looks like they're sending 3 towards that bottom lane. Gonna see Dominate dip into the jungle real fast, but possibly go back after nothing here in Zane King in the bottom lane. This would be the first time, and it might surprise him enough, but it looks like Cog has something on their mind as well.
Yeah, Dragon starts becoming really important here. You're seeing, I think, better pink ward control right now from Curse, but you're seeing Cog spend a lot more time down here. With Captain Ziploc having his ulti back available, he's going to maybe look to force a gank in the bottom lane, use a kill to build map pressure, and turn that into Dragon.
Slowly creeping in from the wing. Not a lot of wards coming in. This is also read by Ziploc, but actually this is Ziploc again to the bottom lane. I should say this is read by Dominate. He goes in first, and it looks like they are not going to be ready to go in. They kind of just hold off.
Yeah, so for now they're going to kind of trade back and forth, but the one advantage is that Cog can outpush the mid lane. So Zamfira can get down there before Boy, and then can make a 4v3 or 4v2 now that Dominate's leaving the map. This is a good chance for Cog here. Zamfira, he's going to recall instead, but they still have the chance for a kill.
The 2v1, got to mention it, playing out hugely in favor. 79 to 49 for Curse. They are up in this. They may be losing a bit of... Actually, they've even CS in the lanes. They were losing in ADC and on the mid lane, but they're getting everything back.
So this lane is just fine right now. It looks like with Cog, they're trying to bait out the Mundo gank by pushing in a little bit and saying, hey, are you here? Are you here?
Yeah.
Leaving Captain Ziploc around, but Dominate said, you know what, screw it, nothing to do at all. No gank force, of course, Trinket wards were already in that other brush, meaning that there's no way Cog could sneak it in. So a lot of wasted time for Ziploc, whereas although Dominate took another 3 jungle camps that whole time. So you're going to start to see a much more impressive jungler on one side.
He's going back to the top lane, trying to get Quas more kills, and we're going to have a roam from the jungler, or mids, I should say, on both sides. This turret looks to be going down, and it's not really much of a roam from Voyboy. He still has vision on Zamfira. He's just going to go for the Wraith. So they get more gold in their favor, 16,000 to 15,000 now. It's almost 17. But 2-0 in kills. Looks like Cog is almost fighting over resources here. They both wanted those golems.
Yeah, so Cog feels a little bit more confused right here. They've not made any plays in a while. They had one sort of lame attempt to get a gank down in the bottom lane, whereas Curse are clearly showing the signs of what they want to do. They're looking for a more late game matchup. Boy has taken Wraiths many times in a row right here. Dominate's just kind of sitting there with Quas saying, okay, the two of us are going to make plays, push turrets, take up kills. Everyone else can tread water, but at some point, Quas gets too big, Voy holds up skills to the late game, and now we can start making things happen.
They aren't powerful enough. They do have the Mega Inferno Bomb, which is great for the AoE objective of going for Dragon, but Curse with very good damage taking that one down. Level 9 Quas and a level 8 Dominate to be the front line right now. There goes the calling on the backside. Quas in the bush. Who is going to reinitiate this fight? It's Ziploc to the back line, but the team is not there to follow, and they are going to pursue him. Nothing here going, getting excited, trying to get back to him. Can he get that W? The snap down, no! Cop picks it up with the passive. And it looks like they're able to come out. Chris does have those broken wings on. Wind Slash coming out. Doesn't get the kill execution, though. Chris goes down immediately. Double kill coming in for Cop as he puts himself back in the fight. That's the aggression that Curse was looking for. It could be turned around, though. A very nice satchel charge to pick up the kill, and it's a double kill for Zamfira on the roam.
That was a very hectic fight right there, Riv. The pack line got completely spread out, and now it's Cog with the map control. The problem is Dragon was already taken. So watch what Quas does here, because he's completely separated from the rest of his team. He ults in and then dives by himself and just can't kill nothing here, so he becomes useless. Ziploc actually almost gets out, which is incredibly impressive, but what I like is that the rest of the lineup for Cog is just healthier. It's a good call to go back in. The flash stun sets up the entire fight right here, and then Cog just knows they can take it. And we talked about this team being built to set up nothing here's Jinx. These kills do not happen for any champion other than Jinx. The flash satchel just to set up another kill. That's the kind of stuff you do, and nothing here is going to be really scary late game.
So those kills nicely spread out. That way they were down quite a bit in kills. They now bring the goal just to 1,000 in itself. 4-4 on those, and they find the turret, or each team finds a turret or has. Looking at that scoreboard once again, the Hydra being finished up now by Quas, and it looks like Riven instantly going for her own Hydra.
Yeah, so he's finally catching up there. The damage difference between a Hydra and a Tiamat is not that far off. Of course, yes, Quas is ahead. He's got levels. He's got gold. Like, Quas is still going to win this matchup, but it got a lot closer this time around. So Chris is going to start having a much better time in this game and can start making a few more plays by himself. The difficulty, though, is that Curse is sort of like, hey, let's go get to late game. Started getting picked apart there because nothing here is going to start being really scary. He's a little bit behind in Bloodthirster, but he got that kill and a couple of assists in a team fight.
Yep.
So you suddenly have to start worrying about Jinx and saying, can we get rid of him in a team fight?
And we see in the mid lane that ward just back by Zamfira, making sure he doesn't roam too far. That way that Voidboy can let everybody know if a Mega Inferno Bomb is coming. And that whole mid is warded in somewhat of a trifecta, and then their other ward for Pink Ward and Dragon.
Yeah, I'm really impressed by COG's ability to put ward coverage down. A lot of that happened because of the team fight they won. They got the map control. They basically run whatever they wanted. No, they wouldn't get ganked while putting stuff down. But what I like more is the Curse's use of pink wards. Not to reveal wards, but to put them in places that are not likely to get swept, so they'll last forever.
Oh, he makes it over the wall. Very nice shield on the E. Zip block. Oh, he comes out on Dominate. Dominate, you can hear him yelling. He's saying, this is not what I wanted. Chris takes down Dominate. As Quaz is still going for the fight. May he have enough to take down Zipblock, but no, it is going to be everybody else on the backside. Voidboy is riding the back of Zamfira into this fight, coming out of nowhere, and it looks like they are both, or he himself, is going to have to turn away as both Chris and Zamfira try to grab the kill.
And Void's going to be safe. 2-for-1 fight overall, and if there's one fault in I Will Dominate, it's that his name really speaks to his personality. He really loves diving in for fights. I think his #1 call in game is dive, 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 or go, go, go. And at a certain extent, you can kind of use that to your advantage. Chris knew he was going to get jumped on. Ziploc sat there in the brush and waited for him to show up so that he could make sure they got that 2-on-1 kill really quickly.
Cop with the quick feed. Able to get out of a few ultimates there. Brings them a little bit of safety in the bottom lane, but they still have to put their hard hats on here against the Leona Jinx. Voidboy not getting any roam out of this lane, but he's also stopping Vampira in the same thing. So it's working out for both of them, I should say. They're both farming very well, and they're getting the items that they need.
I like how Void's approached the matchup better, though. He started his lane behind in minions just due to the matchup. It's like, yeah, Ziggs is going to outpush Needly pre-6, but Void spent so much time going back to Wraiths. Hey, look, see? He got back to Wraiths again. And honestly, he's never really missing any minion kills. He gets back to lane before the wave hits his turret, and he just easily last hits all of that. So Void's not getting pressured out of lane, has the mana to keep sustaining himself, can even stop a Zamfira back right here, and just get more gold and more gold and more gold. He'll never get to roam, but he can scale.
Zamfira also has to play that ward roam game. They put him out. Draw. Where's your ward? Looks like Voidboy's going to try to crush this into the turret and do a little bit of his own. Riven pressuring the top lane. Zamfira coming back with Ziploc here, and maybe they'll do something, but Quaz and Dominate coming out of the woodwork to help out with Voidboy. They're going to get some good damage onto the turret and prep that up for a little bit of takedown later.
I really like that call by Curse because every sign they saw showed Zamfira backing right there. He was actually in Fog of War at the end right there. And you pull the rotation down to pressure mid-turret when the mid laner is gone, that's a guaranteed turret. Zamfira staying is what saved that because you could just wave clear it quickly, but really good intuitive call by Curse to try to put the map pressure down. They don't lose much pressure top by doing that. Of course, Chris pushed as fast as he could, but still, outer turret was already dead. Boss came back pretty much in time.
Dominate picking up Wraiths, itemizing, if it were to be the word, towards those Ninja Tabis, seeing quite a bit of AD actually coming out of a COG that we haven't talked about yet. They're really relying on just huge AP front-end burst of Ziggs for all that damage, which is perfectly fine.
And that's absolutely fine, of course. Now, the popular build for most of the tank champions is really armor heavy regardless. I wouldn't be surprised if this goes late game to see Randuin's Omen and Thornmail done on Quas by the end of this. But certainly, yeah, it's interesting just because Chris honestly is known, I think, more for his AD-centric champions. His Riven is very, very scary, and so if COG can just get one good team fight where they explode, they will just destroy everybody.
Those, I think it's safe to say the Dragon will be there is quite a bit. Quaz taking some good shots on the backside. The team doesn't want to help him just yet. A good flash pulls Ziploc all the way into the fight, but was that enough? It looks like they're still going down in this one, and Cognitive really takes the positioning.
And I gotta say, Cog, even though they focused down the tank right there in that matchup, it's actually not even a true tank, because Quas hasn't gone for heavy defensive items yet. He's still in the middle of finishing a Randuin's Omen, and Cog is just really bursty. And yes, you actually can burst the tank if all 5 of you go for it. And I know before we talked about a matchup where we had, I believe it was Gambit versus XDG, where they dived really hard for Annie and then just got eviscerated by Warwick Riven. Not the case here. They're killing those frontliners who would be diving, so there's no option for Curse to counter-engage that.
Mid turret has been a huge turret dropped in these tournaments, and in any tournament as it goes. The 3.14 patch, though, just opens up your jungler. Having these double bruiser compositions means they're always going to be in it, but it's not the steal for Chris this time. Dominate getting over there to grab it up.
Yeah, just about 4 seconds too early right there. Almost got away with it, but of course had the broken wings ready, so that was at least well-timed at the very end. So blue buff still denied from Voyboy, so I think Chris can still be happy that he made this happen, forced Dominate to smite. But Cog has started to look a lot better now in the recent past. They've got more champion kills, more turret kills. The only thing keeping Curse in this game right now is their really good dragon control. That aside, Cog are looking great this match.
So what is Curse looking forward to fight? If they were winning laning phase so much, what's stopping them now from continuously going in or kind of pulling Dragon to be a fight and not taking it so fast?
Well, what's problematic for them is that their lineup doesn't synergize very well. It's a lot of things that are good. Like Dominate and Quas can run to the back line and be really freaking hard to deal with. Cog doesn't have dedicated peel. Right? They just, that's not what their team really does. Their team goes in. Now at the same time, Voyboy is like, he doesn't really go in. He sits there and pokes and sits in the back line and like kind of helps Cop and Zekent do stuff. So you've got two sort of conflicting goals with how these champions work, where it's like Voy and Cop are on their own. Zekent helps Dominate and Quas go in, and then if Curse can micromanage those fights well, then they're good. But there's no single like thing that Curse will do properly to win this match.
And it looks like they haven't given up on the bottom lane. Quas hovering around a ward that just died next to him. And you will see that Zane King and Nothing here are going to play it a little differently with that vision. Almost up to that Triforce on Cop. And we do have, as we said, the Randuins after the Hydra onto Quas, something they're looking for to keep these fights going, because it seems like he's plateaued out there for a little bit.
Yeah, eventually Quas will get to the point where he's not going to get one-shot by these guys. I just imagine that eventually happens because you really can be a giant tank, but Voy's in trouble.
Oh, flash, and then he gets the W stun. Can he keep it going? Looks like he won't get the wind slash to get the kill. They do show that they are aggressive and want blood.
Yeah, that flash was mandatory there by Voyboy. If he took the Mega Inferno Bomb, he would have been low enough for Wind Slash to execute him. Does deal more damage when you're lower, so pretty important thing to do right there, but still, it's a flash burn for, I guess it's flash for flash, sure, but it creates, again, more pressure. Dominate has to soak up these minions here in mid, so it's power denied from Voy, which is important.
And it's different to see Quas is playing definitely more of a team Renekton more than a split push Renekton. Chris is kind of being pulled out of lane for that reason as well, and top lane has almost been empty this kind of entire game.
Yeah, because of the builds of these two champions, they're half squishy. They're building durability later in their item builds. They don't get to be those guys where they run up to the top lane, hit a second tier turret, and be like, oh, their team's coming, and like walk away like nothing's ever happening. Those two top lane champions can be killed rather quickly by the other lineup, so they have to give a lot more respect to the other champions, play a little bit less aggressively, and play more on their side of the map.
Dominate. You got to use your ult to ward sometimes. Feels good.
No big deal. Try to run down Riven, but style points either way.
So we see him finally getting up to a Sunfire Cape. That'll be nicely stacked with Burning Agony on some AoE damage as he runs into the fight aimlessly. Triforce. Let's see how much gold you have, Cop. Cop is sitting on about 1,200 gold right now, so not too bad. He will have that quite soon for himself. Yep, once he goes back.
All right, now, of course, being forced to sweep these away, and Zane King does sweep out the wards as well. A lot of actually ward sweeping going on, so both these teams looking to switch their area of focus. Both these top laners have been playing so gun-shy that they're not finding ganks there anymore. So like, okay, well, how about the duo lane then? We've got flash terrors from Annie, we've got the ult from Zane King on Leona. It's pretty easy to pick someone up with that hard CC into a jungle gank.
I'm very surprised to see that the wards, maybe it's just the times that they've died and people haven't been in the positions to plant them again. There's still a lot up for Cog, but they're slowing down now for Curse. Maybe they feel like they have the vision they need for where they're pressed back in the turrets they don't have, but it's slowing down a bit.
It is. Now, they reinvested in green wards finally.
Yeah,
So they've
yeah.
got some of the inventories here. They're going to put them back down. Also, what I really like, again, is that Curse uses a lot of pink wards. You only get one per person. They cost only a little bit more than green wards, but they last forever if they don't get spotted. So it's I think, a really powerful way of warding, and it guarantees you get a good amount of map control. Those had gotten swept out a little while ago.
You can see Dominate. He knows that there is damage on the side of Captain Ziploc and Team Cog, so throwing down that ultimate just from a Vault Breaker into the fight. They are playing it safe rather than taking it dangerous. Cop still farming this bottom lane, 234 to 222, which that CS has actually been quite even all game, only because Jinx just left lane hasn't gone a discrepancy.
Yeah, and now Cog, you can see them actually grouping towards the bottom side of the map right there. They realize that Dragon is what's been keeping them behind in this game. Again, the only reason Curse has a gold lead. And Cog, I think, has a better team fighting team, all things considered. They can engage through the Needly. They've got more team synergy overall and better, I think, team fight cleanup as well with Static Shiv Bloodthirster on Jinx. So Cog looking for the 5v5 and saying, come fight us, we'll probably win the battle.
So looking for their first Dragon of the game. Looks like they'll be getting pushed off of this one. So Curse able to take the Dragons very fast. Cog does not want to attempt this with Curse on their heels. So they're just going to wait it out. Zcant has the stun up. He has the flash up. Could be big.
Well, Curse is better positioning because that bottom lane turret is so easy to pick up there with just Cop solo pushing it. These guys can delay Dragon with javelins plus cleavers while Cop takes basically a free turret because Cog aren't just saying screw it, go for it. They're letting themselves get picked, do nothing, and lose a turret.
All the poke coming in from the side of Curse, and it's not going to be sustained for too long. There is no heals coming in for the side of Cognitive Gaming, and they're forced to just back it out because they know they're going to get poked and outdanced.
Yeah, I think Cog really could have just gone for it hardcore. They saw Cop bottom lane. He was 10 to 15 seconds away from joining the fight, and if they just hard engage,
They want more.
might have worked. Yeah, and sure, now that the turret's dead, there's less pressure that Cop can put on for the split push, and Curse just kind of say, they're going around the wrong way. Yeah, they got it.
Very nice job. They just wanted to get that lane pressure in the mid lane from the minions. Not that it even went that far, but it was enough to really deter Curse enough, make them think they weren't doing it. And the entry of Cog again threw Curse off, and they had the same positioning. A little bit of mind game there.
Yeah, it was a good play by Cog there. It's one of the best ways to create pressure. Actually, speaking of that, look at the top lane right here. Gigantic minion waves force champion rotations because they, at a certain point, will spell turret damage or a turret kill, force people to respond to it. Yeah, just the wave, they're going to be okay now, but you can force rotations by getting good minion manipulation, and that can force lopsided fights.
Whoa, the culling goes down. This is going to be a turret and maybe a little bit more. Really great job to deter the turret going down because they probably would have executed after that.
Absolutely. If these guys stuck around with low health bars, it's pretty good abilities to still go in. Zcant still has all his summoners, still has Timbers available as well, plus boots of mobility. So if Andy wants to catch you, she's going to be able to do that. And Cog respecting that, doing a good job with that one. But now it's sort of Curse who says, you know what? They've kind of unlocked what they want their team comp to do. With Death Cap done on Voyboy, he's got enough poke to really be a threat to the back line, or even to the front line, just hit Ziploc and Chris in the face. But Curse can play a siege game and say, we're going to throw javelins and cleavers at you, and you'll have to give up turrets slowly but surely.
Looking to see, once again, at the scoreboards. It's interesting to look at, as we have the bruiser meta, the fact that Quaz and Dominator kind of playing the health bruisers, and you kind of have the damage bruisers on the side of Ziploc and Chris with Riven and Vi. So they're going to have to really get that, actually getting a little defense for themselves now, which is good. Like you said, Riven probably seconding that Spirit Visage item.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense, honestly. He's fighting 3 magic damage dealers, largely magic damage dealers, with Nidalee, Annie, and Dr. Mundo in there being pretty scary. But overall, it's going to help Chris really be a lot more mobile and split pushy as well. It's going to give him the chance to get across the map a bit faster, get rid of the waves, and create some of that pressure that his team really kind of needs.
That Triforce was finished quite a while ago, along with the Static Shiv, but noting the 2 items on our 80 carries now, that pressure is going to come from the Static Shiv quite a bit, but the wave clear is already decently up there for Curse. The poke is really what they're looking for.
Yeah, right now the key players in team fights are Chris and Voyboy. Those are the 2 guys who are probably going to have, well, actually with Zamfir getting a Void Staff, he's huge in this one as well. But the 80 carries are at sort of their like low to mid tier level right now. 2 to 3 items completed. Cop definitely more powerful right now. This is going to put out a lot of damage with the Spell Burst overall. But in the near future, Nothing Here is going to start scaling a lot harder. When Infinity Edge is done, Nothing Here becomes the primary factor of the game for both teams in protecting him and as well as getting rid of him on Curse's side. Right now, though, it's going to be mid laners and top laners doing a lot.
Dominate with some damage. He's able to get out of this one, but at the force, all Looks like he's able to back out. Everybody just throwing it back and forth. Both teams have a good amount of kind of poke or retaliation that they can give. Ooh, very nice dodge by Zamfir. That would have been a full damage spear.
Absolutely, but the Initiation's going to come in. They're looking for the fight.
Solar Flare is deep down, and it doesn't look like it's going to be enough to connect. Ziploc gets very caught up. Inferno Bomb hits, but it's the outside, and everybody's enough to get out. Quaz goes down to the wind slash as it comes around, and it looks like everybody disperses with the 2 kills to 1 coming in.
A really hectic fight. Honestly, a bit of an over-engage here by Cog. They can play a little bit more with the Ziggs bombs, and it would have worked a bit better for these guys, but whatever, they're sticking around. And honestly, just because they did so much AoE damage due to Ziggs and Riven, it's actually Cog who lost more members but have the map control because they're just healthier.
Their positioning is ridiculous. They're lanes that need to be alive and do damage and get experience. Everybody needs experience, but it's Ziploc and Zane King that are dying. They're initiators, the ones that should be dying. Everybody else that needs damage and experience has been alive and up, except for the 1 kill on Chris. So they've been positioning super well in these fights.
Yeah, and it's only going to get better for these guys. Zane King's already started building durability. Now, we had the Giants belt in that last fight, but he's going to keep going up in durability here. He doesn't have much else to buy except for actual stats here. So at a certain point, especially with someone like Needly who doesn't kill tanks for a living, Zane King and Captain Ziploc are going to be that really incredibly hard to deal with front line that unlocks a lot of team fighting for these guys.
So the kills now going in favor of Cog. They know they have a bit of these fights in their favor, but the scaling is still yet to fully happen on the side of Curse. Their champions still going quite into the late game and may negate the damage that Riven, even Vi is going to start, or Vi even Riven is going to start bringing out.
Yeah, for sure. And honestly, Quas is going to basically turn into full tank mode pretty soon. The armor scaling per level, most champions end the game with 70 to 80 armor without any items, just from runes and leveling up.
Yeah.
And so if you don't buy any armor pen, Ravenous Hydra Renekton only deals so much damage. It's almost going to be more about dominate.
Yeah.
And then, well, can they kill the Jinx in time? Like, Cog's going to scale pretty much to infinity here. Jinx and Ziggs both are just so explosive lately.
Ooh, Zcan one after the other, and that last one's going to be enough to take him down. Very nice job.
And well done by these guys. They have that pick potential. That is what Leona does. Double talked about that on the analyst desk yesterday, saying, look, it's harder to respect the Leona engagement range. It's just harder to keep that in mind. They're going to get free kills this way. 30 seconds is enough time to set up Baron, but Zcan will be alive in time to probably help Curse contest it if they want to.
Curse slowly moving down mid. They are waiting for Cop to catch up to the group here. They do gather with him right around the Wraith area. Zamfir is going to get this lane pushed. The wards slowing down. You can see they're circling around their objectives more, and not so much for the jungle invades. It's going to be all about these dance-out fights for a little bit.
Yep, Curse knows the Dragon's important. They're moving around, putting traps down, which I like. It's a good little thing Needly can do, help with the vision game as well.
Shredding some armor.
Yeah, but here's the issue. So Chris is pushing the bottom lane, but he's kind of alone right here. He could get jumped on, but at the same time, he's creating pressure, allowing his team to rotate into position.
If they follow, that is a weird angle to get pinched on down from the river, so they know to keep themselves back. Voyboy just getting a little bit of check on the brush with a spear, and he finds good damage. Wow, they do not want any bit of dominate. Quick Talisman of Ascension keeps them safe. Ooh. And out of the way. Hard hats are on for this one. Curse is into the pit, and they put themselves very much so in the pit here. Looks like they should be able to take it. The smite does not come down from Captain Ziploc, but they're stuck. This is the fight freak. They go in onto Voyboy. They're going to be going for that quick burst damage of him. Dominate falls right after. They have Curse's number on this one. Quaz is in the fight, but it's a 5v1, and there's not much you can do about it.
Cop was out of position that entire fight right there, was sucked into the bottom lane, killing minions that Chris had pushed into the lane, and couldn't do anything to that fight. Well read here by Cog. You saw it in the bottom corner. That was Cop right there. Zcan also out of position off to the side, never gets in on the fight. And yes, you can just dive bruisers as a group if no one's there to punish you for it. Amazing decision right there by Cog, knowing they had the fight. Gives them Baron as well. That was a very grave mistake by Curse.
Yeah, pinching yourself in for a Ziggs and a Riven is not the smartest idea in a small area.
No.
12-7 with 34 minutes on the clock. Cog has taken the lead in everything but turrets now. Good job on Curse by finding another objective, as it is kind of, back against the wall for them right now. They're still getting a little step up.
Yeah, and the problem is it's just so hard for Curse to turn this around because they don't, Needly doesn't do a whole lot when you're behind because you tend to just weather the poke and say, you know what, screw it, we'll suck it up. I wouldn't even be surprised to see Warmogs come through at some point for Cog just for the regen. just because it'll let them take an extra spear to the face and get that health back at some point. But in general, really, it's like Quas has fallen off at this point. Chris will actually outscale Renekton. Captain Ziploc is still going to be a really good initiator. Cog in general can just keep picking fights, so Curse has to be super afraid of the open field, and nothing here is only going to continue to outscale Cop. So I think it needs something of a miracle here for Curse to get a win.
Dominate, considering that an extra burst of health will be what they need to get through the fight, picks himself up a red pot, knowing that, as we said before, there's a lot of front-end damage on Cog, and then to be followed up when the spells come back up. So that second he lives may be the second they need to turn the fight around.
Oh, definitely. Whenever you have ability-based champions who are in danger of dying, that second rotation is actually super important. Some champions don't need it, some it's everything for them.
Zoom down mid lane here. Talisman of Ascension goes off for Curse, and looks like they're going to get a nice turret. Cop really helping out with that Triforce now. He's been off and about, but now finally joins the team for the pressure. And it looks like they're going to trade 1-for-1 onto that one.
Still a better trade for Curse overall.
Oh,
now
yeah,
turrets aren't worth turrets aren't worth the same amount of gold anymore. Before we had this like subjective, well, a secondary tier turret's like worth more, and like mid's kind of worth more because along the map. Like, well, actually no, straight up tier 2 turrets are just worth more than outer turrets here. So despite losing the last team fight, losing Baron buff, good call by Curse right there. This gives me some hope that these guys are still, their minds are in the game, they're not down and out, and they're thinking, how else can we get in this game? What else can we do to get ourselves an advantage?
Seeing the builds coming out now, we look at Riven. You were saying the Last Whisper, but also the need for the Guardian Angel of a Riven, right? So that damage may not be there, but we saw what happened. If Curse makes a mistake again and bunches up, they have all the damage they need.
Yeah, I kind of like Chris's item choice here, even though he's going to be low damage. It's sort of it's like a mature read on what he needs to do this game. In solo queue, everyone loves to build damage, right? 7 Bloodthirsters is like everyone's favorite Riven build. But realistically here, he's like, look, I need to be a secondary initiator. I need to follow up, just deal my base damages, be super disruptive, and not drop down right away, because nothing here in Zemfira can carry. Chris just needs to be a frontliner. It's a really good choice here for Cog.
The initiations, got to give a huge hand to Zane King and Ziploc here for really putting forth an effort to get Cog moving and get the momentum, or stay the momentum. Like we said, they're the only ones with the deaths, and they make sure the backline is completely safe. We talked a little bit about not having too much peel on the side of Curse because everybody's diving, and we're seeing what the effect is.
Exactly. That it's really on Cop and his own mechanics to keep himself alive. Same for Void, the 2 squishies that are going to get targeted by the end of team fights, is can they peel away from this, can they dodge the skill shots and the CCs, and it's going to be kind of on them when Cog eventually gets through to the back line.
A lot more siege than they thought they would have at this point in the game. Curse can't really even step off the turret to throw their spears, to throw their cleavers, because Cog is always out of range until they wait for that.
So you have 2 major battles right now. You've got the giant poke war with Nidalee, Mundo, and Lucian all fighting off against Jinx and Ziggs, but that's a battle that Cog is winning due to Baron buff. And they can go in here if they want, or just take the free turret.
Just kind of putting themselves in the better position, taking down that. 5-4 now as they grab a lead in everything in this game. 37 minutes in, they're doing quite well on CS. Cop has kept himself up in the CS right now, but he is not being a factor in these fights. He was in the early game, but it's really only, if you think about that fight, it's because they stomped on top of him and made him in the fight.
Exactly, and now Curse has kind of squandered that early advantage anyway now. Jinx, again, going to continue to outscale. And, you know, Kwasi had such an early lead as well. Kind of lost that one. The Jinx, or sorry, not the Jinx, the Nidalee pick from Boy, right, never got to really get the siege game going and force an early mid-game sort of set of fights. They threw a couple of battles, gave Cog map control. Now, the other battle I was talking about when we were sieging bottom lane is the Chris versus Quas matchup.
Chris Quas.
Yeah. Good. What, hip-hop group?
Yeah.
Am I just dumb? Okay, good, I got that one right. Now I just feel bad. But Chris had, what, at one point it was like 26-6 in minions. Chris was getting completely dumpstered. His lane went down really hard. And now Chris is up 40 minions, right? He's winning the matchup. He's putting pressure on Quas's turret. So the 1v1's better for Cog. The 4v4, at least with Baron buff, was better for Cog. And again, Curse has to say, well, we didn't even have that much playmaking. And they've got to find something to get themselves into this game.
See what they can do. Something I mentioned earlier that's not playing out in the way because Quas stopped buying that HP is that he's actually getting out damaged by Chris right now. Even with the Guardian Angel going down, they're really working that in their favor. It's not really the Bruiser HP to the Bruiser damagers. They're just really working it well with their champions they have. 319 to 284. There was at least a 30 CS discrepancy in that lane in the beginning of the game.
Oh yeah, and it's completely turned the other way around. You just saw from the Dragon being taken down, both teams, I should say, assessment of the map as it stands. Cog was like, Dragon came up, let's go take it. Curse was like, Dragon came up, it's theirs for free, they're the stronger team. And that's, both teams are now understanding this as the mindset here for this game. And so, Curse, I think they unlock a little bit with the blue buff. Baron's going to be very important as well. Curse knows that if you really let the game just like kind of let nothing happen for a long time, Cog loses the sort of 4,000 gold lead they have. It means a lot less over time. And so it's really going to be, I think, the Baron dance and then the push that surround the setup for the Baron dance that are going to be really important now in the next minute or so.
I feel like Cog, once they know they have somewhat of a lead here, they continuously go in. We saw, Ziploc going pretty hard there with Talisman. We saw Quaz and Dominate keep going after top lane, but they only got the first turret, and then they kind of stopped at the advantage they were snowballing. And yeah, you got a Tiamat, but didn't go around to use it in the fight. So it's like they almost squandered the power they had at the time. Cog isn't letting it go. They see it, they take it, and they move on to more.
And you're seeing how thirsty they are for team fights. You just saw the Talisman of Ascension active into Vault Breaker, Cog trying to get a pick, saying, the thing is, they had rotated Chris down first. Watch for this again. They're going to look for a battle. They'll pull Chris before Quas comes down, get a momentary 5v4 with an engage, and it's going to be a fight that Chris can't win.
They look like a flying V every time they come around a corner ready to engage. They're literally that close to each other, ready to be on each other's side.
Yeah,
Spears, cleavers, not enough. They're still just dodging them out. They know the game to play now.
Yeah, all the various cogs are working together as one sort of machine of unison here. These guys are clicking. I do say. I mean, it's their own name. They chose to be a very unified team right here.
It's like when somebody says the movie name.
Yeah. Here we go. Dominate getting jumped on.
Dominate definitely getting jumped on. Forced to use the ultimate, and he goes right by. They take down Zken. Flash Tibbers? I don't think so. Ziploc makes it out with the ability shield. Actually, you got to lock it there. Very nice.
Yeah, the two of them together getting him just enough health, and that is what can happen. They can dive in. The thing is, the battle started by diving Dominate. Like, he took a bunch of damage and they switched targets in mid-flight. Zken couldn't even flash, couldn't exhaust, couldn't Tibbers. Cog are very aggressive. They have the ability to quickly take fights, exert their pressure, and Curse still, and until Curse get a split pusher that can beat Chris, they don't have a way out of this stranglehold.
So many wards that they're walking through right now, and it pretty much sets up a birthday party for Cog to come in here. Presence everywhere. Cop is going to be the next one to be opened up. Looks like they are grabbing a turret, though, as you see in the pit. The wave is crushing it down, so a little bit of money to come back off of this, but it's only money to their base falling down.
So one good move that Quas made, though, is he's backdooring, or he's basically backdooring minions on the other side of the map. So Cog has to backdoor turrets, and well, not inhibitors, they get no armor MR anyway, but force that turret to be backdoored, and if they go for the Nexus, the same situation arises. So it's mid inhibitor, mid turret, and then arguably Baron because it's 5v3 on the map.
Quaz locking in a black cleaver. Innovation trying to stay unpredictable. Is it going to work for his team, though? His presence has fallen off in the fight, and so is Dominates. We've seen Mundo being a huge factor here, but it seems like the champions just can't do much to the factor of how hard Cog is scaling.
Yeah, exactly. So Cog's going to get complete control over this Baron. They're in a happy place, of course, and it's honestly their team comp just working out really well right here. So here we go. Cog, they're going to reset the map. They got Baron buff. They've got a whole bunch of gold in the inventories right now, looking at close to 2,000 gold on some of these guys. And then it's going to be them looking for just the game-winning push. It'll probably be top lane. There's a few more turrets to kill there, but arguably one of the side lanes, get two inhibs down, close the game out from that.
Picking up the resources of what they can. You can see Cog feeling very confident, getting all their pink wards placed out, at least one right now in the base, or the jungle of Curse, so they're not worried about what gold goes expended there. Boy's going to pick that up for himself. So we got Riven in the top lane. Chris is going to back, and he gives himself a black cleaver as well, right off the bat. Must have been a sale.
2 for 1, man. 2 for 1. So both top laners getting pretty similar builds overall, but of course Chris just farther ahead right here. He's got kills, he's got minions, and he's got a team with more global objectives here. And at this point, right, Cog know they're in sort of let's close the game out mode. They've got 4 red trinkets in inventory. The one guy with the yellow trinket actually upgraded it to the pink ward dropper. So these guys, all 5 of them are saying, we're going to remove your vision, we're going to own your jungle, and Curse have to play in a smaller and smaller and smaller circle on the map inside their own base now.
Oh, Zane King, good hands, Isotoners. 44 minutes onto this game, it looks like it still stands true. The back line staying safe. Chris has not died since we mentioned this, and neither has Zamfira or Nothing here. They have always been soaking up experience and always been able to push or participate in the next objective.
Yeah, these guys have been doing an amazing job as a team. They're putting the right people in the right spot. Again, Chris on the side lane push. Still, he is ahead of Quas, a full item ahead of Quas, actually. So that's a very easy 1v1 matchup to win. And the Baron buff, blue buff Ziggs will eventually poke out Curse. Even I will dominate taking meaningful damage here.
This is going to get hard for Curse. You got Nothing here, already starting to build Randuins, being able to peel for himself. Curse is still trying to do things for each other, so it's just surmounting on them right now. They're going to have some multitasking to do as the game goes on.
Yeah, and actually Chris is already sweeping himself throughout the base. He wants to join this fight for the inhibitor, make it a 5v5 because they'd win that battle.
That, oh my gosh, Zamfira is just chunking people away. They make it impossible to even guard an inhibitor versus 3, but they're being pinched in here. Just the coordination by Cog is unreal.
It's absolutely great right here. So Curse at this point says, you know what? I really feel like there's not a lot of ways back into this game. They've got to think about the rest of the series for themselves, but because they've honestly, none of this has worked for a very long time for Curse right here. They had, I think, a very small window for their team composition. They needed to get it while Lucian was still more powerful than Jinx, while Renekton was still ahead of the Riven from Chris, and that time has passed. And there, like I said, there's really no fallback pattern for this lineup. They don't do any one thing very well, so they can't force like a Curse-style engage to win a team fight by like out-classifying the opposition. Instead, it's them kind of getting worn down by Cog playing their game plan. Curse needs to think of a new game plan for Game 2, Game 3, and beyond.
It's really a matter of time now. Cog is just trying to get the last bit of front door beaten down. We see Voyboy had very tough game in mid. We said that was going to be both a roaming lane, and he's only been able to pick up assists in these fights. If you're going to have a Nidalee, she has to be above and beyond if you're this far into the game.
Exactly. She's got to be really useful. Oh, okay, that's a kill, and the fight's going to continue.
It is going to. Voyboy gets locked up, but he does flash. Mega Inferno Rocket goes right past. They get the turret. That's going to get Jinx excited, and they are going to keep going in on this fight. They got Cop in the rise. He's going to stand. He's going to go down valiantly, and so will the Nexus turrets.
Very well played by Cognitive Gaming here. Underdogs for the analysts, underdogs for the fan vote as well, but these guys showed up to play on the biggest stage of their lives.
Wow, I am very surprised at that matchup. Besides Chris and a few others, they have played on the main stage, but that's like being thrown into a pool and then taken out and somebody says, learn to swim on a big stage, right? You don't get to swim for very long.
No.
To come out that strong, hold that steady in that game, I'm quite impressed.
I am too. They came in, they put a very good plan together. Their team comp fit together nicely. They even held up against Curse's champ select little game, saying that could be a dominate Mundo. Let's
ambiguous first
pick. Yeah, it was like everything in champ select, everything in the game was played so well. They gave up some dragons, didn't have to care about it too much. Played their lanes well, did all that so wonderfully. Cog looked very prepared for that match, and everything clicked for them.
It's one of those things that kind of you rack your brain around because you're like, Curse was grabbing dragons. They were completely free. We got to remember, TSM back in the day said sometimes it's not worth, even if you don't have a lead, throwing more to the other team by going after that dragon, trying to defend it. Just let it go. There's more to come.
Exactly. You can come back from most deficits. We've seen crazy comebacks in League of Legends overall, but you don't get those comebacks if you give your opponents 10,000 gold in 10 minutes. You've got to play reserve, say, okay, you know what, that one's yours, that's fine. You got another 2% up on us, but we'll get it back next time.
Another thing in that game, Zamfira and Nothing here, not dying towards the end. One death on the Chris, unless they went down towards the end of the game, and they did not. 7-0-9, 4-0-7, and Chris was 6-1 and 10. That's literally understanding how to use the back line.
Exactly. These guys played their entire composition so well. And to be fair, right, they've got the only people who died were the melee champions, the ones who were diving in to start fights, and those were expected deaths. Using Riven as an initiator, right, building mostly tank stats, only offensive items being a Black Cleaver, Last Whisper kind of later on in the build, as well as, of course, the first item, Ravenous Hydra, and saying, yes, we're going to dive in on you, we're going to just lock down the front line. They didn't even care about killing the bruises. That was fine. They could kill, dominate, and Quas, and they just kind of keep pushing forward, and all on the back of Nothing here in Zamfira being untouched, being backline, glass cannon damage, outputting damage the entire time.
I mean, you think Mundo and Renekton, they're going to be on your back line. It's not like they had an easy game. But in those initiations, we kind of saw in the first one at Dragon, Quas dove through the team and everybody chased Vi down to bottom lane. Quas died by
Yeah.
himself. That seemed like a little bit of miscommunication there.
That was probably the single worst mistake there for Curse, the one that probably opened the game up the most, because it ended up being like a 4-for-1 team fight off of a dragon kill, and it was a miscommunication. Quas went one way, the rest of the team went the other way, and it broke a lot for those guys. They fixed mistakes like that. Curse is still a very good team.
And we got more to go. We got to take a quick break, though, but when we return, it's time for Game 2 between Cognitive Gaming and Curse. The 2014 Spring Promotion Tournament. We'll be right back. Stick around.
I like being the underdog, to be honest. I always like it, even in sports and like hockey, soccer.
I think it's a very good thing that we're the underdogs, since we have a no pressure situation, because we we have nothing to lose, and they have everything to lose.
If we stay to our match plan, we should be able to beat Curse.
2014 Spring Promotion Tournament live from Los Angeles, California. Before we get to Game 2 between Cognitive Gaming and Curse, I'd like to welcome Fanatics X Beke. You must not be feeling too well right now.
No, not really good, of course.
Yeah, of course. Not the best performance versus Cloud9, and it seems to me that it started going wrong in picks and bans already, that you guys just you weren't very secure going into that. Is that a correct assessment?
Yeah, for the first game, yeah, it was the picks and bans were really bad, and then even the way we play wasn't the best. So it was a bit of everything, not just picks and bans, but yeah.
When I was talking to Hai after, because you picked Renekton versus Kassadin, and I actually thought that Renekton would do pretty well, and Hai said no. I was pretty sure I was going to beat him. Why was that?
I think it could have worked a lot better, but the problem is I didn't practice it enough, and I will need Cyanide to come mid a lot more, because I think we can kill him really easily at early levels. Just come level 2, level 3, or level 4, and we will one-shot him with one stun. But we were like, okay, well, I'm just out-farming him, so I don't need help, it's fine, whatever. And after that, he got like 2 kills top, and it was over, yeah. Once Kassadin gets to level 6, 7, he's fine, and if he gets a kill or 2, then he's really good.
We know that, and you know that very well,
Yeah.
of course. You did so many times. And what about the second game and the Orianna Kazakhs matchup? And Hai, just very impressive performance.
It was fine. I was ahead in farm. I don't know if a lot or not. At first, I was fine in lane. I didn't die at all. Like I was farming him by 15, 20 CS. It was fine. But then when I died to the Rumble, it started to get really bad. Not just because of that, because he also got 1 or 2 more kills after on Cyanide and Soas. And after that, he was behind on farm, still 20, 30 CS, but he was 3-0-1. So that's so much gold. At that point, I couldn't do anything. All I could do is farm, because every time I leave my tour or something, he will kill me. But he went bottom versus Reckless, actually. So I didn't have to deal with him.
Yeah, well, props to them. They played very well. But yesterday, I asked Alex from Gambit, I asked, well, how do you feel that the fate of Europe is in the hands of Fnatic? He wasn't too confident. You let him down, man.
Oh, well, what can I say? Like, it's a bit, I don't know, disappointing for all the people in Europe, I guess. Like, we expected to do better, probably. But the first game was really bad from us. The second game was a bit better. Like, we still managed to do decent, but it was like, yeah, it was not us playing that great, so.
Do you draw conclusions for this, for the EU-NA matchup and maybe other regions as we go into the 2014 season, or?
What?
Do you think that NA has really strong teams now with Cloud9? Do you think they can keep it up?
No, Europe is still better.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Peke. Now let's send it back over to Riv and Quickshot for the play-by-play of Game 2.
Thank you very much, Shocks. And now it is time, that was awesome, for the second game in this Best of 5 promotion tournament series between Cognitive Gaming and Curse. After a Game 1 upset, Cognitive is looking to make it 2 in a row and get one step closer to an LCS berth.
Yeah, Zemfira took advantage of Voyboy in his lane. He won early game pretty well and turned it on in teamfight. 7-0 in 9 was a huge factor in this game as Zig, so he did great. Chris also did phenomenally into the mid and late game. Had some early game troubles, then started out-dueling Quas. And he's looking to get back into the summer split. He played for Velocity, of course. They all kind of went away, but he's like, well, look, I'll just make it back in again, no big deal.
It is third time. I believe Dirt Nap before that as
Yeah.
well. So had the second one, going back in. It's really a lot of the players that have been seen in the LCS or continuing to go for are back in or go to the Challenger Coke Series and come back to get in.
Yeah, and it's cool to see that. It's good to see the players who are like, look, I'll fail once, but I'll remain really good. I'll find a new team. I'll find a new way to play, and then I'll start exploding again. The story I really like was Cloud9 from the summer split. Their old roster got shattered in group stage for the spring split last year and said, look, let's remake it. Let's try again, and let's go be the best the best team in North America. And right here's the Cognitive guys who are like, look, a lot of us have been around, we've gone in and out, but we're all individually good. We'll put a new team together, we'll turn it on now, and they're looking good.
Yeah. And Cloud9 was a team that started with turmoil, so it really shows that trials and tribulation can just be worked over and come to great things.
Absolutely. So I want to see what these guys can pull in for the next game
Do it.
right here. Curse being smart and banning away the Riven, I wouldn't be surprised to see a lot of similar bans come through. The one thing that surprised me, though, is the Ziggs ban by Cog, because that was very good from Zemfira before. And that tells me they want something else very special for a first pick, a very contested pick that normally Curse would snap up right away. Now, last time that was Mundo. That might be the focus here.
Yeah, knowing Voidboy is a roamer as well, let's just get that one out and not let him have it either. Olaf goes on the board as well. A lot of Voyboy champions on the board. I don't know if you
Yep.
play the mid Olaf for us, though. Riven
to
does
see
get
it.
taken out. They don't want Chris having that. It was such a great impact, but
Yeah.
Chris kept balling up in those fights, so Riven is more than happy to do all the AoE damage that she needs to. And these bans, a little bit slower than last game.
A little bit slower than finally the Cassidon band comes out. And if there's one mid laner that would like embody the Voyboy that everyone knows from 2012 and put him into a mid lane, it's Cassidon. Highly mobile assassin based right there. So, and besides, again, failed to ban Cassidon once, shame on you.
Yeah.
Okay, we've gone through that a couple of times. But yeah, no surprise. The AP Cog again away from Zamfira. And now, you know, Cognitive should have the contested pick they want, and it's Sivir this time around.
Sivir's usually combined with that Karma with a few other speed ups, so we'll have to see. Shyvana's on the board, Renekton's on the board, so that trifecta besides Mundo. Or no, Mundo is up. Sorry, it was Nasus that was banned out. So that full trifecta is up.
Yeah, so if I'm Cog, like my dream comp is like Mundo, Shyvana, Leona, or Annie. They'll probably run Leona here, and then like whatever the heck you want for mid, it doesn't even matter at that point.
Mundo's
because
good,
they'll 4v5.
but they didn't really have any way to get into a fight. Nobody could follow Quas. Mundo walks through people.
Yeah.
Quas dives to the back line and dies in the back line.
Yeah, again, that was I think a mistake in champs like by Curse, where they had Nidalee who just didn't fit what the rest of that team wanted to do.
Yeah.
And the more we saw that game, the more it kind of looked that way, unless certain very specific things went Curse's way. So Curse says, okay, they knew the Sivir first pick was coming when looking at this sort of lineup here. The problem is you can bully a Sivir out of lane in the 2v2. She's not the strongest laner. The Mundo Shyvana instead gets stolen by Curse. I like that choice right there because that's definitely what Cog was going to look for.
Chris will have Renekton to play in the top lane. I'm sure he'll have fun with that. But again, we do have speed coming into this game. Everybody's got kind of a mobile speed boost, the steroid. So it's going to be definitely a chase, kite and fight game.
Yeah, it's going to be the interesting thing because normally you're like, all right, yeah, I want to play Sivir with a bunch of bruisers so I can get them in there and kill the backline. That's why I said Mundo Shiv would be the ideal picks here for Cog. So instead, they run something a little bit similar. Right, there's Leona they wanted. I expect that to actually come through right here. The Lulu as well actually is so good at synergizing with further frontliners. But also, you've got Sivir to disengage. To take the other sort of side of this, you've got the Sivir to disengage away from the I have to walk at you bruisers like Shiv and Mundo. So in either situation here, in this meta where both top and jungle tend to be bruisers, Sivir is really powerful.
I think the Z-Kent always hovers on Lulu. I don't know if it just kind of like gets him relaxed and refreshed. He always has a smile on his face, but he'll always just hover on that Lulu for a second. We got to know him as the guy who plays the outrageous stuff. So he may actually lock it in one of these things.
It's like the Ram Man hovering on Teemo. I mean, he was going to pick it eventually, but like just in general, you see that come through and you're like, yeah, I know it's what you want to play. We'll see if it happens. Cutie Pie with Heimerdinger. It's fun to have the signature champions come out there. So, yeah, the Leona engage, again, worked so well for Cog last time. Get into the fights, make things happen. Love it. It's a good choice. The Elise coming through is interesting.
Yeah, it gets through this game.
Because she's a good champion, but she's all about early pressure and saying, okay, after we get that early game lead, we'll continue through. But Elise doesn't scale as hard as someone like Mundo, Shyvana, Olaf, etc. So, right now, Curse could say, we can wait a little bit more late game, and that would work for them.
They could be going for a little bit more objective focus here. As Kobe always says, Elise is good at taking dragon with her little spiders. So they have that now. They actually shied away from the dragons wholly in the beginning of last game. But then we're able to take those objectives. We'll see, though. A good team coming out of Curse Cop. Draven has been played today by Sneaky, so they may look to bring that back out, and he does. So like Draven. So the aggression coming out from Cop this game for sure.
Yeah, so 100% call right here. Curse wants to 2v2 that lane. Sivir is just not a good AD carry versus AD carry duelist. She loses, I think, almost every 1v1 matchup I can think of, both in laning phase and in team fights. And when you're Draven Thresh, you win pretty much every 2v2 no matter what the enemy champions are. So this is Curse looking for that matchup. We'll see if they can find it. 2v1 would definitely be in Cog's favor right now. And now the thought is, because they played a very smart champ select last time in terms of thinking about lane matchups and everything else, is, okay, well, now they have actually run Sivir mid before, so they could run double AD and find a new matchup as well, which is what happened. Yeah. Oh man, I'm sorry, I'm like trailing as champ select goes on, but another amazing adaptation here. Sivir mid, the Lucian actually survives the lane a lot better than Sivir does, and they can actually fight the 2v2 now.
I was saying, I'm like, Voyboy is definitely going to see what they have mid and counter it, but now he's probably like, damn, I'm just going to play what I want to play now.
Yep. So, but again, this is actually not too bad. Sivir is not a very strong mid lane. She's all right, she pushes all right, but it's not Ziggs, right? Yeah. Void's going to have a lot more breathing room than last game. And
with that in mind, I think it gives some more breathing room for Curse to say, okay, what kind of comp do we really want? Don't worry about the lane matchup. I mean, if you really want to try, you can, but Elise is so scary. Instead, get a real team comp together that has one big focus. Curse's lineup looks aggressive. Something like Orianna would work well here. Gragas, again, another good option for a strong mid laner with good damage who can engage fights.
Boy knows Gragas. Boy played Gragas in top lane.
Yeah, true.
Boy can play Gragas. He may not play Gragas, though. So as they hover around champions, we see that Ziploc gets his Vi once again, and that was huge for them last game. The double initiation coming in, he would always bop somebody up with his assault and battery as he went through, making sure he got to the back line. You can't put it past Voyboy either. Curse has been a team known to use Vladimir on occasion.
So this is going to be interesting. It's not what I expected to see come out of the lineup because you've got a lot of very different things battling here. So once again, Curse don't have any hard engage. They've got two bruisers who can kind of run into the front lines but can get kited back. So Curse are like the reactive team. They can siege okay with Draven and Vlad, but they're kind of waiting for Cog to come into them and say, well, we'll just outstat you when it happens.
Team amplify damage.
Yeah, absolutely, and that could be really, really strong. And in fact, I want to see if Voy goes Leandry's Vlad, because when you're fighting a lot of generally tanky guys, Leander's going to give you some pretty good damage up, but when you've got a bunch of melee dudes in your face. And so I'm curious to see what build that ends up being from Voy. So high damage from Curse. Cog on the other side, very, very similar lineup here. Hard engage from multiple places. They've got Chris for that cool top lane, Elise that we see him play once in a while. Interesting team.
So we're looking for Cog now versus Curse. We're going into game 2. This is the last spot in the LCS. Curse is fighting to get this back, but like we said, completely retooled. They have a new team. Voyboy now in mid. Cop, the longest standing member on the ADC, so he holds the veterancy there. Don't know if the shot calls are coming from him. That's usually not the way it is. But they are stage ready, I feel, with those guys. They know a little bit more about playing on the big stage. Like we said, Cog was kind of in and out at PAX. They played other events, so it's like as the analogy of being dipped into the pool and taken out when you're learning to swim. They're playing amazing, but can they hold out a best of 5? A lot of teams don't get the chance to play best of 5 all the time.
That's true, and sometimes you can just you get worn down by playing big series, and it even happens in the LCS seasons as well. When you're there for a couple of hours, if you're playing more than one match in that day, you've got to play at the beginning, play at the end, and your mental fortitude is actually an important sort of like personal statistic for playing pro-level League of Legends properly. It's a real thing here for these guys. Curse gonna have that much more. Cog, we'll see. It's gonna be their first really long series that's the highest pressure for them as well.
All right, locking it back down on the Rift for Cog versus Curse, and we are into game 2. This is a best of 5 here. Last game, we kind of knew not halfway through, but towards the end, we were saying Curse thinking about the next game. What are they going to do? They know they have to start building momentum from here. How are they going to do it?
So early game is freaking important because they don't have good playmaking from mid to late game. They've got to be stronger by the time late game comes around, whether because their 5v5 just is better. And if you look at the lineups, I'm not sure that's necessarily true. But they've got to be really strong by the time late game comes around. The difficulty being that it's hard to gank for Shyvana, no CC. Mudo's not the best ganker, hard to gank for Voyboy as well. So my attention goes down to that Cop Z-Kent duo lane. That's where I see Curse putting a lot of their attention, getting those guys ahead, getting Draven gigantic and saying, League of Draven guys, 1v9, win the game. That's what I see Curse's goal being.
Looks like they won't get the 2v2 matchup that they want. It is going to be the swap around. And it is not an invade by Curse this time. Like we said, Curse didn't put down wards last time. They were just kind of brush checking, walking back out, and it was Cog that laid down the same line of scrimmage they are now. So just staying tried and true to what they did last time. It worked. They're going to do it again.
Absolutely. These guys are going to play reasonably safely. Cog is going to feel a lot more confident now and are going to look to take, I think, less risks throughout the early game. In the rest of the series, if they keep doing as well as they did in Game 1, they have no reason to risk their games on a level 1 because they can just win the games with team fights. Curse, though, I think if they believe that level 1 is a fluke, again, they're not going to go high risk either because they'll think they can outskill their opponents. So in both cases, these guys, very safe level 1s, and then we're going to see how the scaling kicks in. Flash is so powerful, guys. Even if you don't bring it in the summoner spells, the minions have it.
Let's see what they got for mid lane. Voyboy, Zamfira.
What? They groaned because they got minion particles back. But I like seeing Flash every game, really.
We already have Flash every game. We'll see if Zamfira can take down this mid lane. Chris is getting some help along with these spiders as they trade off some XP. And Ziploc made an early presence last game. Looks like Cog is going to play this one a little differently, though. They are not just pushing it into the turret, so they are adapting, and they did learn from mistake very early last game.
Yes, indeed. So here we go. No crazy mistakes happening. Guys setting up for their lanes. I want to see what happens with these 2v1s. Chris actually, Quas taking a very long time to get back, and this is what happened last time, actually, for Cog, is Quas was missing from the lane at the beginning because he helped take one buff, and then walked down and soaked up all the XP on the first wave. This time around, he didn't. He took a bunch more camps, and Cog basically called the bluff and shoved into the lane early, and that entire 12 minion wave died to the turret with no one around. That's actually really rough for Quas here.
This is definitely a little bit more extended. If you remember, Voidboy, I believe it was on the summer split, you know, he would be put in this situation and we'd see him go do Wolves and just hang out for 2 waves and say, it's all right, you're not going to get the 2 waves, go away for it. But yeah, they went all the way to the Siege wave and he's still not over there. Now returning.
It's coming down like in the middle of the Ken wave, that third wave of minions. Now, to be fair, he did get level 2 off of the jungle itself. He took the Wraith camp, he helped get a couple other camps with Dominate. And so, to be honest, even though you don't see Quas in lane for a while, he's actually still in decent shape. It's always weird when you're like, there's no one here at the turret. He's just taking damage and no one's chilling out here.
It gets a little complacent, too. We actually saw it happen to Cop and Zken earlier. We saw a very fast come down from Ziploc on that Vi gank, and they were almost able to get it. Chris was on Riven in the last game, but everybody's playing it very much different this game. Curse a little bit more not to lose this one. Cognitive is definitely working off their momentum for the win.
Absolutely here, and I actually like the way Cog are playing almost all of their lanes. You talked about the dual lane a second ago. From Curse, these guys are doing it pretty much properly, and actually this is an interesting choice as we stay on this duo lane. So Curse are trying more to deny Chris than to actually create global pressure from killing the turret off. Now, outer turrets are worth less gold this season than last season. It's about 600 instead of 750. So choosing to deny instead of push has a little bit more sort of relative value than before. And if they can make Quas beat Chris in the mid game, which failed last time, that's a new advantage that Curse has for game 2.
Dominate quickly, going back and squeezing on some boots of his big Mundo feet. He wants to get around and snowball these lanes. He was a big presence for Quas last time, but it doesn't seem like they're able to really put that out just yet. We're 5 minutes in, still not seeing that action. The gold lead is really only a difference of a few minions back and forth, and that's coming from those top lanes.
Basically here, so no crazy action, no super awesome like Hella Summoner spells burned on both sides. It's like Curse and Cog both jump at each other in the 2v2 lanes. So instead it's watching the lane matchups play out. And Zamfira again is in the more aggressive lane, but that happens with a low level ladder. Instead, here comes Dominate. You can spell the next
they
one.
do throw on the Ghost. Voidboy is just on the backside. If they can start hitting the... That was a big cleaver. They do. The barrier comes out. Turn it around. Ziploc just on the outside, and they're not able to re-engage.
I want to know what Zamfira actually spell shielded, because he didn't have it up for the cleavers at all. And I don't know, to me, if you're like fighting a Vlad, spell shielding his spells isn't really that important. It's more worth watching for the jungle ganks, and losing your summoner spells on a Mundo gank is pretty rough. He knew he was pushing the whole time.
Definitely waiting for the spell shield. It did not come up, the barrier first. So, using that in lane, but he still keeps himself safe. Ziploc there to be a friend. 6 minutes in, we do see our first bit of interaction with the junglers. Dominate is going to be hanging down on the bottom lane, soon to probably soak up some of this experience as the turret comes.
Yeah, so here we go. He's going to look for this one. Quas is actually high enough level there that they can do a pretty good job in this fight. It's 5-5 versus 5-5 here. Not a lot of CC from Curse, though, so it's really just kind of saying, look, let's hold the turret alive. Again, with Curse's own dual lane looking to deny some gold from Chris, and that man only has 15 minion kills. Curse wants to extend this laning phase a bit longer, build up some more adoration on Cop, make Chris really useless in the mid game, and then transition their own mid game into some strong fights for Curse.
Voidboy seeming to fare a little bit better. There's not a huge difference in CS here, but he is able to push Zamfira off, and pretty much just those single engages here. He's getting the Tides of Blood on Spell Shield, so the transfusion is going to be doing more damage every time.
Yeah, so Voidboy's really just trying to push the lane back out there. Like, now that he's level 6 or so, he's got enough ranks in his abilities that his transfusion heals decently. He can actually afford to use Tribes of Blood and not run out of health doing so.
Kill yourself. Don't.
All right.
Oh.
Now, can he ult? Can he W the ult? Actually, there's no ult, so yeah, he's fine. Never
Just
mind.
hanging.
I was like, where's the assault and battery? Oh, he's 5. Okay. So I have good eyesight. But yeah, it's like, honestly, you're not going to gank a Vlad very easily. Neither of the mid laners are good gank follow-up. They just bring damage.
Right.
And until 6, neither jungler puts that much pressure on either. So it's like, hey, get off that minion line. Okay, come back.
And we're still, from this composition, we talked about it a little bit in Champion Select, is the lack of initiation coming from Curse. It's all really walk-up initiation if they can get to it. So whatever moves they have to do has to be a pre-set up pincer move or an objective fight that I don't think Cog's going to walk willingly into.
Yeah, so to me, Curse is looking for dragons.
Yeah.
Split pushes, which again, they're setting up for. They're trying to deny Chris and camp for Quas to get him into a good shape. And that can create pressure as well. Or they basically look for dragons and barons otherwise, which their team is actually pretty well suited to killing. They have Mundo and Draven there who are going to have really good persistent damage on targets like Baron. And then when Cog shows up, they turn it around and go for the fight. I think that kind of situation can work. But Curse has to come out of this early game in a strong situation. If they are, then they're okay to play that kind of game mode, but they have very few options to create opportunities.
So looking at Cog's composition again, we see that they really hover around. It's not even that much of AoE because they had Ziggs last time, but that 1 AP. They like more AD, and they like to hover around 1 AP. They're leaving it on Chris. Last time it was Zemphira, so it seems interesting about their comp. We'll see if Game 3 they reflect that again.
It's good for them to always choose a mix of damage output. You never want to run five physical damage champions. It's really weak if you do it. It's very easy to counterpick. You can pretty much go first out of random ones in every champion and then just kind of win automatically. That said, though, Elise still doesn't scale that hard into late game. Even though she does percent health damage, even though he's on a solo lane kind of farm, it's just, Elise just doesn't do something like what Ziggs would do or Vlad would do in a team fight. It's just, that's not the same level of damage. So even with all that said, Curse can still build a heavy stack of armor and be in decent shape for team fights.
Quaz eats 2 turret shots right there. A little hungry on aggression, getting antsy. Dominate follows to the bottom lane. He knows if any chance is best, it's now, and they do the Dragon's Descent. Will the Cleaver go over? It does hit nothing here, but he's able to flash, get a nice shot back as well, and Zane King doing a little bit of support.
It's just actually a really good turn of events for Curse because they got the first turret, they got some summoners burned out of nothing here as well, and with a couple of recalls pretty much forced soon, Curse could also rotate down to the bottom lane because the duo lane for Cog is no health right now.
Chris mashing out the keys. He's not doing too much damage yet. Still very early in the game for him, and he's only got the Giant's belt. It's the same buy for Quas. It looks like these guys may just repeat what they did last time. Quas gets hit up 1, 2, 3 on the consecutive stuns. Very well played by Zane. The barrier comes up, but it's not going to be enough, and Quas turns it around.
Incredibly well played right there by Quas. Knew he couldn't really run away from it. Went for the fight as well. Void!
Oh, just on the outside. Can he get it? Throws down the Hemo Plague. It's going to be the pool. 20% of his HP. It's not going to be enough to get him to dead, but Zamfira runs off of that attack, and it looks like they may want more as Dominate is just on the outside of this one. And he decides not to go in.
So I gotta say, amazing play by Quas right there. The barrier was a quarter second too late by nothing here. He already took the Twin Fang, the double bite right there from Quas's Q. And at that point, barrier lasts 2 seconds, Ignite lasts 5. You're gonna take an Ignite tick, you're gonna go down. And there you go. Dual lane is gone, Curse gets a free dragon.
All right, so after grabbing up that first blood, very well played by Quas. They are gonna be able to get Dragon. This happened for them last game, so they're kind of keeping it in stride. We'll see if Cog can do the same thing here. Wait it out, keep their mentality in, and push back.
Yeah, but I think this is actually a much better setup for Curse right here. The early lead here for Curse means a lot more than it did in the last game. Also a more substantial early game lead. So Curse definitely looking a lot better than game 1, even though still Cog has the ability to pick fights, I think, better than Curse can. So there's more comeback potential, I think, on the blue side.
Oh, piecing together, Void Boy. Looks like he's got Spell Vamp and his Seeker's Arm Guard on the, or having the revolver, I should say. Excuse me.
Yeah, so Void's looking to lane pretty heavy right here. He's kept up pretty well in minions despite being pushed into his turret so much early game, and now Void has so much sustain and really so little pressure from the enemy lanes as well. As long as he can keep that mid lane outer turret alive, it's very hard for Void to die. He can keep farming forever. And again, I think actually Curse would outscale in this game. Curse can actually say, look, keep the early game lead so we don't get jumped on, continue to cold dragons, then just get too big for our opponents to deal with. We can just buy Randuin's Omens and survive the double AD comp.
Oh, he got the minion real good on that one. Cop does flash and barrier, though. Fancy on the fingers.
Yeah, not necessarily quite what was needed. He's actually going to...
Everybody's flashing.
Lot of abilities used. These guys really looking for fights right here, but none of them found. It's all right. Everyone's fine.
Oh, I guess Sand King just got pushed there. He didn't get flashed out,
Yeah.
so he saved it.
All right.
See Vi coming down into the mid lanes. It blocked just on the outside. Voyboy, once he gets that Zhonya's, it's going to be quite tricky. We've seen a lot of champions that haven't been seen in a while played, so approaching the situation becomes more difficult when he can go invincible twice.
Yeah, exactly. So the purpose of ganks on this mid lane aren't actually to kill Voyboy because he won't die.
Yeah.
It's to push him out of the lane, actually. Because you've got a double AD team, and what they do so well is power spike around 15 minutes before major defensive items are really completed, especially on squishier champions like Vlad or the junglers who don't build any armor yet, and get turrets for it. Now, Curse already took that top lane turret from their own duo lane, but the mid lane turret's very low. Zenfira has pushed Voi's turret below half. The bottom lane turret as well, very similar situation here, which is why Curse is spending so much effort putting their team down here to protect this, like, almost impending Lucian Leona push.
The laning phase definitely going longer in this game. With the turret already being down, there still is very slow pushing happening in every one of these lanes. Less roaming than we still would have thought coming from Zenfira and Voyboy. It's really going to be, like you said, about these fights for the teams. They're not trying to do too much but hold the laning phase steady.
And here we go, the first 2v2 we're actually going to see in this match. This is actually very important to see how the AD carries stack up, because last game, Jinx just outperformed Lucian pretty heavily, and I think he had a much better time of it. So Cop, though, has the Bloodthirster done. Same here for nothing here. And basically, this is an important battle, because if Cog wins it, they get a turret, and they control this side of the map for the next dragon.
Getting a little aggressive onto Voyboy. He's safe under the turret, possibly. Dominate coming around the other side. Very nice read on the pings. He made sure he was there instantly. They are going to be able to get the turret. Hemo play goes down. Here comes Quas from the side. He's just out of enough to do his ultimate, and it looks like they get out safe. That could have been very big for Curse.
That absolutely could have been good choice there by Zenfira to pop the Sivir ulti. Problem is, now Curse is so low on health, or sorry, Cog's so low on health, Curse gets to counter push what was otherwise a really good choice by Cog, but it's going to go 1-for-1. Even though Cog had a significant turret health lead, it's just an equivalent trade, which is still better for Curse here.
Very quick pressure there. Those few pings lead to the mid turret, and that was really Cog's move. Curse was just ready to counter it.
Exactly. That was a good set of rotations right there. Well played overall by Voy and Dominate, just to buy a little bit of time, get the team in there, and then just pull the rotations down to get the counter push. And because they got some damage onto those guys from Cog, they made them leave the lane and just leave that opening here. Cog still has some other turrets they can pressure. They can still dodge the 2v2 lane and push something with Jinx, or sorry, with Lucian, or they need to actually win that 2v2 matchup with a jungle game.
Where do they want to go from here? Let's take stock. 15 minutes looking at these inventories. The death going on to nothing here. Remember, Quaz doing a 2v1 in the bottom lane to grab that up. This turret may be going down as well. It's going to be good gold going in the favor of Cog. It puts the turrets at 2, and the gold is about 1,000 or 2,000 now behind.
And there we go. So Cog finally getting themselves back in a little bit more. They finally took the outer turret down. Dragon in a minute and a half, though, is I think really the important next tell. I don't imagine guys really trying to force things much later than now until Dragon comes up. In-lane fights are fine as long as the teams have ward coverage. Problem is, Curse don't know anywhere Vi might be.
All the wards. Curse seems to place the ward unless they know they want to go for something. They don't go too deep on those wards. They got the mid turret, so they felt safe pressuring those Wraith wards. But as of right now, they just keep themselves on their side. It seems to be working at this point. Looking for Ziploc on the side, and they're not going to get anything out of it.
They're really not right now, honestly. They're looking for it. Like, the 3v3 is okay. It would actually be pretty decent from Leona Lucian overall. It's not a bad fight. You've got a lot of burst right there. You can bring down a squishy target. It's really on Curse to play it properly to get out of that battle. But Cog starting to unlock the map. 2 turret kills on both sides. I really want to see how the top lane matchup plays out, though, because we haven't seen these guys fight yet. And that's going to be another very important battle, is can Quas out-sustain Chris Harass and win that fight? Because the team that has the better top laner gets to basically use that to create openings.
Things going down towards the Dragon from both teams right now. They already have pink ward coverage on the side of Curse. Looks like that actually has just gone away. There we go. Placing out of the second one.
And Curse is in really better shape right now. You have seen that Curse hasn't come down until just now, right on the Dragon respawn. If Curse knows this, it's a 5v4. They can just sit there and face tank and say, you won't fight us, you don't have enough people.
Another turret, yeah, big turret in their favor. Another Dragon in their favor. Yes, the smite does not go to Ziploc. He Qs in and flashes out as they get their best attempt on grabbing that Dragon. So 25,000 to 22 now. Curse slowly building their lead, but they're acting on things this game. They're not patiently waiting for COG to come to them this time.
And it's smart of Curse to go for Dragons the second they spawn. They've got them timed out. They know to set up before it ever spawns, make sure they're already there to deal damage when it does come up, start flapping its wings. Because Curse needs to just keep pushing these gold leads as quickly as possible and basically strangle all the options away from COG. COG are kind of still waiting for something to do, and Curse aren't giving them any openings.
Only a few sweepers picked up a little bit ago as the trinkets really overused in this one. So many wards on the map. Quaz finding himself a little out here. Used the Dragon's Descent, but he gets the Vault Breaker, Assault and Battery to come in on the follow-up. And it looks like he may be going down here, though. No, he's getting away. It's going to be one last flash. He does not have it. And Quaz walks himself out in style.
That was really, really close right there. I think it was the right choice by COG to look for kills right there and snowball people ahead. At the very least, it does give some map control here. But the dominant rotation
they gotta
here...
know.
Yeah.
He's
yeah.
not going to stay with that low health.
Yeah, okay. Good attempted bait there by Quas. No one bites it. It's going to be these guys being safe. But yeah, that's the kind of plays that these guys need to make. COG have 2 real initiators that they can use to keep looking for plays. That's the kind of stuff we need from COG here. And 18 minutes in, they still hadn't found one. That's not a good thing for these guys. They've got to use those initiations, those ultimates, those abilities to get in and start turning the map to their side, because slowly but surely Curse keep taking Dragons, they keep getting minion kill leads, and it's not going to stop unless COG makes them stop.
Trying to see what's stopping Ziploc and Zane King really from trying to get their initiations on this time. They've been going into fights. Zane King's flash, or Ziploc's rather, was down from that Dragon engagement, and they did try to go top. But not much is coming into their favor this time. It seems Curse is adapting a little bit better and has definitely changed their play style from last game.
Absolutely. Their comp makes at least a little bit more sense for the champions.
Yeah,
at least all have the same
helps.
idea. And they're playing the map a lot smarter. They're not giving up nearly as many kills. They haven't gotten any team fights, so I guess they couldn't have had the, like, Quas goes one way, other team goes the other way whole thing. But yeah, COG really just stalled out, and they're just kind of letting Curse play the Scale of Vlad into Infinity game, which is perfectly fine for Curse here.
COG picking up a lot of wards. Double Bloodthirster for Zamfira, and nothing here means they have good sustain for themselves in the fight. And not as much peel is going to be necessary for those two. We'll see if it's going to be Zane King and Ziploc to grab the deaths up for the team once again. Dominate hovering around in mid, and right now Curse is really just showing themselves. They're not showing COG that they're going to have any pressure, and this may be the time when they plateau again and COG finds their way back.
It could be, really. I mean, honestly, the opportunity does exist for this COG lineup. Bloodthirster is done on Lucian. He's going towards that Trinity Force. Like, he's going to power spike pretty well. Draven's already kind of hit, I would say, one of his peaks right there, where, yep, you've got a full stack Bloodthirster level 9. All right, Draven is as powerful as he's ever going to get without getting any champion kills and spiking up ahead of other people in items. If COG gets a kill, like, onto Cop right here, right, they remove a bunch of Adoration stacks, they get a kill off onto a squishy champion, they can start moving around and using the map to their advantage. But, you know, now that Assault and Battery's back up for Ziploc, let's see what he looks for.
Very, very slow game compared to last game. We only have 1 kill on the board right now. Hard hats are completely on for both of these teams. And from going to the momentum of wanting to win, I think not wanting to lose is really on these teams' mind. It slows the game down, you play so much more cautious, and the risks are only for objectives, and that's what we're seeing. Dominate, a little bit of damage here, but he should be able to pinch in Chris. This is what we said they need to do. Come from the side, but it seems to be completely countered in. The execute, but it's not going to be enough on the regen. Oh my god, he lives, and it's going to be Quaz going on the 2v1 now. But here comes Zamfira as they come out of the woodwork. He is not able to get the kill, but everyone lives.
And Chris had to be really careful about this dive. I think it's going to miss. Nice try, though. It was a good lead. He was pretty close to his team. Nope, nothing picked up. That's pretty much the sound Draven makes when he throws axes. It's a good one.
Yeah, good catch, too.
All right, nice try. But yeah, and I like that from both sides. I think that was a little bit over-ambitious from I Will Dominate. He gave up an early kill last game from doing something like that, getting a little bit too aggressive. But COG are doing a good job of rotating around and getting their teammates into positions, getting in there for fights. The problem is is that the Cursed champions aren't getting pressured before they get big. Dominate was getting jumped on with like most of Aranduins and a like Ninja Tabby and Ancient Golem. Like, it's not an easy to kill champion. Quas the same way, has completed items, got a Sunfire Cape now already.
Oh,
you don't chase those guys down easily.
That was a full barrier shot from one Petchax there. Cop's a little big right now, and he can definitely dish that damage out if he's the first one to hit nothing here. Nothing here if that situation is in his favor, though. These guys can both kill each other. It's an outplay situation.
And right now, Cog are reading pressure onto the bottom lane by Curse. You're seeing I Will Dominate come down, but 4 members of Cog already en route as well. They could get a surround on Cop if he doesn't see it coming.
All right, with that HP, nothing here can't win the matchup. Right now, he's playing it safe, keeping himself in the back line. And the hover is coming in from Zane King, but he has seen a very nice sweeper put out there to make sure that his AD carry is safe as well.
And this is smart. These guys are doing a very good job of controlling vision, and a lot of it is because the wards are dying so much that these teams aren't safe to dive without... and they don't know where the enemy jungler is. You actually saw I Will Dominate look for that one fight and was like, whoops, there's an enemy team here. Man, that was a really dangerous choice. I almost died for that one. And the same is kind of happening here for Cog, where they don't know if that dive's going to work. They can't see if the jungler's waiting in the wings, so they just don't try for it. In high-pressure games like this, a lot of teams will say, you know what, if I don't know, I'm not going to try for it.
Right, they got to move with those wards. They got to move with the vision. The trinkets really act as like moving vision. You have to play where you're going to be. They don't last very long, and that dragon going in favor of Dominate. Very nice, smiting that one out. And Curse will again move off a dragon. Will they get anything? Does anything happen from this? Cog didn't fight it, so they're just going to defend.
Yeah, this game is deja vu. That happened a second ago.
Yep.
Jumped over the wall of Q, didn't get the smite, flashed away. Cog's Curse still up 3-1, and they go back to their own lanes. It's really Curse saying we don't need to rush the issue. It's good patience by them because they do outscale, and in fact, Quas
that works this time.
Exactly, and Quas is continuing to improve over Chris as well. Now, I like Chris's choice to go for like an early Sunfire, build a bit tanky, play more of a persistent damage game, because you just simply can't burst out tanks like Mundo and Shyvana. So Chris is building for a longer fight overall. But really, I don't see Chris actually ever turning that matchup around. Quas will push faster. Quas will probably jump into team fights a little bit more, get into the back lines a little more quickly. He'll be tankier in the battles as well, so he's harder to remove. And Chris is like, well, I got 2v1 and they tried to deny me. I'm just behind.
COD needs to take down this top turret, get a little bit of that minion wave push to the second tier. That's really when they were able to, in the bottom lane on the other side of top lane, I should say, was able to start to make some moves and really spread Curse thin. Right now, they're just getting minion waves in their face and keep pulling attention to Chris in the top lane, which I guess is working for them because they're getting the time. They're biding.
Yeah, they're trying. So Chris Cross apparently, it's a really long song here. Not a lot of notes in it either. It's like, is that like one of the hidden tracks where they're kind of like, there's a track 15 after like 30 minutes of silence? Pretty much how these guys are playing it. Cop gonna take the white again. It's fine, no big deal here. But yeah, it's Cog need to get the machine rolling. That's really what it comes down to. Curse aren't gonna make this happen. They'll pick up dragons because they know they're stronger. Cog have the ability to separate people and pick out individuals throughout the mid game, and they're just not finding it. And that's really the difficulty here is their only way to get into this game, they're not finding that opening.
Mundo's gonna meet up with Dominate, and it looks like Cobb's trying to set up a little bit of a scare in the brush if he's able to do it. Chris and Quas, not very fighty here. Quas is actually taking a bit of damage if they engage though, so he knows he can't really trade right now with that burst.
Yeah, it's wearing him down a little bit. Once he finally gets Spirit Visage done, he's gonna have a lot more health regen, even though he's not life-stealing as a champion. I'm actually gonna check to see if he did anything with Runes and Masteries. No lifesteal at all, so it's just really just base health regen. But the Visage HP 5 that it gives you and all that is enough to basically sustain through that. And so Quas is going to become pretty unremovable in the near future in the next couple of thousand gold when he finishes his items. And at that point, it's like, well, you're not going to remove Quas anymore, man. You're going to run out of mana before he runs out of health.
All right, so at this point, Curse needs to kind of kick themselves in the butt and get things going. Their inventories completely out inventory, if you will. On the other side, they are 5,000 gold ahead. They've taken so many dragons, and after every dragon, they go back to farming. They're not getting anything out of it. And right now, they would straight up win a team fight.
They absolutely would. And when that team fight happens, Cop's going to get super rich. He's at 600 stacks of his passive right now, which means he's going to get 1,250 bonus gold for his first kill.
Yeah.
That's basically most of Last Whisper. Well, he's got that. It's basically a BF sword on his way to...
You know what? He's going to buy another one.
He'll just, 2 Last Whispers. I know it says last, but apparently it really means
One more.
One more. Yeah, that petered out quickly. And really, yeah, like that's. I don't think it's on the mind of Cog right here saying, "Oh man, those Raven stacks," but it's still going to come into play when the fights start happening. Curse wins a fight, they're going to win harder than you would expect.
We'll see what they can do. They don't seem too sure of themselves right now, or just happy with the way the game is going. They are kind of pressuring back. They're up in gold, but they haven't moved past a few turrets that they've taken previously. Dragon comes up in 2 minutes. Maybe they'll force the Dragon fight instead of grab Dragon, because grabbing it kind of takes all the scariness away from it. Having it there is what they need to engage the fight.
Exactly, and for Cog here, they need to actually be there in time. They showed up late to Dragon both times, basically. Second time, they weren't even, like, they just had to look for a steal and not even get a team fight. Cog needs to know the timer, and they do. They knew the timer both times because they tried to steal and couldn't quite land it. Cog can be in position, spend a bunch of time and effort getting ward control and saying, look, we're going to pick the fight, we're going to separate one of you, burst you out. Again, my choice is probably Cop here. He's the only easily killed champion on the Curse lineup. And say, okay, well, no persistent damage. We can continue from here and win the fight with our AD carry.
It's actually pretty interesting. Zamfira's gotten himself actually level 16. He's damaging Voyboy pretty well, even with that Seeker's arm guard on, and he has no pen on that armor. Everybody else is somewhat even level throughout the other lanes, but Zamfira doing a good job of keeping up on Voyboy. He's been roaming a little bit, not getting kills, but he was up in CS.
Yeah, and you know, for what it's worth, I would like to see a player like that in the LCS, to have a player like Zamfira get a lot more exposure, because I always like players who do unorthodox things, who bring out champions you don't normally see. I was excited to see yesterday the LeBlanc pick by Shifter. I was like, yeah, and I knew he did it in the Challenger scene. He picked LeBlanc as a counterpick to Ziggs, and I was kind of chanting backstage, like, oh, they first picked Ziggs. All right, is it going to be LeBlanc? And I was like waiting, and I applauded when he grabbed it finally. Yeah, and unfortunately, he got like massively outplayed. Didn't do anything that game. But the players who, you know, bring back Double AD, we haven't seen it too much in the recent past, and not so much with Sivir really in general. The players who bring in things like AP Lulu mid, it's like, that's cool to see, right? He's forced 2 Kog'Maw bans already. Like, that's cool, that's fun to see. And when you get players like Chris who force Ribbon bans, and if, you know, Zane King proves to be this god tier Leona that forces bans, suddenly those unorthodox picks start showing up because you can't ban them all out.
I don't like this. Cog is going to the back of Dragon to try and take it away as Curse takes it, so it doesn't look like we're actually going to get a fight out of this. Wait, maybe? Maybe?
Yeah, so Chris came down first. That's the important thing. You have a very small window and massive ward coverage, actually, by these guys, of Cog being there a little bit first. Now, the problem is there's no turrets to pressure around this area except that bottom lane. So Curse can kind of force Cog away because the bottom lane turret can be pressured. Cog don't really have that same luxury here.
All right. Ziploc has flash up. 3rd time's a charm. Will he be able to queue in and flash out with the Dragon this time? Nope, Cobb gets it. So they try again from the backside. Will they pressure after this? 4 Dragons. Gold is now 7,000 or 6,000 in the lead as Cog crests 40 grand there. And now we're getting a push down mid. And I don't think, yeah, they have a wave.
Yeah, now that they've got double Randuin's Omen and a Thornmail completed, their front line can dive turret successfully. Dominate's going for a Thornmail next, maybe a Sunfire. I would expect Thornmail though. And these guys, like, Curse have finally unlocked the point where they're like, screw it. We don't have initiation, but we have guys who can't dive, so just walk at them until they fall over. They've got a big enough gold lead, 15% right now. That's enough that they can do this now. They can just walk into them with their faces and just like, yeah, just dive.
Zamfira not really letting him close to the turret. Static Shift Sivir making it quite easy to clear out those waves. So with what they have, it's going to actually be hard for Curse. Like you said, they're going to have to go straight under and around those turrets because they're all melee once they get to it.
And that does make it a pretty big difficulty, but they're grouping up towards the mid lane. Like, you're seeing these teams look for fights!
Voyboy gets locked up. Here goes the W. He's down in the Sanguine pool. The Zanyas is going to come out completely after. All the ultimates combined into one area, and it looks like Cog is losing their HP bars quickly here. Zkank to the back line. A beautiful shot coming from nothing here, but it's Voyboy turning it around. Tides of Blood brings in 2 kills for himself. It's going to be Zane King, still alive with a sliver of health, but he goes down valiantly with a kill under his belt. But it's going to be Curse finally coming out on top. Cop lives with a sliver of health, and Quaz is going to chase down, waste, and bite through the barrier of nothing here.
Beautiful job right there. 5 for 1, and Cop now has 3,800 gold in his inventory, cashing in on the League of Draven right here. And Curse gonna say, all right, let's start getting some objectives for this, and it explodes. 2 turrets going down. Voyboy with Zhonya's and Sanguine Pool. He got such a late ult off, but he burned so many cooldowns on himself. So much of the initiation went onto Voyboy. Solar Flare blocked by a Zhonya's Hourglass. Watch this. So Voy gets jumped on. Now he doesn't have time to actually cast his ulti. The quarter second would let him die. So he pools first, and he's going to actually use Zhonya's immediately afterwards. Still doesn't get to do much, but survive. But when you engage with double AD and go in really hard against double Bruiser, like what Curse has, those guys start burning you out, and you saw that there. Quas and Dominate took a whole bunch of damage as the tank line and just worked down the rest of the lineup. I gotta commend some of the kiting by the rest of these guys, but 1,446 gold is what Cop has got for that kill. Yeah.
You got it. Talked about it earlier, the double invincibility. They chased down Voyboy thinking they were going to get that kill, and the Zhonya's kind of turned the page in the book, and it was a choose your own adventure, and Curse was the one to choose where it went. So 6-2 on the board now, 10,000 gold, and now it's in Curse's mind that they are ahead in the game, and I think they're going to be making a few more moves faster.
Yeah, these guys are absolutely in control. Speaking of making moves, Voyboy picked up Distortion Boots so that he can ghost and flash more often. Beautiful segue. And of course now Baron going down as well because these guys just have control. Cog finally took a fight, and it was a disaster for them. They waited too long, and Curse outscaled it. They've got a gigantic Vladimir now on the map. This is Curse playing their comp right and saying, all right, we're going to out-team fight you.
It'll be very interesting to see how Cog reacts now. We saw them in a game where they were very far ahead, really dictated the pace of the game. They were in the driver's seat, but now, how can they come back? Or is Curse going to do the same thing? They're trying to bring the medicine that Cog gave them in game one. And you know what? They're dishing it out quite well right now. After the Dragons, they've started to aggress.
There we go. So a well-controlled game after the Baron, after the Dragons, all of that stuff. They're like, yes, give me your inhibitor. Now let's reset and take the rest of your base right here. These guys have just picked up all of their items. Of course, the Infinity Edge being done for Cop is just massive. Nothing's going to stand up to him. Ziploc just doesn't have any real tank stats yet. No Randuin's done. Chris still going half and half between tankiness and damage output. And that's going to stand up to Cop's Draven.
And look at them all just pouring out of that Wolf area. They were waiting for a pickoff. Chris wanted to go to the bottom lane to see if they had or could get any vision, which they're starting to put down and regain their jungle. But it's not going to be much. They are completely on a chain for Curse right now, and they have to go wherever they go.
Let's see what these guys can do then. So Cog definitely need a pickoff. Problem is there's no reason for Curse to split up in any way. Like Cop, like yeah, getting rid of the minions up at the top side is fine, and it's a bunch of gold. And he has 2 wards that cover the only ways he could get ganked. Unless right down there in the bottom left is a Fnatic brush. He's not going to go near. He's like, they could be there. I've seen this replay before. So the only potential gank that could have happened on Cop, he dodged. So that was a pretty safe push up top. But yeah, Curse can group as 5. And I mean, they can face tank a turret. Even splitting up is a chance for Cog to get a random kill.
This vision is so critical that they just placed down. Knowing that they are, or Cog rather, is nowhere near their base. They have like a zip line of wards going right across the front. So no engages are going to happen that Curse doesn't want. They get turrets all across the map with the objectives being down, and they're going to start picking up a little bit of potential gold that's just been sitting there.
Yeah, they really are. So there we go. A little more money, even though Curse don't completely need it. Cog, you can just see how afraid they are. They push up mid and say, wait, I see Voyboy. No 1v5, please. Let's just get the heck out of here right now. And it's Cog, taking what they can. They're looking to take some, they're getting the red buff, they're getting the minions that they can kind of go for. But Cog this entire time, all they've been doing all game is basically being pensive and saying, you know what, I don't think we can do it yet. Now, to be fair, they're waiting at the Baron buff, and that's smart. You don't really want to try to make plays against a team with Baron, and Curse taking a really long time to actually go for a fight here. They're not really using their Baron to do much. But Cog, this is
a little bit of tier 2 race here. We're going to get some damage down. Mundo is coming back. The turret's dropped a little bit slower, so they're definitely not going to progress to that inhibitor turret as fast. It's going to be big. Quas uses Dragons. Get it out. And the inhibitor is going to follow after. He is a little scared to go back in.
Cog's still pushing right now. This is a bit of a base race, and Cog has to turn around and defend it.
Cog, they are going to be able to go into the fight. Very nice Draven ulti coming all the way from top down to the left side. And it looks like Cog is running for their lives right now. Voyboy is under. The Hemo Plague is down, and he's going to amplify that transfusion damage along with Tides of Blood. Nothing here. The Cleaver to come out. A great flash and a shot back, but will it be enough? He turned and did that. Can he turn and click the red buff on?
I don't think it's going to be enough. Cop Nexus turret. Cop second Nexus turret.
Zamfira's coming.
Looks to be going on the Nexus itself. Zamfira's there. Zamfira goes down in the fountain. Cop gets all the reward gold, and Cop takes the game for himself in 37 minutes.
Draven wouldn't have it any other way. The game is all about him. That was a very interesting end of the game. Cogs looking for that mid lane push at the end there, I think was the right idea. They were losing grasp of the game and said, guys, we might have outpushed them on the map. Let's try to go for it here. Curse made the right call, though. They've made some very smart, immediate decisions in this game overall. Their mid lane fight, the recalls there, and leaving Hop the split push, saying, we think we can hold on to this, go for it, we're ahead. That's always scary, though.
Yeah.
You're like, we could lose the game if we fail this base trade, but we win it right now if we do it smart. Curse did it smart.
I was worried that Curse would kind of let that roll out a little too long and not get to where they wanted, let Cog come back and just flourish through the mid game. But right after that Baron, they knew what they had. Actually, before the Baron, the fight that they won, they said, oh, we're like 5,000 gold ahead. I think this is going to work. And they finally took it into their own hands. Now, granted, that was a little different of an ending. We have to bring back before, though, that stage experience, the nerves playing in. It was definitely a miscall from Cog there.
Yeah, that felt very strange by Cog. This game felt weird. They were like, it's almost like they thought they were the stronger team flat out on paper. It was like, let's just not throw. Let's just not throw. We're just better than them. Like, they thought their comp would just win magically at like 35 minutes or something. And we just never saw any moves from the team that like has a bunch of playmaking champions.
Yeah.
And they're like too afraid or nervous or something to actually make plays. They're never found the openings. Even the 2v2 matchup would have been okay. Leona plus Vi together can force kills on pretty much any lane. And they never found it. They never even really looked for it there. They tried twice, once on I Will Dominate, once on Quas, and that was pretty much it. That's all I saw from these guys, and I think that's a little bit too passive from Cog. I want to see them go back to the playmaking that won them game one.
And really got to be called out there. Quaz playing amazing in that game. Getting the first blood in a 2v1 situation. And I think almost a bigger hand in what happened there by Cop staying. He stopped them from taking that inhibitor. He said, fight me, not the inhibitor. They had how many people attacking second tier and then inhibitor, and Cop was able to take everything as one man. So there's a great distraction by Quaz on that push.
Yeah, very smart choice right there by Quas and the rest of Curse to say, you know what, 4v5, we might lose the fight, but we will outpush you. We'll use our bodies to gum up the works. And you know, the Cog machine slowed down. It really did. They didn't take the base down. Well played, Curse.
See if they can re-grease the gears for next game. We got to take a quick break, but when we return, everything's tied up at 1 win apiece. Both teams look to take a lead with a Game 3 win. The 2014 Spring Promotional Tournament, we'll be right back. Stick around.
Yeah, I definitely think that adaptation's extremely important, especially in a series that's either best of 3 or best of 5, because if they do end up taking a game off you, you have to be able to quickly understand what went wrong, what you can quickly ban out, and how you can adapt to like exactly what they're doing in order to win.
Welcome back to the 2014 Spring Promotion Tournament live from Los Angeles. Now guys, talking about that game 2, not the most interesting game to watch for the best player, but we got a fantastic base race at the end. And I kind of want to throw it out there. How do you lose a base race with 280 carries on your team?
Well, what happened was they didn't really take advantage of the mid game with the 280 carries. They didn't push the turrets as soon as they could, even though there were like uncontested turret kills, which really confused me. But I'm pretty sure Cognitive Gaming didn't go into like pushing mid thinking it was a base race. It was more so they didn't want to fight Baron, and they noticed most of their team was top, so they just looked for the free in-hit to trade to make the best out of the situation. But Curse kind of outplayed him by leaving Draven there, who farmed up to like 4 or 5, maybe 6 items. I don't remember what he had, but then they sent the front line at him, and they just pretty much were meat shields and absorbed all their damage. So Draven was able to take the base in time.
Yeah, very good from Cop stepping up there to finish it, because Curse was 1 game down and picks and bans throughout game 1 and 2, and you especially had something to say about that Needly pick for Voyboy in game 1.
I don't get it. I don't understand why they picked Needly in game 1. You know, the rest of the composition wrapped around, to wrap it up, they had Mundo, Annie, and Renekton, right? Sort of go in, those types of champions. And the Needly was picked into a Leona and Vi. And one of the best things against a pokey champion is a hard engage, which both Leona and Vi have. So I feel like that was a little bit of a derp moment for Curse. In the game themselves, Curse also then struggled to win team fights. Cognitive simply won multiple dragon fights, and Curse were really struggling to get into the groove. I'm wondering if it isn't a tension thing or a nerves thing, being on the stage, because these guys are basically fighting for their life in the LCS. You know, they're playing to not lose, as opposed to playing to win, potentially.
Talking about picks and bans, and I Will Dominate mentioned that if you lose that first game, you have to adapt going into the next one. I kind of feel like they went for a reactionary comp, as Freak hinted at as well, 2 times, and on the other side, they had a Sivir that go in, a Vi that can go in really hard. And don't you expect from a team like Curse, who has the members on it that are supposed to be more experienced, that they choose something that just goes for it more?
I also think they need to make use of the champions that they do have. You know, they did have an Annie in the previous game, and their team fights just weren't crisp enough. You know, in this particular matchup, they had that the Dr. Mundo and the Shyvana, and it took them 32 minutes to really do anything with it. It was just a farm fest. They're just stuck in their lanes the whole time.
Yeah. Benny, what I kind of wanted to hint at with you is the top lane matchup. Of course, a lot of people have said this Quaz can be the best top laner in North America, if not in other regions as well. And going up against Chris, X-Velocity, of course, how do you feel that matchup has played out up till now?
Like, I definitely have both respect for both players. Quaz, although I haven't laned against him, he seems really solid, like a really smart laner in general, and his team fights are really good. The only thing that confused me was that in game 1, he decided to build more of a squishy Renekton, and because of that, he died instantly in team fights. And I feel like he learned his lesson this game when he went full tank Shyvana and just able to just tank everything and just become a menace in team fights.
It worked in his favor, that's for sure.
It absolutely did.
I've got a question about the double AD comp from Cognitive, because, you know, they locked in that Sivir. We were sitting upstairs, and as soon as Sivir was locked in, Jat mentioned that's going to be mid lane Sivir. Right. They then locked in the Lucian later, and, you know, traditionally when we see these double ADs, they tend to hit a power spike in the mid game, push towers, roam, and try to win the game by sort of 30 minutes on the clock. But Cognitive never made moves for towers. I think they got their first tower at like 14.5 or 15 minutes, like, which is insanely slow if you've got 2 ADs.
I honestly don't have too much to comment on that. It feels like it was a lack of resolve where they picked the comp. I don't know if they picked like Sivir and Lucian just simply because they're like the 2 of the strongest AD carries right now, or maybe it was more so for a curveball. But they could have easily taken Sivir or taken advantage of Sivir's ultimate and like force mid game engages or just take towers and just disengage.
Quite different stories here from game 1 going into game 2. Now going into game 3, what do you guys think? How's it going to play out? Curse or Cognitive?
I think if Curse can have a better pick and ban phase like they did game 2, I think that'll play in their favor. But both of the teams have had little hiccups during picks and bans, and I think both teams will need to stabilize for this match.
Benny?
Yeah, I feel like it's in terms of like the skill, just the skill levels of both teams, they're very similar. But what I've noticed is just like the team compositions that made the hugest difference. Where the first game, like you said, that the Nilly pick didn't really make sense, and then this time, Cog picked 2 AD carries into 2 super meat shields and didn't do anything with it.
All right, thank you very much, guys. Now let's send it across the studio to Freak, Riv, and a Game 3 action.
Thank you very much, Jocks. It is time for Game 3 in this best-of-5 series between Curse and Cognitive Gaming. And after dropping an initial game, Curse managed to come back in Game 2 with a pretty dominating win there in the end.
Yeah, so the first guy to talk about from Game 1 is Voyboy. So Game 1, the Nidalee wasn't too good. His Vladimir worked a heck of a lot better. I said blood while saying the word better. I'm good at this. A heck of a lot better, though. 4-0 and 2. And honestly, once again, he didn't really end up making a lot of plays. He felt locked to his lane, just kind of farming. But at least on Vladimir, that's fine. You just get there and be huge and a gigantic threat in fights. I'm still waiting to see the Voyboy that we saw from 2012, though, the one who goes out and makes plays, because I haven't seen that yet from him. Otherwise, though, Cop's Draven played really well. He got really big farm. He got like a 3,000 gold kill at the end of that game. And, of course, he got the split push going in, but he was just a solid AD carry throughout that one, so I got to give some props to him. The only guy I've really seen make plays, though, on the Curse lineup is Quas. That's the guy right now, if Curse is going to win, it's Quas doing a bunch of stuff, creating a lot of pressure, and making everyone afraid of him, whether it was the flash first blood out of nowhere in the second game or just his split pushing in Game 1. He's the only guy who's really standing out as doing anything special, creating openings. And when I think of Curse, I think of many more people than just Quas who are able to do that. So I want to see the rest of them step up.
Yeah, Quas definitely completely takes this seriously. If you watch his onboarding video with Curse, he moved here from Venezuela with this in mind. This is what he wants to do in his life. And on the grand stage, to make it happen, he's playing very well. And we'll see if Curse can keep this up in the second game. Cog looking to prevent a loss again. Curse with consecutive momentum here. That's what they're using, and the bans will begin.
So, again, not very surprising on the bans right here. Curse have learned their lesson, saying, okay, Chris's Riven split push is too good. Let's unlock the Quas potential. Right? Quas lost to Riven by the mid-game last time. Yeah, the Quas potential. I mean, like, he's the guy who's doing well. And this is what's so important in series games, is saying, look, you might come into the research, you might come into the game plan, but after Game 1, realize who's winning, who's losing, who's performing, unlock your best players, lock down their best players. Chris's Elise, significantly less powerful than his Riven. That was a big change in power. Keep that going.
Pretty standard picks and bans coming out. Cassidy still finding himself out. As we see Cog in these games, I wonder if they'll try to fight for more dragons, because I feel like they're giving Curse just the upper hand in fights, saying, you're a little bit more veteran in this situation. We'll wait until we can pound it out in the mid game.
Yeah, so for sure, Cog needs to take more initiative here. That is a very important thing for these guys. They've got to figure out what it's going to take for them to kind of get rolling and make things happen. The analyst has talked about it. We talked about it last game as well. The other interesting thing I want to point out here for Cog is that with only a couple of bans, they've kept Voyboy really sequestered. Again, Game 1 didn't look very good. Game 2 kind of sat there in lane. They've only really sent now 2 bans at him, Cass and Vlad, and said, okay, well, what else can you run here? What else can you even play with? Because if Voyboy's not comfortable with 2 bans in his champion pool, that's not good for Curse.
Olaf gets through, Ziggs gets through, things we've seen banned within these last game, I should say. This is going to be big. Everybody's kind of talking about the Quas still and saying, we want him to go mid, but it looks like Voyboy is going to take it. He has quite a big champion pool as well, so Curse could definitely throw some a wrench, or many wrenches.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if they go for Heimbedinger, then they got a lot of wrenches to throw at them. But Quas right here, I like the first pick onto Ziggs, though, right? He's got a huge win rate. I think he's maybe lost 1 or 0 games over like 10 picks throughout the promo tournament overall, and has been picked or banned in every game this series so far. Of course, that was a win for Zamfira in Game 1. Curse, of course, getting banned actually by Cog in Game 2, but here's Curse back with Ziggs. Important pick for them. It's going to, I think, unlock Voyboy pretty well. Going to allow him to roam the map and make plays, and it's just a very powerful champion.
Well, that's the thing. Voyboy did do some work that he needed to do, because he drew a Vladimir ban, which means that was a huge threat. They saw the impact of the amplified power composition coming through. Sunfire Shiv, Mundo Sunfire, and it was way too much. You could see the health bars dropping, and nobody's really using abilities in those fights. So he will be waiting once again to get that pick in, but we do see the anti support for Zken.
So I want to see how this comp starts panning out here for Cognitive, because they've got Sivir and Olaf locked in already. And the one thing I think about with Annie's support is I think she's weak against Double Bruiser, because trying to engage on a big beefy front line with like a 500 damage Tibbers kind of gets shrugged off by people like Olaf and Vi, really. Whereas on the other side, if you actually lock in the Vi here, I think is a very good choice for Cog. You've got Sivir to dive them in there, and a bunch of people who can dive in and start the fight. Okay, that's not the case here for Cog. So now it's actually a little bit more unlocked, but you know, Cog got a couple of really heavy contested picks. The Olaf, the Sivir, both coming through, both very successful as well. Some good picks coming through for these guys at least.
We do see the Leona banned out as well again. That has just been really a huge initiation on Annie. We saw a lot that Annie could not get Tibbers off. Flash Tibbers was up every fight because Solar Flare would be the initiation. So they get that out. Annie may be a little bit more usable within the situation.
So with Draven being hovered over as well, we look sort of at the Curse lineup overall, and they're running a very similar team every time through. Dominate and Quas have been Bash Brothers. And I know officially that's Nasus and Renekton, but really they've been these frontline bruisers who are difficult to get rid of.
Subbing out.
Yeah, they jump on a nothing here partway through the game if they can help it. They also do a really good job of locking down the double AD comp, which we saw last time as well. And it's just a very strong lineup here. And with the Annie, who can initiate, with Ziggs, who can follow up, with Draven, who's actually reasonably self-sufficient in the back line because you can keep hitting Blood Rush and move fast. It's a very cohesive Curse team where they've got some good early game power through the Renekton and whatnot. But then also it scales in a late game with Draven gets some kills, Mundo powers up, and Ziggs powers up.
So both of these teams have shaken off the bad picks. They figured out what to do here. We got Quaz going back on Renekton. We saw him going for the TMS, Spirit Visions, Randuins, and Black Cleaver build. Not super innovative in its own rights, but really, like Benny said, a squishier Renekton he would have liked to see.
Yeah, so I think I want to know if he changes his build around a little bit, because if he could just tank out the Elise, that's a really good thing for him. If he could just like survive any split pusher, Quas can keep making plays and keep creating pressure. That's important for him here on Renekton. For Cog, though, I'm looking at this team, and it's like, okay, so Olaf's going to be a big menace. Now, do you bring a friend with Olaf? Elise is not really a bruiser here. She's kind of, she's mostly assassin, spikes out the damage really quickly, and then starts petering out. So no one's really there to follow the Olaf around to keep making plays. So he's just kind of there as like a general frontliner. So what Cog's going for here instead is a lot more control. They've got the Sivir movement speed, Elise can start picking things off, Orianna can pick things off, start fights out, but it's a very generalist team with it's a very like Season 3 team. We got a frontline, we got a backline, we got utility. We're pretty much good in any situation here for Cog, and I think it's a better version of like what Curse ran in Game 1, where it actually has some synergy here.
They do have Quas, as we said, on Renekton, which was diving a little too far past, and you could easily get that with an Olaf. The team overfocuses him, tries to chase him down. He's going to have Ragnarok on. Definitely something to look for as Curse approaches these team fights if they do stick together. Quas was a little more team-oriented last game, but on the Renekton, you want to go to the back line, but you're also hoping somebody follows you.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's going to be that for Dominate. And the only thing really that happens here on the other side, though, the brothers go in, and Curse has a good way of getting in the back. There's one thing that I'm worried about for Cop. So he's on Draven. Draven doesn't escape things very easily, and the one thing that can really screw with him is Elise Repel plus Orianna Shockwave. That's like the one way that Cog has in on Cop, but it's a really, I would say, reliable way in and really devastating. He's either got to flash the Shockwave or somehow get so much support that he doesn't die to the Shockwave and then in like a re-engage combo. That's one thing to watch for in this game.
Another one, Voyboy versus Zamfira. We really haven't seen the roam from these lanes until the 2v2 is halfway played out and somebody's limping away bleeding, and then they get there for the kill. So they have been actually giving each other quite a hard time in mid. Not through kills, but through keeping each other there, keeping it well warded, and alerting their team if there is any roaming. So that's slowing these games down quite a bit too.
It is. These mid laners haven't been able to make plays really on, I would say, either side. I think in the long run, I think Zamfira's done a better job of creating pressure. He's put more turret damage down overall. He's locked his opponent down a little bit more. And as we saw in Game 1, he fairly well carried that game on his own Ziggs. Now that Voy's got the Ziggs, I want to see if Voy gets to unlock himself and be useful here. Zamfira and Orianna the same way. Has a lot of kill pressure. in general, as Orianna makes ganks happen and has a heck of a lot of team fight pressure. So I want to see how these teams adapt moving in down the series.
All right, so we have a 1-1. We're locked into the best of 3 here, and we're going to see the next 2 games. Somebody can take them straight. It would be quite a surprise, as a lot of social media, a lot of people here in the studio saying that these teams are evenly matched right now. And this is why they're butting heads so hard. So we'll have to see if somebody can really take an advantage in the early game and run with it.
So Cog already starting out with something very interesting. Now, it's going to be up to Zane King's hook and really quick follow-up. So the hook's going to land.
Oh,
now, can they get it?
Quaz goes in. Oh, no, he does hook down. Can he get against the wall? He does get a beautiful slice and dice.
Perfectly positioned on Zane King.
That's really good there by Quas, and that is why when you start the game, you don't just learn your skill at level 1. Quas is like, oh, I'm going to die. So he learns slice and dice, burn the flash as well. But the reactions to play that one properly, good by Quas.
They're going to give the player that's given them a hard time the exact same thing. So they start this one off with a smile on their face, but they are not going to leave with just that. They want more. They want more smiles.
Yeah, the cool thing about that invade right there is it gave them control. There's no way Curse would re-engage and pressure them out of this lane because they literally couldn't get 5 people there in time with health bars. So Cog got wards wherever they wanted them. They get control over the bottom jungle, and that's a really good thing for Cog.
That's a quick audible called by Curse as well. We see Quaz moving up to the top lane, so they quickly teleport Cog to the bottom. This is going to switch up what they wanted in the early game here, so we'll see if it goes in their favor. Whoop.
Yeah, that's okay. Actually,
Not
it's still
yours.
good for Cog. Yeah, they use their trinket wards to spot everything and say, all right, we're not getting invaded. Smart choice by Zekent to make sure that invade really was working as they expected. This actually allows I Will Dominate to trade red buffs regardless. It's actually not even that bad for Curse overall. Yeah, it just takes it out with Smite, no big deal. Problem is that Dominate is still kind of waiting around in the enemy side of the map, and the thing is they know what Dominate's up to. So there's a chance he gets stabbed partway through this game.
That red is still hanging. We'll see if they try to pressure. Ziploc has made his way off, and they'll be good. Cop holding this mid lane, so this is going to be one of the first, or mid lane, holding the middle of the lane. This will be the first time we see them match up. So neither Cog or Curse have the ability to incorrectly push the lane and give the solo laner an advantage.
Yeah, it seems like it's going to be pretty safe right now, honestly, on all sides. We finally have a 2v2 and a 1v1 for the first time this series as well. This is going to be one to watch for because the very pregame, a lot of people said Cop and Zekent was a pretty strong duo lane. They did well in most matchups here. I want to see if that actually happens, especially because Draven Annie is such a strong lane. I would be surprised to see Curse lose this, but this is the first real test to see whose duo lane just is stronger.
So Quaz now against Chris really won't be able to build health because that's just going to help Chris kill him.
Yeah, so I can see him sustaining with Ravenous Hydra and just trying to lifesteal tank everything. The way you kind of fight an Elise is you don't wait for her to run out of mana. It doesn't really work. You pretty much just like clear the waves really fast. You actually shove really hard and then recall. And then shove really hard and recall. So you don't miss many minions. You also sustain back up. But Void's in trouble.
Oh, satchel charge to get out of that one. Ziploc getting a little extra damage on the side.
Okay, so not too much miss. So yeah, so Quas can play a heavy push game with Ravenous Hydra, which is what he's going for there. His first buy, a very early buy, is a longsword, a ward, and a potion. So he's going to say, look, I don't want to get ganked by the Chris Ziploc combo, and I am going to go for a team map. I am going to try to shove the lane constantly against Chris and not take constant poke.
Seeing the movement just under mid lane here of Dominate. He would be there for a counter, but Ziploc looks like he's going to head over, clear out his red buff, get that finally situated. And we'll see where he decides to go. Nothing coming from Dominate, nothing coming yet from Ziploc, so it leaves the lanes to be determined by just the players in them. Cop and Zekent, 25-21 on that lane, so everybody's really just playing this one out. Like I say, hard hats on. Nobody's trying to push their limits just yet.
Not really, but the mid lane's actually getting kind of interesting. Voidboy's winning this lane matchup. Despite getting pressured out by the enemy jungler, he's putting some pretty decent damage onto Zamfira. And I feel like Void's going to start to be able to create pressure here. The one thing I talked about with the way Coast played this lane throughout their practice games is that you can really push them out of the lane with Ziggs, pull your jungler in, and with someone like Mundo with Masochism, you can put some very real damage on an enemy turret and create pressure on structures and unlock mid lane as this like, well, we're going to kill your turret unless you react to this and force Cog's hand.
Quaz gets hit up quite hard. did not get through anything else, so when they get sliced out of this one, are they going to go into the turret? Dominate's right there, putting himself a human shield between himself and Quaz. But the first blood goes to Dominate. He gets it, and it is going to be the pickup by Chris.
Wow, right place, right time by I Will Dominate. It was a good gank by Cog to recognize Quas's flash was still on cooldown from that level 1. It's just coming back up in the near future. Oh, this pull though!
Threads the death sentence in. Cop forced to use the barrier right away in the situation, then the flash seeing the follow-up damage. And they are going to be safe on that one. Cog grabbing an advantage in the bottom lane.
Yeah, it's going to be a couple Summoners burned. I like that play. Very good hook there by Zane King. And, well, looks like the duo lane, even with a slightly weak lane like Sivir, doing a great job. I like that.
It's great to see a team doing well together when you only grabbed members 3 to 4 months ago. Teams that people that haven't been playing with. Valkyrin was out, Zane King was in, and he's really been just gelling with the team so well, and you can see it in these games.
Yeah, it's really good for these guys being able to put the lineups together, because we've seen so many teams switch lineups throughout the offseason and then have to make it all work so quickly. Gambit even said themselves, like, yeah, getting him back was just so, getting Edward back was just so useful for us. We'd played with him for so long. Yeah, that synergy does matter, and these teams, of course, will continue to improve. But this is when they're tested, is right here. Still fresh lineup, but they got to make it work right now.
It's a best-of-5 freak. It tests more than just that physical. It tests the mental. You have to stay positive the whole time. It's something Korean players live off of. There can be no negativity in your gameplay because then you kind of feel that something won't happen. And when you always know you can, move on forward. And right now, Curse is looking to get another win off of what they did last game. Chris didn't really want that fight. He went in, but he didn't want it.
Yeah, just kind of going for harass. I mean, all the spider form abilities are free anyway, so anytime you can press the buttons to mess with your opponent, maybe deal a little bit of damage, there's really no lost resources there, so Chris can be happy to spam right now. But of course, the junglers are looking around, still trying to create pressure. The bottom lane, it's very volatile. Both these AD carries can put out a lot of burst damage with Boomerang Blade or just with Draven being Draven. Annie and Thresh both have a great amount of crowd control from range. They can set up their junglers for kills pretty easily, and I want to see next time these guys show up. Ziploc tried, but turned back around a little while ago.
Dominant usually focuses Quas lane. They look to get him pretty fed right now, but he's doing a little bit of counter jungling of his own, and it looks like we may get focus on Voyboy in mid. They know Ziggs is going to be a problem. He kind of walks it out, but I think he was seen by that ward and saw the movement of Voyboy.
Yeah, so right now these mid laners aren't getting to do very much. The first blue buff is when things start to get really interesting because you've got enough mana to just relentlessly clear your lane out and guarantee there's no opportunity cost to go and roam. So right now the blue buff's being taken about the same time. This is when it starts to get interesting. So, alright, Voy's got blue, Zemfira's got blue. Both these champions very good at killing off minions, and there's not much to do once you kill the minion wave, so it's either going to be like game 1 where Voy kept taking race, or they actually start joining their junglers and making plays in the other lanes.
Gold still very close within this game. Dragon, you know it looks tempting to these teams. They're thinking about it. But right now the laning phase continues. See Voyboy going back to pick up raids. He wants to keep himself safe in lane. There's really nothing to push, so he's letting the wave actually come to his turret every time. He is fearing Ziploc a little bit, and he knows that ultimate from Zamfira can turn things very quickly.
I like that though. The W does a low enough damage that he can last hit while still setting up the rest of them under the turret. It's a good adaptation. It shows that he knows
nice.
Ziggs really well. Yeah, I like that. So Chris actually, interestingly, ran out of Spiderling so far. He's actually been fighting Quas pretty heavily, losing his spiders while doing so, but ultimately running out of mana, which he needs to spawn more spiders.
He thought that was going to be a cocoon, but it was the Q. He gets a good amount of damage in there. Chris feels confident. He's in no mana cost mode. He's just going to keep farming the lane. 55 to 50 there. It's really the best CS matchup we've had, but really the first time they've matched up.
Yeah, exactly. These lanes have actually gone very equal in the head-to-head, right? 7 minions different in the top lane, 8 minions different in the mid lane, just now 7 in the duo lane down here, and of course now it's Cop's turn to go by. So the sort of stagnant, hey, the laning phase is happening, isn't changing very much, with the exception of I Will Dominate. He's had a couple of successful counter jungles into Captain Ziploc, largely due to Ziploc looking for a gank, getting spotted by a ward, and turning back around. Again, we see Curse with heavy ward coverage. It's allowing this. Aggressive wards into the enemy jungle.
I'd say Quas is getting focused just a little bit. He does have that ultimate up. He throws it down, but he's forced to flash as well. keeping himself safe all the time. He's really costing COG a bit of time that they want to use somewhere else.
Yeah, they're spending a lot of effort on him, though I think I like that choice by COG, because we kind of identified that the best playing player right now for Curse has been Quaz. If you shut that guy down, right, that mid-series adaptation, shut down the best player, you just do so much for your team. It really helps you to continue on and have a lot of presence in the mid game because the star player's not doing anything right now. Unfortunately, those ganks aren't working just yet, but it burned Quaz's flash. They've got another 4.5 minutes to try again. I can see it happening.
Ooh, the ping's going down for Dargon. Yeah, that's Dragon. They're going to be going for it. We'll see Voyboy really moving himself around, farming out these camps. He just went for white, and he's actually keeping up with Zamfira. Now just past him, but Zamfira is doing the same thing. So these guys are adapting to knowing they can't roam because there's too many wards and just farming the heck out of their jungles.
Yeah, so they're going for that like Season 2, Season 3 style, be a gigantic mid laner with a whole bunch of money. The interesting thing, though, is Zamfira has a very different build from most other Oriannas. So he rushed an early tier. Normally the build is like Chalice, Death Cap, like Void Staff, Zonias. Like those are the 4 items you tend to go for. Of course, the Chalice becoming an Athenians. Well, Zamfira says, you know, the only mana item I want actually is a Tear of the Goddess, and I'm going to go towards what I'm guessing is Haunting Guise as an early damage item, and going for like a Magic Pen sort of build. You lose some CDR, but you actually gain a lot of extra damage not going for Athenes. It's not a very high damage item, so I want to see how Zamfira's item build pays out here, because he will be bursty at the end game.
Looking at some other inventories, Ziploc going for the Crusher Eyes build. It's pretty normal. He buys the Dorans, but you like it. Undertow doing a good amount of damage as he comes into lane, kind of catches you off guard. We'll see what he kind of turns everything into, because right now Dominate is sitting on that Golem Spirit, so he is quite big with all the tenacity he gets from that. He's ready to move into these fights.
He is, and all the lane matchups, like as we kind of get Dominate moving around the map looking to create plays, all the lanes are fairly equal in terms of item tiers. So anyone he goes to go fight is going to be on equal power, right? Like the dual lane right here, pretty much identical, both with BF Sword, Vamp, Scepter, and a Doran's Blade. They're actually literally identical. And, you know, kind of a similar situation in the mid lane, kind of a similar situation in the top lane. So it's not like one of these situations where Dominic can say, look, you have an item lead, I'll gank for you because it's a free kill. These guys have to create openings where there aren't any otherwise. They're fighting equal power champions.
Very interesting communication there as if we were looking at the mini-map. Just kind of Quaz moving down, and then he went back up. The pink ward really deterred anything from happening at that dragon, but they're still hanging out in mid. And no, nothing's really getting pressured. Chris moving down out of lane, probably should be staying and pressuring that lane.
Yeah, he's going to go back for it right now, and Quaz is going to show up a little bit late. He'll miss just a hair's worth of gold right here, depending on how he last sits under turret. And this is kind of very different. So unlike in Game 2, where Chris was heavily denied in his 1v2 lane, and the duo lane of Curse tried really hard to deny golden XP off of Chris. In the heads-up 1v1, you're seeing Quas play very defensively. He's playing towards the back. He's kind of hiding away, making sure he doesn't get pushed out of the lane. And you're seeing him kind of lose minions because of this, that Chris is actually winning that heads-up 1v1.
Ooh, just gets it. Sweeper coming out. So it looks like they do get that on the support. It has not been switched over yet by Zane King. Maybe soon. He just threw down his Trinket Ward. So looks like he's actually going to be occupied with this fight. So not just yet. Bloodthirster to a BF Sword, and the Scepter coming out for nothing here. So he's not really getting that max damage on his Qs that he's looking for right now. Cobb's going to have a big advantage in these fights.
He really is, and that BT keeps on stacking up. You're seeing the rotation come down from Zamfira. This could be very important. If Curse overextends, there's so much engage potential from Thresh Orianna that COG can just explode a fight out of nowhere. Curse has to constantly be aware of what's Zamfira up to, because he can make us die.
You can see more of the mid wards. Voyboy's ward right there, keeping sure Zamfira isn't roaming too much, and if so, he can communicate it. Dominate. Looks like they'll be hugging this bottom lane right here, but figuring they're not going to get the turret, they want the dragon.
And they really do, and the thing is, I don't know if they're going to be able to take it is the problem, because there's not a lot of ward coverage for Curse. They don't see deep into the enemy jungle, and nothing here has gotten to already back and get his Bloodthirster. So there's no lead to use. They didn't rotate their top lane down sooner. Chris actually creating pressure on his own. This is a remarkably well-timed engage. Problem is he gets spotted out.
Nope. Is he going back? Got to get that last auto attack in. They're just dancing this one out. He's going to get good damage on Quaz, but like I said, Quaz not building that HP, is able to just kind of fight it back. He does have the Tiamat auto reset, so he can get some damage out before they get away.
And the one thing I really like about Quas's team-map build is he just completely shreds Elise's Spiderlings. He can actually heal off them with his Q, and it's a significant portion both of her damage and her sustain is those Spiderlings. Quas is very well poised to remove that power.
Looks like they hold the Ziggs bomb. There will be 0 attempt for the Dragon, and COG, third game in, grabs their first Dragon away from Curse.
And that's kind of what COG's comp does. Their 4v4 is actually very good. It's very well self-contained. It's a lot of crowd control, a good amount of burst, and good follow-through, especially with that Bloodthirster being done. And Curse knows that between Orianna and Sivir, it's easy to catch them, but Quas trying to make plays 1v1.
Itemizing quite well with that Glacial Shroud, but he still takes a good amount of damage, and he's forced to flash Cocoon out of that. Quas showing dominance in the top lane now, is going to start knowing he can bully Chris around.
He did take his ult. Ooh, nope. Zamfir stuck in lane. But Quas, here's the interesting thing though, is Quas burned his ulti to do a lot of that, and Chris has simply pressed E to disengage. The difficulty is that Chris is running out of mana, but I feel like if Chris can find some way to get a real mana bar here where he can actually cast spells more than a few times, it's a good fight for him.
Could be Cocoon up. He has to switch forms and doesn't have that mana. Turns around so he gets the hit off the front of Chris on Slice and Dice. Very well played.
Still loses flash for it though, which is really all that COG could have expected to get right here. The rest of the team going in.
Looks like Zane King is going to be the target on this one, but he gets himself out with his shield. It's going to be the Burning Agony and one last swipe coming from Dominate.
Very well played right there. Amazing spell shield by Nothing here to block the Tibber stun and get himself out, but the problem is Thresh doesn't have a spell shield. And Curse just takes the initiative to go and dive and say, you know what, let's go for it. It was a very smart choice right there. When you have an initiator, that's what COG should have done in game 2. Just start fights, find openings, go for kills.
All right, this game picking up a little bit faster. 2-1 in kills already. We only had 1 kill by now for another 22 minutes. But the turrets are traded. It's going to be gold on either side. Oh, Nothing here. That could exactly be the result of this. He will get the dodge. No, he flashes over the wall. Saves himself.
Wow, and Cop could have flashed to chase it, likely would have gotten the kill, but had completely no vision in that lower jungle and chose the more safe option, which I really can't hate on. I think it's probably the right choice, but Quas with no flash. Ziploc just keeps showing up here.
Fancy moves by Quas. He's all laced up and ready for the fight. Looks like they are going to get themselves back. Chris has been in this top lane with very low mana. He's kind of using whatever reserve comes back while the camera's not on him, and you can see the fights just aren't going all the way they need them to.
They're trying again with Zcan on the roam right here. I don't think anyone makes any huge headway here until I Will Dominate shows up, making it a 3v2.
We also have rotation from Zamfira, and it's going to be Zane King. He'll be janitor duty here if he even tries to get him. He's kind of undecided whether he wants to cover mid from Voyboy or go up to the top lane. Voyboy doesn't look for roam here. His ult's down, but it is on that blue buff. So a lot of potential could come out of this next fight, and COG knows it. They're kind of hovering between what they should do.
Yeah, here's the interesting thing though, is COG still, I believe, has good playmaking potential.
Yeah.
The problem is they've now left Cop alone in the bottom lane. No one is there at all to defend
He's going to
him.
get a Nexus turret.
Yeah, at least one. I mean, he's so close to it, but yeah, it's free farm that COG's not stopping.
Good choice there. Chris drops down just on the enemy minions in front of the turret, and Nothing here is going to be able to meet Cop in the bottom lane. We'll be able to shred out these minions as we saw Sivir doing it last game. He actually could still be going for the static shiv. He's quite far behind though, because Cop could be finishing this last Whisper quite soon. No, not at all. Almost down the red buff. Oh wait, nope, they did.
Dominate, yeah.
Dominate on the other side.
There we go, okay. Dominate, good job on the red buff grab. I wasn't watching for a second right there, but you're seeing this actually looks a lot like game 2, where Curse just simply slowly but surely outlaned their opponents and built some leads. The difference being that COG actually is getting some pressure on Dragons this time around, which lets them stay into the mid game a little bit better, but Curse are out pressuring the map because COG still aren't forcing a lot. These mid laners still really haven't left their lanes very much.
Yeah.
And it's like, honestly, I feel like 6-item Ziggs is potentially a bigger threat in terms of damage than Orianna. And so in that case, like, the difference between the champions becomes a little bit better towards Curse's favor. Problem is, COG can make plays off Ori so much easier. Same with Sivir.
Oh, is the W just enough? Oh, they're going to go back into the fight. Dominate just on the backside. A very nice spell shield from Nothing here, and the kite is going to come in. Chris taking caught axe damage right now from Cop. And it's not anything he wanted. They back out of the fight. Quas and Voidboy kind of holding down mid lane, and it's going to be, again, I think this is where the top lane gets left alone for quite some time, Freak.
Yeah, I mean, it's the thing is, there's been so much effort put onto putting down Quas, and it hasn't turned into anything. Like, how many times has Ziploc shown up there, tried to make the play, and then, you know, they only burned the flash, or Chris missed the cocoon and it didn't happen, or Dominant was there to counter gank. Every single time, something stopped that from actually working, really. The one exception being the dive where they traded and Dominant got first blood anyway. These dives haven't succeeded here for COG. Like, I keep saying they should be making plays. They're trying to. The problem is they're not working. And despite all of that, Quas still up 20 minions on his lane opponent. That 1v1 matchup, despite COG's efforts, still going Curse's way. So I'm saying, okay, well, try a different lane. And you saw them try to dive towards the bottom. Didn't quite work, but COG can't stop trying.
This is actually going to be a pretty big fight. Blue buffs just came up, and they're actually quite timed with Dragon here. So this is big. We can see that Zamfira's just presence in a lot of mid lane engagements has pushed Curse off. So this being around Dragon is really big for them.
It is, and they've got the positioning. You've got actually Cop on the wrong side. This is... So Curse's best play right here, I think, is to actually create pressure on other turrets. To say, like, we can trade a turret for a dragon. Now, an outer turret is not worth as much as a dragon 20 minutes in, but at least it's something, and you're seeing that it forces COG to step back. COG feels confident, right? They're trying to cover all their bases, get the dragon, and stop the turret, have their cake and eat it too, and they're trying, but this might split COG up a little bit too much. Curse now grouped up, could maybe get a free kill on someone out of position.
They have position on Dragon, so it's Curse's entry into the fight. But remember, COG was kind of in the same spot Curse was. And when COG left the fight and came back in, they cleanly grabbed Dragon on a mental mind game. And it looks like it might even happen again here.
The problem is Elise is kind of on the wrong spot right here. If Curse can go in hard, no, they're not going to do it. Dragon's picked up, and actually a very clean disengage by COG. They completely swept. They didn't even completely sweep the ward control away. They just simply got the damage up there. But the mid lane turret's under siege. But even that's been controlled properly. Well done by COG.
Really great job keeping Ori mid. They didn't need the biggest amount of AoE that they had for the fight. And they hold this one down. Dominate with the rest of the team forced here to just kind of look at a turret they can take down with a few shots. But again, they pull themselves into a team that's heavily melee focused. They have to be able to show a lot of presence before they can walk up to that turret.
Yeah, so good job then by Curse to keep the pressure going. COG, I guess just Zamfira getting chunked was enough to scare him away, but it's so hard to push a turret when you're fighting an Orianna. She can leave the ball out there and shockwave you when you go for it. COG flinching a bit there and saying, you know what, okay, we'll give you this turret. Still dragging for outer turret's worth it, but Curse are going to keep sieging. COG need to do something to stop this.
2-1 in kills. We had a bit of an aggressive flurry, but it slowed down. Everybody got cold feet. Leveling up nothing, keeps himself alive with a nice Thresh shield. As Zane King doing his best to keep nothing here on the front line of that turret push.
Yeah, he's a little bit hurt, but he's got the bloodthirst to keep himself sustained back up. And now they're COG feeling a little bit more comfortable. They've gone back and bought items off of the Dragon Guild. They all just picked up, so a lot of these guys spent all their money. And remember, the ultis are all available for COG. They could go for a hardcore dive if someone steps out of position on Curse.
A lot of gold sitting on Voyboy right now. He's got about 2,400. That's quite a bit, and they have been not controlling these fights, but able to make COG think they're stronger, kind of push them off. It didn't happen so much with the Dragon, but you can see it there at mid-turret, and they kind of do it every so often. The items, I think, would do it a little bit better for them.
Yeah, and the interesting thing about sort of COG analyzing how strong they are is remember that 2 of their items on their mid laner are scaling items. They're still building up Tear of the Goddess, stacked 580 and 750. The Rod of Age is only at 6 of the 10 minutes that it takes right now to power up. So COG, with a bunch of late game scaling items waiting to sort of empower themselves, even still have the presence to control dragons and fight for objectives. So this actually only gets better for this COG lineup here.
And already in the game, it's very slightly seen here, but look at COG's kills and deaths again. None of the AD, none on the mid lane, and none on Chris. The people that need to be alive. They're doing it with the initiators once again, and if they can keep doing it, it keeps them up for the experience, the gold, and they're going to scale really hard.
And keep in mind that Renekton does fall off more than most of the other conventional top laners there. Like, this is kind of like game 2 in the reverse, where realistically, COG can kind of like just wait out the team comps here because they're not that focused on having nothing here be super well positioned and like hide away from a bunch of diving bruisers, right? You've got a Sivir ulti and an Orianna. It's going to be pretty easy for Sivir to kite away from Mundo and Renekton until their ults time out. Meanwhile, Orianna is just doing so much work, tossing CC out there, putting up resistant damage, and it's going to be a scary situation for Curse. That's why you saw them siege a little while ago. They're kind of trying to put the pressure on in the mid game here and use Voyboy's Ziggs. I mean, he's got 300 CS. He's doing very well. Yep. Use Voyboy to get this game rolling.
100 bonus mana off of Seraph's Embrace as the Archangel Staff has been finished up by Zamfira, like you said, really putting out the plays for his team. And you can see he is actually already focusing on home guard, so if he's ever not in the fight and back at base, he knows he needs to be with his team. A huge factor in the crowd control and the fight initiation. Quaz coming on the backside of Chris here. They're going to go high five at the tri-bush. And it looks like Chris is going to be locked up quite hard here. He gets the stun. Oh, he goes on the other side. Very nice. Zkent was his out. That is not going to be enough to kill him, but Dominate with the ulti down. A little bit of a speed boost here on the hunt could be enough. Oh, good guy, nothing here.
That was really, really well played right there. Chris also had the Spiderlings behind him as well, which blocked the first attempt by Dominate to Cleaver. And as Dominate chased through, nothing here, made the really good choice in the middle of that one. Spell shielded a bit early, but it worked out. And that was all kinds of a wonderful play on both sides. Now, Zamfira has finished his Archangel Staff. He's most of the way to Seraph's. That champion is starting to really, really unlock. And as soon as he adds, I'm going to guess, a Void Staff next, he's going to start chunking the tanks.
Kindle Gem picked up on Quas, not trying to get too healthy so Chris can take him down. But he knows what he needs to build. The lanes looking quite even right now, so nobody has the advantage there. 3-1 in turrets, however, so the vision increasingly going in favor of Course. As they move into the jungle. So that's going to be easier entry to the buffs, easier entry to what they need, and possibly the Dragons back that they really took for the first 2 games.
Absolutely here. So let's see, Chris, can you get the siege going? Because there's a bit of a clock on you guys right now. Voyboy, I think on something a little bit more comfortable. He's actually securely winning his lane in terms of minions. He's actually had some real pressure on the map. He's been integral to some of these pushes that Curse has been putting down. So finally, they found a champ for Voyboy that works well. And that's important because, again, even after this game, there's still at least one more to play here. So Curse has to keep that in mind. As does Cog, where Voy's actually been useful finally in this series. That is important. But you know, I still think the clock is on a little bit here for Curse, and what kind of play are they going to make? I think the siege game is still good. It's just hard to siege against Orianna.
And it's hard to siege when you really don't know what the other team brings to the table. In the first game, we had fight kind of after fight. They knew what damage they were doing. In the second game, no one killed each other, and that's what's happening again. There's power in both inventories, but everybody's afraid because they haven't seen the result yet. So it's kind of just the we are right now. We can sit here and we can farm.
Yep, high pressure tournament games, these guys very risk averse right now.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's caused them to take a whole lot of thought about, like, okay, what can we do ideally next time? The Dragon is going to keep forcing the conflict, and Curse actually really making a stand here. Curse says, you know what, we're strong enough to take this Dragon. We're going to zone you out with this Ziggs. I like this by Voy. With blue buff, he can keep putting out mines, keep putting out satchels. Curse should have decent position here.
They want to force this fight. This is exactly what they need. They have the AoE for this. On the hunt, Ragnarok coming in. Zkent right in the front line. Does he get Timbers out? Yes, he does. But is it going to be enough? Zkent falls just after. Chris is actually turning tail here with Zamfira. Not much damage from that shockwave onto Cobb, and he is not deterred from the fight. They start to pursue into the jungle, also taking down nothing here. Zamfira, the Burning Agony is on. The shield is there, though. The Seraph's Embrace is not finished, or it was, but it's not going to be enough.
1,258 gold from Cobb's passive on that kill. Dominate specifically stopped chasing to give that one away. And the hardcore engage comes through the mines. The problem is they don't kill Zkent really in time. He survives the initial engage and lets the counter engage happen right here. So at this point, you have an untouched AD carry just putting out damage. The Orianna Shockwave, it comes in too late to stop Cobb. You've got Draven, pretty much the highest DPS champion in the game. If untouched, untouched. That's gonna happen to you. Here's the money shot. Bam! 302 plus 1258.
Dang.
Yeah.
So much gold in the pocket. 6-3 now is just saying they don't know what damage they can do. It's now apparent. 30 minutes into this game, they grab a quick 5,000 gold lead there, putting it up a little bit more from what it was before. And we're seeing huge core items coming out of Voyboy, of the rest of Curse now. 4,000 gold cop. Go spend some money.
Hey, he's gonna one-shot the Infinity Edge like last time. So that's how you play it, right? That's so Draven right there. Just look, buy some items, cash in $2 grand, buy an eye edge, man mode that. how you do it. Only way to play Draven.
And it looks like Curse has kind of canceled out that factor of seeing nothing here, Zamfir and Chris not dying. It looks like it's really Void Boy and Cobb taking the role of that now this time. 1-0 and 3 for both of them. 358 CS. We mentioned that Void Boy was going into the jungle and taking creeps, but it's a little over excessive.
He's got a lot of money. This is full Frog in Season 2 style. And what I like here from Void is he's going towards a Lich Bane. The Sheen's already done, but this says, yep, we really, really are going to siege your turrets down. And as Ziggs with his passive and a Lich Bane on does so freaking much damage to turrets that Cog's going to have to actually force the issue here, even though they're down 4,000 gold. Once Lich Bane's done, they can't let Curse siege. Curse will just demolish their turrets.
And the fight initiation is scary. They got someone that they wanted. They got Zken, but he got Tibbers out, which continued to do damage. So that initiation has to be perfect. What could that be if Zken isn't even the right target?
I mean, the problem is it's a whole bunch of tanky frontliners and then like a Ziggs and Draven hiding in the back. Yeah, so giant crits, right? He one-shot Ian, a lot of damage right there. Good luck with that, buddy. You can see 1,155 damage crits on minions from Cop here. So the hooks need to land on a Draven or Ziggs. That's what needs to happen is somehow Cog has to find their way in. You know, if that's an Elise Repel or an Olaf flank, basically someone has to get to the back line and get a Shockwave or get a Miracle Hook from Zane King. Without that, this siege continues, and Curse eventually takes the game.
Void Boy is completely keeping the team at bay here. That was huge props to him on that one. Yeah, Dominate was throwing cleavers in, but Cog could not do anything.
No, they can't. They're being held far away. They have so few initiators. So unlike last game where they had Leona, that got banned this time by Curse. And with Curse banning Leona, it allowed them to play a siege game. It allowed them to be very confident in playing Draven, saying, well, Cog, you're not going to easily get in on us, but here's the attempt.
Coming from the side, this is what they need, that pincer move. They're going to be able to grab Dominate, but that is where the HP is coming from. They can't focus the tanks. That didn't even do any damage to Quas, and they are going to keep pursuing this fight. Nothing here, turns around to try and grab some gold for himself, but it's not enough for the kill.
So Curse going to keep moving forward. 2 champions, all they really need. Tibbers can take 1 turret shot, and this turret's likely to fall down right afterwards, actually. Curse with a lot of control. I think they're maybe too low to risk Baron, but they can stay for the inhibit back in time.
They got to get back. Zamfir is still doing a bit of damage, but this build has left him as way too much utility for his team. He's not able to put out the damage. A Command Shockwave didn't even deter Cop, let alone hurt Quaz in that last fight.
Yeah, so once again, Cog couldn't get into the backline. Void Boy and Cop were largely unthreatened, and even if they were threatened, they certainly didn't go down. And again, that's kind of the Elise pick right there. It's not really a dive buddy with Ziploc. You can't like Elise ult both those guys in and expect them to really take down the back line by the 2 of them. And so that removed a lot of potential here for Cog to deal with the back line. Instead, they're at this sort of weird state where it's like, you kind of just gotta hit Renekton and Mundo in the face and hope you deal more damage. Problem is, their comp isn't really built to do that, so Cog kind of put themselves into a weird bind here.
See, looking at the inventories, take a bit of stock here. Cop finishing, or Void Boy rather, finishing up the Lich Bane. And you see real pain coming out of that. 2-0 and 4 for him. Cop, 2-0 and 4 as well. Those two doing very well for their team. Overall, both sitting with 13,005 in their pocket, and it's 3,000 gold or 2,500 more than anything on the side of Cog. So these fights should be swift in the favor of Curse, and I think this is really what the voters expected when they were voting for Curse, standing behind him.
Exactly. These two guys have put up, have gotten better and better, I think, throughout the series, Cop and Void Boy together. So Quas got so much pressure put onto him that he is, I wouldn't say underperforming, but certainly held down this game. You mentioned the gold leaders. Quas is definitely 4 grand behind his teammates, but they've got enough backline to carry it through.
Ooh, getting a little antsy there. Cog going in again. Draven coming from the outside with the blades, and it looks like Cop will not be able to get into the fight just yet. We'll have to see how this plays out. Quaz, very controlled on that, as well as Dominate. Last time Quaz probably would have gone into that fight, but these guys are wholly communicating and definitely have the upper hand. Dominate's going to be able to chase this down. No, the flash goes out. The Lantern, Thresh Express back to safety.
But they're still maybe chasing through. Nah, this is going to get them out here. But again, Curse the team in the lead, and they've done a bunch of damage. They can start going for objectives again, whether that's a side lane turret or a push for the Baron.
Looks like they may have an upper edge here, enough that they want that Baron. They put down a whole slew of wards. Looks like Ziploc's able to dodge those out. They are going to hold him at bay here. It may be an attempt, but this is going to be scary if they want to try to get back in. Ziploc is just on the outside. but he's got Ghost.
Well, they can try again for the steal. With the Lantern, it wouldn't be that unsafe, but no, it's going to be quickly taken down. Cog a little bit gun shy and trying to face check that. They know they could be jumped on by a Flash Tibbers, for example, and that could have spelled a number of kills. So this is Cog saying, okay, we'll give you the chance at Baron. We're not going to throw an entire team fight at you as well. We'll play again for another day. But now Cog have to survive a siege against Baron buff. That's going to be hard.
That's not what you want to see. Dominate definitely playing a lot stronger of a Mundo that came out in the first game. They've gotten this going, and we're seeing how they're using that advantage. Curse was really stalled out, and I think they did it to themselves in the first game. And like you said, something has changed in the series for them, and they're doing a lot better.
Yeah, they've got really Cop and Voiboy really rolling right here. The two longest standing members on the lineup for Curse. They're really putting up now when it matters the most here. This game 3, I think, looks the most convincing of any of the games we've seen so far in this series. And it's like, all right, Boy got something comfortable. Cop's doing well. The 2v2 lane went just fine. And they're starting to really scale up in these team fights. They're hard to deal with. Cog they don't even have a Cop that'll deal with those champions. So it's really just on Boy and Cop to keep playing at this level, and they can carry their team on their backs.
Quaz. Oh, there's the Allo Command Shockwave coming in. Voiboy can take that down to 25% HP. Ziploc is being aggressed on. Nothing here, trying to give his team on the hunt. A little bit of utility to save on this fight, and it looks like they will do so. Not much damage was done to the turret there, but we talked about that. If Curse approaches the turret, it's for the fight, not for the quick takedown.
Yeah, and now inhibitor turrets do regen as of the 3.14 patch, so if they push too slowly, they don't make any actual headway. But you just saw a fight that started with Voiboy getting caught, and he, oh my gosh.
Oh, coming back.
Woo. So that's really scary, and now I think Chris can go in.
Great job. The 6-foot sidestep by Chris, and he keeps himself alive. The turret will go down, though. They wanted it after there wasn't enough Cog members to take out for themselves, and they're going to turn around and grab a pickup onto Ziploc there. The inhibitor goes down. Curse starts to gain a huge map advantage on this one.
And here we go. These guys take one and hit. The second one laid open as well. This will be 2 inhibs at least. And with Baron regen, they could just stay in here.
Yeah, Baron's going to be huge for this, especially the damage that Cop is putting out. It's one of those just complete thought changers. You get hit by one axe, and you do not want to do what you were set out to do.
No, not at all. And in fact, Curse can keep the push going on the bottom lane because they've got a giant minion wave leading the charge here. Again, the regen keep these guys healthy. Will Cog go? They're looking for it.
There's the on the hunt. The Talisman of Ascension has not been used yet. Is that for the disengage? They only get Zken. The ults are not enough coming from Zamfiro right now. 60 seconds on the clock as he goes down, and it only took a few shots from the entire team.
And there we go. Another inhibitor go down. Ziploc just respawning now. Cog actually looked for a 4v5 earlier. Chris not likely to go anywhere good. Zane King dropping as well.
Dominate was just standing in front of that, taking damage as he put his ultimate on, and it pulled Cog into a scary, scary fight. This turret's going to go down, and the base is in shambles for Cog.
And now it's just Curse cleaning up all the scraps. This is going to be their game. They put themselves within one of getting back into the LCS. Curse looking better and better and better as the series goes on.
Incredibly more definitive in this game. There was no pause. They didn't even get the first Dragons, but Curse knew the entire time how to do it again. They got back on the bike, and they're going to pull out a second win.
Very well played by these guys. 2-1. They started game 1 with a loss. They came back, slowed the game down very heavily, and regrouped and said, all right, we're doing good. Now, the players who were, I think, shaky at the start have turned themselves on. All of Curse firing in full cylinders. They look like the Curse that we've seen in the LCS for a year so far.
First game, probably a little worrisome for the fans. It definitely looked like a different Curse, a Curse that was completely retooled but didn't have that vim, vigor, and vitality that you would usually see.
Yeah. BBV, though, not here. Much it's not even. No. But Curse looking a lot better in that one, honestly, putting themselves together. And Cog, of course, now up against the ropes is the thing. They're up here, game 4 coming up. They're 1 game away from elimination. They won the first game.
Yep.
They can think back at what happened there in the first game and say, okay, let's start adapting some of those decisions right there. Let's start bringing back what worked so well in game 1. The problem is some of what worked so well is getting banned away by Curse, with them taking away Leona and them taking away Riven.
Yeah.
A lot of those options are gone.
It's good when you've done your homework. You're able to really get under the skin of your opponents and figure out what's going on. The Kog'Maw has been huge, and I think for 2 factors. One, it's really, really unpredictable, and it just comes in strong. It's kind of what we've been seeing with, the Amumu being played, a Warwick being played. Yeah, they could have focused those lanes and done it, but nobody's seen that in a while, so you're not knowing what to expect as you move on in the game.
Yeah.
And then they're just taking their champions, so it kind of doesn't work out for them. All the comfort's being removed from COD.
Exactly, and that's kind of the issue is when you start losing all of your ability to play as a team when a couple champions get removed. Like Chris pretty much carried a large portion of Game 1 on Riven. When Riven got dropped out, he's not had good performances on Elise. Quas has held up or exceeded Chris for the last 2 games so far. Chris needs a new top laner to play. It can't be Riven because it's going to get banned again. It's something else that's going to work well in that lane to win that matchup. They even tried this game just camping the heck out of him, and it still didn't work. So find something there.
In games like this, you obviously don't want to say, yeah, we can give them that champion again. But I'm sure if Quaz was saying that Elise was fine in the top lane, if we can get Renekton again or I can get a similar champion, we should give them that because maybe, like you're saying, it wasn't their best, and Chris noticed that.
Yeah, there's no reason for Curse to change their bans at this point. The only exception being, is the Ziggs too scary, which means they might leave up something that's really important. That's going to be the interesting decision to make, is Ziggs had such a good success rate this tournament versus what just worked last game.
All right, well, we've got to take a quick break, but when we return, it's on to Game 4 between Curse and Cognitive. The 2014 Spring Promotional Tournament, we'll be right back.
Come on, I'm on zip line. Yeah, you got him. Nice. Keep pushing. Keep pushing. I can't kill him. I can't kill him. Fuck off.
We got first blood.
Yeah, you got him. Got him.
Okay. Give me. Yeah. I'm on nothing here. Kill him.
Yep. He buried for nothing. Yep.
You got him.
Dang.
Yeah.
vision control just completely changed. Instead of having like oracles, you have to like actually use teamwork to take control of areas instead of just be like, I'm running in with oracles, I'm gonna clear everything and run back out. Now it's like, okay, you're coming with me, we're gonna clear this, and that.
Welcome back to the 2014 Spring Promotion Tournament. Before we get to Game 4 between Cognitive Gaming and Curse, I want to take a moment to break down what we've seen so far in this series. And I think the key word here is slow. Slow game again. At least we got to see a couple of team fights there. But what do you think is causing this, that they're still taking it quite slow?
Like, honestly, it's just their lives are on the line right now. Like, well, in my opinion, I feel like it's more so, or it's harder for Curse because they've already been in the LCS. They know how it feels. Not only that, but they've gone through so many changes just to get here. Like, they would, it's kind of like what happened with Coast yesterday. If they were to lose, they'd probably question, was it the right choice to replace Smash Me with Fusion? And here it's like, was it the right choice to replace Jackie, to move Voyboy mid, get Quaz? Like, they came up with huge roster changes, and it's just, yeah.
There's elements of Ninjas in Pajamas in this series for me. NIP lost to KMT at the EU promotion by sitting back and not making plays. Now, I'm being a little overly harsh on Curse here because they do make plays. It just takes them 33 minutes to make them. And I think the tension is there for both teams, and I definitely feel like Cognitive, for 3 games in a row, they've been on the back burner. They've been on the back foot. They haven't made anything really happen at all.
Yeah, going off on that, my question is, with the team with so much speed, like Olaf with Ghost, Oriana with Dissonance, and Silver's Ultimate on the hunt, how are these games going so slowly?
Yeah, that's a good point. You talked about the stress coming in, and also because they made those changes to the team, will the team cut it? And one of those is, of course, Voyboy. And I do think that with Ziggs, he has found a pick that goes for him very, very well.
I'm wondering if it's... Okay, so first of all, he played well on Ziggs. But Ziggs has been doing very well this whole tournament long. Has featured 100% in the NA promo series out of 11 games. 4 times has been banned. 7 victories, 0 losses. And at that game, I think he had 300 CS at the 25-minute mark.
Yeah,
it was just... He really made an effect. And the Ziggs in particular was the champion they wanted in game 1. The rest of the composition was identical. Ziggs was taken away from them. And then you could see Voyboy panicked a little and went, poke, range poke, needly. And I think it was the bad choice in that situation. But this time around, definitely worked out for them.
Elaborating, maybe about picks and bans, both sides, something that Freak also touched on is Chris seems to be kind of a sore point here for Cognitive Gaming. Went Elise 2 times because his Riven got banned out, and he built Elise also very tanky now because he knew that he would have to scale when we had Renekton on the other side. Do we feel that he has found, or Curse has found the limits of his champion pool, and that might be a big problem because Quaz is so good?
Well, to be honest, Chris has always been like that. Like, even last split when he wasn't, when he was playing with Velocity, he would always default to that Riven. And the moment we banned that, he would pick either Kennen or Elise. Those are his comfortable 3. And I feel like with the high pressure stakes that he's in right now, he feels he should be more of a comfortable pick where he just won't mess up as much.
The one thing I want to talk about there as well is the build which you mentioned, the fact that he went tanky. I was talking to Benny about it and saying, well, if you were going to play a tank in the top lane, why not put Olaf in the top lane, put Elise in the jungle? Olaf does a lot better with the tanky items. He's more of a menace. He's more of a threat than an Elise who's going to drop low and then repel in the air and not be a front line for you. So I feel like that composition from Cognitive could have been stronger if they'd swapped the positions. But, you know, like Benny's saying, comfort pick, maybe Chris is just a little nervous and defaults to his champs.
Oh, yeah, that's definitely a good point. And he built so tanky, and he built a really late Haunting Guys where the Magic Pen didn't even work out anymore. Like, Quaz was able to get away with just building on Hydra again. But if if Chris built double pen like Sorcerer's Boots and Haunting Guys early, he probably would have been able to snowball that lane with the first skill.
Hey guys, Curse has 2 games now, and I think that maybe they've gotten rolling. What do you guys think for this next game?
Rolling's maybe rolling's a bit of a stretch, but yeah, I think the confidence is with them. I think the bugs that we've seen from picks and bans actually from both teams has been resolved. I feel like that series there was a lot better in terms of the champion pool, and I think if Curse can keep the nerves locked down, even if they played slowly, they can eventually win. They do seem to have a tighter grasp on the matches now.
Yeah, like I agree. Where Curse seems to be more in their element or more their comfort zone when they're playing these slow-paced games, as opposed to Cognitive, who's already been hesitating. Like last game, probably Severus ulted like one time in 23 minutes, and that was like I don't know if it's offense or defense, to be honest, but just they seem to be in this really like kind of the awkward state where they're lacking confidence.
Yeah, well, we're about to see if it speeds up the game. Let's send it over to Riv and Freak for Game 4 in this Promotion Series matchup.
Thank you very much, Shocks, and let's get right to it. I know everybody wants to see this Game 4 between the challenger, Cognitive, and the LCS incumbent, Curse. With one more win, Curse will earn back their spot into the LCS.
Yeah, so first things first, you got to give a bunch of adoration to Cop. He executed so well on Draven. Yeah, really did. And then again, he got another over 1,000 gold adoration kill later on in that one. And honestly, he's done very well. He's come in there, taken a bunch of kills. He's been the main cleanup force in the team fight. Doesn't die very much, and that's a good thing to have as one of those high damage backliners to bring the fights through. The other guy I want to point out here is I Will Dominate. So 3 Mundo games. Done well overall. He went 4-0-8 in the last game. Actually, second most kills on his team behind Cop, even on a jungle tank. So Dominate coming in new to the team, doing very well. They're replacing Saint and doing a good job in these games. So I got to say the roster of Curse is playing very well. These guys are pretty much on point. And just kind of that alone has been enough for them to win the game so far.
It's like that change, and Dominate's even said it, has escalated both Saint and himself. Saint says he, with a different viewpoint, he definitely learns more and can teach more to people. So that means Dominate's only going to get better as well. And it's a great coach to have. Saint being in the game for so long, people, look to that information as it goes on to Reddit. It's jungology. So,
yeah, absolutely. So we come through here, Cognitive on the blue side. They're going to ban out a lot of things that really Curse has had a lot of success with. The Shyvana, the Mundo finally dropped away from Dominate, now challenging his champion pool. Now that does mean there's a couple more options here for Voyboy, Cassidy, or Vlad will get through, or Ziggs, unless, okay, that one gets banned. So,
of course.
Yeah, Riven, Ziggs, and then there is, you've got to say, okay, is it the Kog'Maw, or do you get rid of Leona, or what now? You're going to start having to challenge the right champions in Cog's pool.
We'll see what he has. Draven does get banned out. Will they leave the Vladimir up again? They don't have the Mundo or the Shyvana, so that kind of cancels out the Vladimir amplification. These guys are completely taking out what they think Curse has to really bring the bread and the butter. So we'll see if they can make something else.
So some interesting mind game play here by Cog. So first of all, they said, okay, we get first pick, we're going to leave Cassidy open. And this means that Curse just banned 2 champions that they like to play. Both Ziggs and Cass are not one-sided bans, whereas pretty much all of like the Draven and Riven ban, those are one-sided bans. Those are bans that help mostly your team, mostly hurt the enemy team. Doesn't really matter that much for you guys. But here are Curse banning away 2 of their own champions, and Voyboy's already had a bit of a stretch champion pool here. This also really makes you think about what is Cog going to pick up. They prioritized Sivir a whole bunch before. Their Kog'Maw is now open. It's been banned the entire time. So a lot of interesting options here.
Maybe they feel like with the pressure they've created in these games, they'll be able to shut down those picks. Olaf goes out for the first one, though, so creating and wreaking havoc. We've heard that, some people want to see Olaf in the top lane. They want to see him tankier, but that's really with different picks on the team. So we'll see how they decide to utilize this.
Yeah, I like the Olaf pick in general. I think it makes a lot of sense there. It does block a lot of the major options because this sort of, we've heard like this sort of trifecta of top laners, Shyvana, Mundo, and I think Olaf really the 3 huge ones that skill in the late game and are really tanky. That's a good block there by Cog. Now, Curse picks up 2 really good contested picks, though. The Annie I like a lot. It's just always been so strong for Zekent, and also the Sivir pickup helps unlock a lot of potential as well. So Curse starting out with what can be kind of any sort of a team comp. Can be highly aggressive, can be highly pokey, you don't know yet.
Cognitive looking to refresh here, get some smiles again on the faces. They're enjoying playing around with the crowd and their hover picks, and it is going to be Leona. We saw that banned out last game, and this was really big. We see it for the stop on the initiation of the Annie, and it was actually Zane King that was being crushed out, so we'll see.
So right here for Curse, to them, I think they need to save their mid lane pick for last. It's very important that they have an option that can beat the very strange champion pool of Zamfira. I'm still thinking the AP Cog might come out, but Curse has to be ready for it and get a lane matchup or a team comp that'll work there to break the siege potential, but also potentially just to win the lane straight up. Whereas they can pick a pretty safe top laner like Renekton. It's going to work in any matchup there, whether it's Olaf or something that Cog picks up later, maybe at least for the third time. It's going to probably be all right for Curse here. The other option, though, is with Mundo banned, Dominate can play jungle Wukong. I'm kind of just talking about what they're hovering over here, but Curse need to start putting together a team comp. A highly aggressive one is a good choice.
Something we might be able to see jungle Wukong somewhat making a presence. It would be a really great initiation. And they are going to lock this one down, so Quaz will definitely have someone to dive that back line with.
Yes, and that is very important right here. When you get Sivir, get 2 backline fighters. Don't go for the Elise so much, but get a Renekton. A Riven is fine. Of course, she's banned, but Wukong and Renekton together. The Annie stun as well. There is so much engage power for Curse. Even though Kog'Maw's open, if I were Cog, I wouldn't even go for Kog'Maw right here. I mean, yeah, the name synergy is nice and all that. Or he's going to go for it. He's going to go for it, but this is highly risky. This is highly risky because Kog'Maw is an unsafe champion. There is zero peel on this Cog lineup at all. So if Wukong gets there, he's staying there in the back line. And it's going to be a very tricky game to navigate for Cognitive, but it's like, all right, we're going to go in off the back of a bunch of poke.
This is the comfort. I feel like Cog just got pushed really out of a comfort zone. Yeah, they're getting what they want, but like you said, these are huge picks coming in for Curse. It is going to be the on the hunt, rush initiation, and they are just going to dive, and no one's going to be alive.
Yeah, this is a very single-purpose lineup here for Curse. And now what I like about this Katarina pick, though, more than I liked it for the Walking Zed, is that the rest of Curse are playing very well. It's not on Void to carry, it's on Void to do his part and be a part of a team that's already working very well. That's when you want to run Katarina, because you can rely on Dominate to get engaged, you can rely on Quas to win lane, you can rely on Kop and Zekent to land their initiation. This is a good comp for Voyboy to run Katarina. And with the lack of peel and all of like 3 total abilities that can stop Voyboy's ultimate.
No, I was looking at that as well. I'm like, who can bump him?
Yeah.
Not much.
Vi Q, Vi R, Leona Q, Leona R. Those are the only abilities that can stop Voyboy once he starts. This is a good comp for Curse.
Coming out of the gates is really what has turned these games around. We see it kind of teeter in the middle, but once Curse has gotten the composition that they wanted, they have been definitive matches. They're in the driver's seat now for 2 games in a row. It's a best of 5, and this right here is Cog looking to keep their promotion hopes alive.
And this is, I think, the way to go for it. I actually like their choice in sort of in theory to go for like we're going to go to the tried and true like champ select strategies that we like. Let's play the stuff that we're really good at. The
Sometimes you
AP
gotta go out on
Kog'Maw.
that.
It's fun because then even if he dies, he'll still explode. And just and it's a metaphor for the team because Cog are now going to win our hearts with their awesome champs. Like even if they lose the series, they're still the Acathian surprise for us. So I don't know. I like it. I like their choice to go for it.
Yeah.
But it's going to be hard to navigate in the game.
So we do see that Cog switches up what they had from last game. They don't decide to go with that Elise. Are they going to be able to pull this one out stronger in the early game than what happened last time? Curse versus Cog. This could be the last matchup for Curse, putting themselves back into the LCS. Cog, like I said, keeping the promotion hopes alive with a win here.
See if they can do it. A very interesting team. It is going to be Chris top lane, Olaf, of course. And that's actually a good thing for Cog because it's another top lane matchup where Cog outscales. Where if it really peters out and nothing happens, because both these teams have been a little bit gun-shy to play very aggressively, Chris is going to have a better impact late game than Quas, and he's got friends to join him this time. So with Vi in there, and honestly, Vi Leona was a very good combo for Cog. Like, they've not only brought in champions that they like to play that have been banned out, but they also brought back champions that were so successful for them. A bunch of bursts to get resets for nothing here. A bunch of frontline diving in with follow-up. This is all good things for Cog that can make this work.
It's pretty quiet on the home front, Freak.
It is.
Nobody wants to get first blood up right now. It's going to be a dance-off pretty much everywhere someone can be seen.
Not at 1 minute 15. That's too early for first blood.
It's too early for a dance-off.
It's never too early for a dance-off.
All right.
Dance-offs are fashionable at all times, forever, always.
Okay, you heard it here. Confirmed on stream.
Yep.
And it wasn't even Saints.
Nope. He's not on that lineup anymore. He is the coach, though. He's around.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Partially integrated into this.
Yeah. Yeah, he's been helping.
So now we have the lanes to begin. Finally, the minions are marching their way out of the base because these guys didn't want to march into any aggression. And we will see Dominate on that Wukong. In the jungle, we have Voyboy on teleport, something we'll mention. He's probably going to be able to roam now. We did not see any roaming from these mid lanes, like we said, unless the fight was pretty much over and everybody was walking away.
Absolutely. He's going to be looking to come in late. He's going to look to counter-gank Captain Ziploc. Now, I will Dominate's done a very good job of counter-ganking throughout this series of games so far. He's done a really good job of that one. But Voyboy can also join in on the fun. The other thing I want to point out for Voy is I don't expect him, I'm going to get proved wrong in like 12 seconds, I don't expect him to use his warding totem to ward the lane. Because seeing Vi coming is kind of useful, but leaving it up to Shunpo away, way more awesome.
Life is more important.
A little bit.
Slow push here, Cog. Giving Zcat somewhat of the brush, but it's not going to be too bad here. Nobody's level 2, so they have a little room to play out of position. Where you can see that Zane King is keeping that in his mind.
There's an interesting dynamic actually in that bottom lane. So Cog is going to get level 2 first by pushing, but when you push, you put your opponents under the turret, which is really useless for Leona, because she goes into turret range by virtue of engaging.
Sometimes on accident.
Yeah, whoops, oh, I gave away a kill I shouldn't have. So yeah, some mistakes can be made, but largely speaking, that's a good situation now. The lane can reset and Cog are going to be able to fight pretty well.
Zane King knows all about the accidental Zenith Blade. We'll see Zamfir level 3 in mid. He's matching it with Voyboy. Dominate looks to make his roam here. Maybe he wants to get that snowball on Quas going early because he's not hugging the right side for golems. But with the lane so pushed, be surprised if he does head in.
I was actually surprised to see that Ziploc didn't actually dive the top lane right there. There were no wards at all, and Slice and Dice was already used, but he thought a counter kick might have come in. There's the jump.
You were not wrong.
I got it right, guys. I got a prediction. But now that ward is always there.
Wow.
It happens so rarely I get applause.
Some love right there.
People don't bat an eye when Jack gets one, or like when I make a pun. But I get something right, and it's like, freak, you did something right, buddy. Good job. But yeah, Voy's ward is now there for for 60 seconds, so he can repeatedly escape those ganks. In addition to a minion wave maybe coming by, so it's even free. This is just like, it's a good thing for Voy.
So slow. Everybody's just staring into the whites of their eyes, but there's no aggression. Thanks, nothing. Shoots him right in the face as I say that.
You, however, no predictions.
No predictions. Cop, happy to take that one. Zcat has just been holding this stun. I'm sure he's getting antsy on this one. He's starting with the Dorans. Zane King's actually going to be racking up the gold. He wants to get to that tanky portion a lot quicker. So you see them probably farming this one out. The disengage is going to come from Annie, so that's why Zane King hasn't been so E-happy this game.
But Captain Ziploc, though, looking, well, on top of a ward, but looking for this bottom lane attempt. Dominate is very obviously looking to counter gank. I don't think... It's interesting because both teams know the junglers are there, but both teams don't know they know the junglers are there. It's an interesting game. Sometimes it actually works out really well.
Zane King waiting on the outside. They have all three in vision. Ziploc's going to come around. He probably figures that they know he's there as well with the way that they're playing this. So they will slowly push it back. He's looking to get over the wall. Hopefully he gets around it on the Q.
Nice.
Dominate's actually going to bring a little bit of vision with him. I don't think they're really going to get much out of this. They're just stalling out time.
It's okay, they don't know he's there. He got revealed, walked back into the brush. Could be
gone.
There you go. All right, away they go. The junglers said, all right, we're both waiting in the fog. Both teams kind of read that one, and then nothing happened overall. So back to farming they go. I do want to look, though, a lot at this mid lane, because I think it's the most dynamic lane here. There's a heck of a lot of kill potential from Voy.
Yeah.
Zamfiro is pretty much going to have to flash when Voy hits 6 and all-ins him. Or at least burn some kind of summoner, because there's so much damage potential out there on a level 6 Katarina. And Voy's holding up in minions so far, so it's only going to be like worse and worse for Cog without gank pressure, I feel.
Chris goes back for a real fast chain vest. He's taking some good damage from Quaz, even with that on. So wherever he's running, it is painful for Chris. We'll see how that lane goes in a few minutes. But again, back to that mid lane. Voyboy continuously leveling up that Q, ASAP, and putting it on Zamfira every time.
Because Captain Ziploc will leak. No flash vault breaker. Kobe's sad. Voyboy's going to walk away from this one. But yeah, that's actually the kind of pressure that Cog needs. Look at that. Level 6 coming out first. Okay, never mind. Voy got it as well. But that's actually very important, is kind of getting the pressure down there. It's a safe recall here for Zamfira. He can go back in the lane with he can go towards Charles if he wants some extra MR, or he can just start stacking up tier. But being able to survive the lane with some durability is probably going to be important here.
No flashes. They're all real. No flashes burned just yet within the game, and it's really slowing down the jungler's ability to get into these ganks as well. Dominate not exactly bringing the most crowd control to his gank, so they got to get that one just right. But Ziploc, you can see him not as much presence in the lanes right now.
Yeah, nothing yet. Dominate tried the one little sneaky gank right there, relying on Zcant for crowd control, but he got spotted by wards. At this point, I feel like Dominate's best suited to just getting level 6 over the course of about the next minute, and then forcing the invisibility ganks. And again, the easiest place to kill, mid and bottom lane. That's where I'm likely to see Dominate show up and try to turn things.
There's also no reason for them to give a lead away here. They do have Voyboy to wait on as well. He is backed for mid lane, so he may try to activate something. I wonder. No, he's not going to reach 6 off of this blue buff, so it won't be anything coming just yet from the teleport, but I'm sure it's soon.
Yeah, and that's going to be all kinds of fun. I'm actually not sure how much Curse are looking to force the issue. It's a really hard read on these comps because they function so differently, and we just don't see AP Cog in competitive. Dominate 6, though. Here it comes. Nope.
He almost got himself down to that lane, but again, walks over a ward. Not too much problem with that. Quaz. He will not find the Assault and Battery. Negative. It just got leveled, actually. Ziploc hadn't leveled it yet.
Yeah, and honestly, Quas having his ultimate, having his flash available, it's not a dive that's likely to succeed very much. However, this does show the Cog jungler in the top side of the map. Dominate just missed out on stealing red buff. He's like, you know what? It's not worth it. I'm going to go back to my side of the map.
Yeah, he feels like his red buff is going to be stolen, and he wants that a little bit more. Coming across, he's going to get him to pressure out. Ziploc does not want any of that, and Voyboy is even going to roam with him a little bit to make sure the safety is there.
Sweeping away the race real quick, just some extra gold experience to share across the team. But ultimately, Dominate hitting 6 and having double buffs is really big. And in fact, if I'm Dominate, I would love to gank while I still have blue buff. That 10% CDR is going to drop my ulti cooldown by about 15 seconds. And that's going to help him find another gank, or at least have that ability be up for the next team fight. Which is also a relevant fact to consider.
And as much as we say, or he says, he likes to play unpredictable and keep it changing up, it looks like Quaz is going for the same build, and if it's not broken, don't fix it. 71 to 51 in CS, gets the pickaxe first, going for the brutalizer, and he is consistently winning his lanes.
Yeah, exactly. He's done such a very good job with this Renekton. He's one of the premier lane bullies. Again, we talked about the fact that Renekton doesn't quite scale as hard as Olaf. And in talking with Double If backstage yesterday, he made a bunch of observations about, like, well, you know, maybe the late game skilling doesn't necessarily matter so much. If you can snowball a game in 30 minutes, the laning phase is all that really matters here by just getting an item lead and closing the game out. That could very well be a huge factor here. Game 3 was all about that. Curse got the early lead and then stuck with the game the rest of the way through. Cog needs to keep that in mind, that if they don't pull Chris out of this hole sometime soon, Quas might be too big for them to deal with.
And we're right, they are not trying to pressure that teleport. They're quite happy with what's happening in these lanes. Those 2 pings coming in from Ziploc. Oh, very nice flash on that. It's going to be Dominate. They don't have vision in the brush. No ward in the brush. Is it down? It is down, and he did not have another ward. That was unfortunate, and a very nice escape from Cog.
Nothing here's reflexes are really, really impressive. That's twice I've seen him spell shield the Tibbers. I saw him flash the flash Tibbers. And, you know, when you're Zcant and you go for the ult and then nothing's there anymore, it's like, oh, man, that's an unfortunate loss of the cooldown. So I got to give props. Nothing here. It's really freaking hard to do, and I'm impressed by that.
And this might actually work out for them, because those 2 pings, as I was saying, came from Ziploc, but an instant initiation from Curse. Now Ziploc is here, so it looks like they are going to be able to keep going. The spell shield is out. Do they have enough time to wait it out? It's just on the outside.
Yeah, nothing to find right there. Actually, both these AD carries are at their weakest point of the game right now, where they're trying to save up money for a BF sword. Both these players going for Bloodthirster builds. And so these guys are really easy to pick on, but they're also not very big damage sources. So it's the supports and junglers who would be dealing all the damage in these ganks. If they're not ready to fight, there's no kills getting picked up.
Zephyr is saying, there's a monkey in my jungle right now, and he's trying to take my wraiths, and it looks like he's not going to give up. Dominate gets his own ward down in that brush, and he smite Qs it away. Nice little play there. Cog and Chris Cog and Chris, Quaz and Chris going at it right now. He gets the slice and the dice after the Ragnarok. It's going to let him get away, though. But Quaz is really driving this lane.
And it forced all of Chris's summoners out. I don't think he needed to ignite Quas. There was no real danger of getting a counter kill right there. That's one summoner he could have saved. The ulti and Ghost I get. Quas unfortunately barely missed his slice and dice, didn't manage to tag any minions on the way down. So Quas, though, just has complete control. Here he goes in with Dominate.
Dominate coming in. The ulti goes down from Wukong, and it is going to be first blood again coming from these gentlemen in the top lane.
And look how low Quas got right there. That was him barely surviving from the turret dive. Still would have been worth it overall, but good gank pressure.
Oh, Mega Inferno Rocket. Oh, it's not going to get it.
Yeah, it's been spotted out. They pinged the locations. Nice try, though. It was a nice try.
That was a great try. Feel the wind. 104 to 72, keeping that 30 CS deficit onto Chris is going to give him a hard time. They were saying, take Olaf out of the jungle, put him in the lane, give him the defensive items. They are shutting down him, getting those defensive items. He'll get them, but it's going to be a lot slower than he wants.
And the funny thing is, though, like, in, I think it was game 2, there was so much pressure being exerted by Captain Ziploc on Quas, and it actually put Chris ahead in lane.
Yeah.
Chris was winning the lane. And that's not happening this time around. Even though there's not a lot of ward coverage from Quas, even though Quas is, like, his ult's down right now, like, he is pretty gankable, there's just, we haven't seen that same gameplay there. And this is the one matchup where it really could have worked. Chris chasing him down with Ghost and Undertows, like, ganking, camping top would totally work here for COG.
Not much damage from Voidboy just yet. He only has the Sork boots and making himself into trouble here about being an escape artist and still having his ward up. He'll be all right.
Okay, so Boy's alive, and I take that back. Actually, he used his full spin, and it just didn't matter too much to Zamfira. Looks like he's going, I'm going to guess, towards Rod of Ages as his next health build, or what he's building with that Ruby Crystal there, but certainly looking to stack up. This is very similar to his Orianna game where he went Archangel's Roa. Yep, there's the Catalyst and the Blasting One picked up. So Zamfira really looking for a late game scaling build. COG saying they're confident to play into the late game and use Kog'Maw as their insurance policy if things go wrong. We'll see if that can work out for him.
It's a big if. If it gets there, that COG is going to be gigantic. But this is a, like we said, power pick team coming from Curse. Let's see how Dominate can help his lanes. Right now trying to do so again in the bottom lane. They want to shut down Nothing here and Zane King. They've realized that Leona being able to initiate onto Annie every time really cost them the fight in the beginning. So they're going to cut that out, not let her be tanky.
Absolutely. Trying to get rid of that guy, trying to keep everything... you know, keep as many advantages as they can. The problem is COG just, they're already kind of winning their bottom lane already. Bloodthirster finished already for Nothing here. This Jinx, as far as damage scaling goes, outscales Sivir. You can just kind of carry games as Jinx, the difficulty being that it's really hard to keep Jinx alive against this team. Now the thought is maybe that COG has so many threats, Curse can't remove them all, and something's going to carry the team fight to the end of it. I'm not sure that's very true, though, with Katarina getting a bunch of resets. But in the meantime, though, if COG can get those initiations using Leona, making a bunch of stuff happen, they can prevent a lot of those engages.
There's On the Hunt, crushing blow into the Cyclone, and they are going to be able to get the kill on Nothing here. The teleport coming down from Boy with this, and the party's over. You're late.
Yeah, that's the kind of ganks I wanted to see from I Will Dominate. It's the kind of ganks Cortez was supposed to use there from Walking Zed.
Wow.
Ooh, the flash, the ulti, here
There it is. Kobe gets what he wants. Quaz going to be taking quite a bit of damage here. The Slice and Dice still coming up on cooldown. Do they have enough? They do, and they pick it up. But this is going to leave that, or make Vision in the top lane for them. Knowing the jungler's there, they're going to be able to grab Dragon.
Yeah, so pretty good trade overall for Curse. A kill for a kill as far as jungle ganks are concerned, and those are all very smart jungle ganks. Getting Chris into a good place against Quas is actually probably the single most important factor in this game for COG. If Chris can win that lane, it's really hard for Curse to deal with this because no one else on this lineup can deal with Chris. He could one-man carry this game if COG gets him rolling.
Voidboy in a really great roam here. They did kind of a 1-2 roam. Voidboy went up top and Dominate was sure to cover mid. They've saved all their turrets on a Dragon where they should have lost one.
Yeah, very good play right here. Curse overall taking a gold lead by... I mean, the thing is they pressured the bottom side of the map, which just has more objectives every 6 minutes, and that was a very smart choice there to convert that very quickly, especially once they saw the enemy jungler on the other side of the map. It was a very smart and very safe choice at the end of it all by Curse. But now, of course, 6 minutes down, they've got to sort of reset and say, well, look, we either siege, which I don't think is going to happen against AP COG, and with a melee-heavy lineup, or they wait around for 6 minutes and let COG keep scaling, and kind of this 2,000 gold lead doesn't go anywhere.
And this really can't go any better for Dominate right now. He picks up 2 kills, and everybody's looking at him on the team to be the main initiator, so he's going to be where he needs to be a lot quicker as long as nothing kind of changes from here on out. If he can keep getting those slow kills, he'll be good to go.
Especially if he can keep destroying the bottom lane here for
COG.
You remove the AD carry, and the double bruiser of Wukong Renekton doesn't die to much of anything unless you have like Nasher's Tooth coming at the end for Zamfira, just putting out so much auto attack damage that he actually can kill that front line. But that's going to be hard. So realistically, I Will Dominate. You talked about him doing very well. Had 2,500 gold before he backed. Picks up Ancient Golem and more. Start going offensive with a Brutalizer. He's going to really be able to force ganks. He's got 20% cooldown just from items. Another 10 anytime he gets blue buff, which no one else needs. Dominate's going to be putting out a lot of pressure in this mid game.
Crushing blow, almost taking down nothing here really in the beginning of that fight. The Cyclone was just for good measure so everybody can get their assists in. He is already outputting quite a bit of front-end damage, which, like I said, it changes the thought of the fight immediately and what you can do in it. 17 minutes in, the Ravenous Hydra picked up onto Quaz. He feels good about that in lane, and he's still giving Chris hell. 148 to 118 in that lane.
The Sunfire Cape and Ravenous Hydra are both done. It's going to change the lane dynamics. So obviously one's building damage, one's building durability, but they're going to start to do like their objectives more. Now Chris has a lot of really easy trades with Reckless Swing. Chris maxed that first, the E, the true damage. Quas will just get chunked by that ability. The difficulty being that Quas has a lot of health sustain now. He's 21 defense, he's got some health regen there if he ever gets low, and he's got the Ravenous Hydra lifesteal. So if Chris doesn't play aggressively, he'll never push Quas out of lane, and Quas will just keep last hitting, which, you know, can be a concern.
And this one's very close in gold, and much to the right, Chris or Cog, neither Cog I should say, are wanting to fight this one out. It's very here and there on the fight. It's only 2-1. And Dominate from the backside. They get a great initiation onto nothing here. His flash was not up that time, and they were able to connect. Voyboy gets the speed up, runs past Zane King very nicely to get the Death Lotus on and the maximum amount of damage. They pick it up for Kopp.
These guys burned a lot of ultimates to force that down, but when you've got actual engagement here on the Curse lineup, really for the first time in this series, they've got actual initiators going on here. Works really well for them. They force the turret down, trading mid turrets, but this is kind of what happens. The game accelerates when Curse, the confident team, starts making plays.
Instantly accelerates. It kind of leaves something else for Cog to do here while pushing the mid lane. But again, they are in the right spot. They're only going to lose one off of that, but they got kills and the turret.
So good stuff here. The gold lead still only 2,000 apart. These guys are actually trading resources pretty well, but this top lane matchup, you're seeing it. Quas is winning this one. Chris forced to get away.
Summoner spell for an ult. Take that any day, says Quas, and he's going to be ready to stay in that lane, pressuring Chris. Just pass the river every time. Stay on your side of the court.
Yeah, so no offsides now for Chris. He's going to have to sit there on the back, play defense for a while. The blue buffs are still given the Dominate. This says, yes, we really want you to have the low cooldowns, have the ability spam. Sivir would make use of it, but they're consciously giving Dominate that power, the extra golden experience. Dominate has a full level on Ziploc right now. Some of that's the buffs, some of that's the kills they've been picking up, but that's a state of power. Dominate is dominating the jungle.
He's doing a very good job. Just seeing the level comparison right now, everybody seems to be even. 13s in the mid are the highest. And like you said, Dominate really the only one with a level up on his position. His core items finished. You can see the switch up, the Haunting Guise, but quickly into the needlessly large rod for Voyboy. So he had the money, he's maxing the power.
Exactly, he's going for what looks like a zone. Actually, it could be Zonius or Deathfire Grasp. I've seen both builds.
Ooh, nice flash.
Yeah, I think he's going to be safe. I've seen both builds on Katarina. They work in very different ways. But first, Quas getting jumped on.
Quas, the turret could have been too much. It wasn't enough. Chris goes down, or Chris takes him out.
Yeah, very well played there by Cog. I like the fact that Ziploc keeps showing up there because, again, that duel is important. Randu and Zoman likely... So Randu and Zoman's or Spirit Visage. It depends on his priorities here for Chris. But as soon as he crests Quas in power, suddenly there's so much pressure on Curse to make plays somewhere. Because if one lane starts passively losing with no engage, or no engagement from the rest of the team, suddenly it's like, well, look, we keep letting this happen, we're going to lose the game. They've got to force plays. Now, Curse have been forcing plays pretty well with Wukong, but they're required to as opposed to being a benefit.
Looking at that kill, that was actually Ziploc that picked that up, which he needs that tankiness as well. He's their initiator. He needs the same thing Dominate does. So better off that going to him. Chris grabbing some assists there. It might start to put him over Quas, but that play in the lane has really driven him to victory. So you got this dragon fight coming up. Dominate inside the pit, and on the hunt may continue this one. A very nice Void who's disengaged against the whole team.
Yeah, the whole team got out pretty successfully. Unfortunately for Dominate, he couldn't get into range to land his ulti on anybody. But the rest of Curse, honestly, they're just in position. This is basically there as barring a smite steal. Nope, it's going to be picked up again by Dominate.
Dominate grabs that when the Cyclone goes out. They for sure pick the kill up on a Ziploc, and that is not going to be enough for them. They want everything and anything in the fight. Nothing here gets flashed on. A very good W stun coming out of Quaz, and they're going to continue this fight. The Death Lotus, the reset, the crushing blow. No, it goes over to Quaz.
Ooh, good read by Zamfir. Actually chases down the invisible I Will Dominate. Good job right there on the ulti right here, the passive. But yeah, the engage comes in. Nothing here's Rocket comes in way too early, actually, and he's now out of position. The knockup that lands, and that's the issue, right? Is there's no peel for these two squishy backliners. Zamfira and Nothing here have nowhere to go. Because Cogs, they spent their Vi's cooldowns trying to Dragon Steal instead of setting up a team fight. They were basically saying, like, look, we'll get out of position to trade a chance at Dragon, instead of saying, look, we've got position on you, let's get a real team fight. I think if they approached the fight differently, Cog could have been fine there and won that battle instead of losing it 5-1.
Dominate loved that. And he actually made an amazing play. He flashed to catch 2 more people in the Cyclone there and continued a huge fight for Curse. Now they know, again, they're in the driver's seat, and this is when it gets really scary for Cog.
It's pretty incredible right now for Curse. Now, they are waiting on a couple of cooldowns. Zekent still is without Tibbers for now. That's not the worst thing because they have the cooldowns back on I Will Dominate already. He's upgraded to Black Cleaver. He's got 20 CDR, again, just passively from his default item build at this point. So he can keep going in for engages. And of course, Voyboy's cooldowns and Cop's cooldowns very short as well. Those 3 can keep making plays over and over, which looks like what Curse is doing.
See, Black Cleaver finished up on to Dominate, so he is assisting huge on Cop if he puts that Q through the team on that Boomerang, and Quaz is going to have a field day with the Call of the Meek once he gets in there, and his Hydra. Everything is synergizing so well for their picks, and it's only escalating.
It really is. Honestly, until this top lane gets turned around by Cog, and it might even be too late for that to happen, life just gets more and more painful here, and in fact, I Will Dominate coming into the top lane. Chris, not going to be in the best shape.
Looks like he will be able to Ghost in Ragnarok, but that means once it wears off, they're going to be able to turn on him. They had to see this coming. It doesn't last forever. Cyclone just hits on the heels of Ziploc, and they may have this chase on. He's going to be able to get the crushing blows one after the other. Doesn't have much cooldown to his name right now, but oh, the bottom lane, the 1v1, something is there, and he is going to be able to take down Cop.
Cop, unfortunately, missing his flash there, wanted to dodge the ulti, and at this point now, I don't know if Boy has the damage to chase down Chris. Okay, he does.
Absolutely.
Nicely played.
He didn't go for super burst, but he is super harassing, and he was able to finish off the kill. Great job by Quas and Dominate to continue the follow in the top lane, leaving that janitorial pickup for Boy.
Yeah, and now Curse are really spreading out Cog, and that's a very big difficulty for these guys because Cognitive Gaming's lineup outside of... Oh, this is going to be interesting. Boy on the chase.
He doesn't know where to go.
Zamfir played that perfectly.
Now he does.
That was really nice.
That was pretty cheeky by both.
Yeah, but as I was saying, though, outside of Chris, basically, the rest of this lineup from Cognitive is not very self-sufficient. They need to all be together, right? Leona obviously needs a teammate. Vi can't really 1v1 anybody. She's got to engage for her team. And then Jinx and Kog'Maw need a front line to stand behind. And when Curse are playing really chaotic battles, Voyboy's running across the map with teleport and a home guard, like 3-man like pushes top and they kind of get kills as they kind of straggle on through the fight. That's exactly what Curse wants, is these like weird limping, go in and out team fights where you never get a real 5-on-5. If Curse keeps doing that throughout the mid game, they're pretty much guaranteed this one.
11-4 on the score sheet, 25 minutes on this one, and the gold again going in favor of Curse. About 8,000 gold now, actually 7,000 still. They both tick up 100 there, keep themselves even. It's just going to be Curse, as we say, in the driver's seat, slowly taking turrets. This is the time when everything kind of slows down, but they know what to do next. They haven't been taking something and just stopping.
Yeah, I feel like Curse are definitely going to keep looking for these battles anytime there's a meaningful objective available. So Dragon's up in a minute and a half. That's going to be something that Curse are definitely looking to control and say, look, we're not going to give that to you to get back into the game. We're not going to give you the experience and gold that it takes to get back onto our level. Instead, we're going to take that one down pretty cleanly. If you show up, we're going to out-team fight you. Curse are just... They're the team that are going to get a bunch of ward control here. They've won a bunch of fights in a row. They've actually got a lot of wards peppered throughout the map. That's going to allow them some really clean rotation and a bunch of fights in a row.
Hydra into that Randuin that's already been utilized in these last fights, so the tanks are really coming out for Quaz and Dominate now. He's got his Giant's Belt. He got that Golem quite quick with that Cleaver in the beginning of the game. So they were just able to have such a surge of power And really, that's where COG has faltered. They're not able to find a way past that. And right now, like you said, biding their time to scale up. We'll see if it's going to be an objective for them.
Well, let's see what these guys have right here. Everything's been reset, but COG getting a couple of nice split pushes there with the bottom lane turret going down. But Curse, though, they've grouped up. They said, all right, the 4 of us here, if we get a Flash Turbo's Initiation or like a Flash Wukong Cyclone, that's enough to get a team fight victory because Voyboy can clean up. Kind of any mix and match of 4 members of Curse actually works really well together, which compared to Cognitive, that's not true. Right? Cog needs the right guys for them to make a fight happen. Curse can match any of these guys, which gives them a lot more freedom around the map. Cop can sit here split pushing, being Sivir, highly evasive, and still scale up in levels and gold. The rest of Curse can make plays.
That's exactly what they're trying to do. We've seen Voyboy going off by himself in the 1v1s. Although Chris didn't have much HP, they know where to grab these kills up, and that means they're moving before it happens. They're setting the chess pieces in motion already, setting up for this dragon that's here, but COG knows the time as well, and this is their chance to make a move.
So COG are going to be here first by a little bit. Voy's teleport is down. He's trying to home guard back down the map. Problem is, COG don't really know all that information, and they're a little bit hesitant here. They're not in the greatest of positions. They're trying to group back around. Now, they do have positioning for a real 5v5. This is a true test. There's 7,000 gold difference, but if COG can win this fight, they basically have to win this fight. If they give up Dragon, they're going to fall farther and farther behind. They'll never get back in. This is the most important fight for COG here.
This is a really scary fight. All of that AoE is perfectly centered around Voyboy and Dominator. They can get him a Cyclone and Death Lotus, and it's not going anywhere but to the HP bars of COG. There is zero escape for them. And if they pull this Dragon out, they'll be a bit safer, but it looks like Ziploc is going to keep himself in. The team's not really reacting to this.
Well, the good thing is they have AP COG and Olaf for some really meaningful poke. Voice down to half. This is going to be a really short timer for Curse. They might have to go in now.
There's the Talisman of Ascension. Will they go in? The Tibbers coming out on the back line. Quaz tries to get in. Misses out on the Tiamat, but he does spread the team very thin. Zekent to the back line. Chris takes him down and enters back into the fight. Zamfira flashing over the wall. Will he get more living artillery from the outside? Dominate goes for the clone, but he goes down to the red buff as well. The shot coming from the backside, and Zane King picks up a kill. It's the move they needed to make, but could Curse turn this around? Right onto nothing here. Quaz with 100 HP. Get excited. One more shot. Get more excited for the triple kill.
Nothing here. Played that fight so well. He actually stopped I Will Dominate's engage. They're going to get rewarded with at least one turret here. Watch this. So the dive comes in. Dominate flanks. He got stopped by Flame Chompers, and Zamfira and Nothing here peel away from the initiation so very well. And Chris manages to mop up in this team fight as well. Voyboy never got the perfect engage he was looking for. A Zamfira flash over the wall kept him safe. Nothing here. Completely outplayed I Will Dominate, as well as picking up these 2 cleanup kills. If you don't get rid of Jinx, she does this to you. Nothing here was massive for that fight. A turret and the dragon picked up on top of a 5 for 3.
That was the move they needed to make. That's the first fight they've won like that, being down in gold throughout any of these games. Curse, having that lead in the last game, was able to kind of take it over and make it look clean and easy. COG now adapting this time to their loss, and they are fixing it.
That was really well played, and you can just see what comfort picks will do for you. I mischaracterized AP COG. I was like, that's going to be real hard to deal with. I feel like he's going to get blown up, but with the Seraph's shield, with his flash and barrier being used, Zamfira is actually not easy to kill. Just to give you guys some math, 2,500 health. His barrier's worth another 400. His Seraph's shield's going to be worth another, well, like 300-400 or something. He's got like a almost 4,000 health pool. Good luck actually removing that.
And then he's going to blow up on you if you kill him anyways. Yeah.
He's got
true damage per level. Yeah. So that's kind of painful. 51,200, looking at about a 4,000 gold lead here as 47,000 sits in the pool of COG. They just made that actually quite a lot bigger here. 30 minutes, 30 seconds into the matchup. 14-9 as the kills finally start rolling in for the viewers as well as for the players. And these items are going to start being built out as well. Quaz finally going for a little bit more damage mitigation in his Spirit Visage as he builds that up. Looking on the other side, the Randuin's coming out from Olaf. We said Chris was having a hard time, and he's kind of lackluster on the items.
Well, COG needs to react right now. The Voyboy split pushing bottom with teleport and home guard available, and COG aren't making any way in. They are forced to recall, and again, Curse splitting up COG. This is the right play by these guys. Forcing, looks like it's going to be Chris to go back, but it's going to be hard for COG to fight the rest of this battle.
Voyboy trying to replicate a cop. He's close. He gets one inhibitor turret. That's all right. Happy with that. They're going to have a good push towards that bottom lane. It leaves a window open for something to do if the game does stall out. Damn, Void Boy. Got some blue suede shoes on running from this one. Chris doing what he can, but Void Boy dodging and ducking out.
Good escape there by Void. If one of those undertows had landed, very likely Chris could have picked it up. If his ghost was up as well, that would have been probably a kill for Chris. So well played by Void. Of course, he got the turret, so that's, again, more pressure without teleport being burned. They got a Troko for this, so Cog regrouping for this push. And they are what looks like to be the stronger team right now. Barrier and Seraph's shield are both back up here for Zamfira. He's been hard to get rid of.
Now, Cog, after this fight, they do look a little bit bigger because they have their items, but they're not pushing waves. They're kind of pushing with themselves. They get there and it's empty, and Curse has time to set up. Big wave in the top lane they're going to have to deal with soon here as that builds up, and this fight really may allow Curse to utilize that wave in their favor here.
And on top of that, look at the ward coverage, though, that Cog has put out, because they've warded all of their flanks to look for Quas, to look for Dominate, and to disengage like this.
That was pretty big damage on that coming out. Oh my god, a full team Cyclone! That was absolutely huge. Ziploc goes down immediately. Zamfira is already on a Cathian surprise. It is bloodbath right now as Curse takes out Cog on their side of the field, and they're going to push them back. It looks like that wave might come in handy in top lane.
Wow, they all ran away in the same direction on top of each other. Instead of going down the lane, they ran towards Golem buff. What an engage there by Zeke, and all you can do is just watch this Annie. They try to get out. Look at that. The flash tibbers, the cyclone. There's just not much you can do about that. The attempt to counter engage just doesn't really matter. Chris shows up to the fight late, but it doesn't really matter too much there either, honestly. When you take that much early burst damage, nothing here is not going to out-duel the Wukong when you're already at 1/3 HP.
A 5-person Cyclone, Baron, and Inhibitor turrets falling after this. A huge play by Curse, and they knew what they had sitting on the board. Everything was set in motion. That fight was gigantic.
Yes, absolutely yes. Void burned his teleport to get to the top lane really quickly.
Boom.
And just add more to that battle. Baron, of course, definitely going down. You guys saw, by the way, Dominate missed Smite. Smite went out. Baron is still alive. The Curse legacy continues. But honestly, these guys are in a really good place. They landed the team fight they wanted, and good on them to say, well, we just lost the team fight. We don't have the flank, but we need to go for the battle here.
Yep.
To have the confidence to say, look, we're still very powerful. If the battle goes correctly, we're fine. And that's the kind of thing I like about team comps like this, where the gold lead clearly doesn't matter. Whoever won the last team fight clearly doesn't matter. It's positioning, it's engaging properly, it's using your abilities in the correct way. That's what makes these teams win the battle. So even coming back, another battle after this, Baron buff, inhibitors, doesn't matter. COG clearly still has the tools to win a fight if they can fight it correctly.
All right, we see on the side of QC, fixing up some peripherals here. Fancy feet, kicking them out. Sometimes it happens.
Yeah. I've heard a guy actually was... way back like years ago, he was playing with his power strip accidentally with his feet while playing and unplugged his computer.
Yeah, bad idea.
Yeah, and he actually forced a regame because in Warcraft 3 there weren't remakes, so
no thanks.
There's no reconnect. So it was like, all right, well, new game. People rumored he did it on purpose. He won the remake. It was a big controversy.
Sometimes
but
that's
League of
the
Legends,
mentality game, man.
You can just rejoin the game. No
Yeah,
big deal.
Absolutely.
Got that in
It's
there.
a pretty
for you
good
guys.
game. Not gonna lie.
It's pretty fun.
It's free.
I hear like 12 people play it.
Yeah, million, thousand,
Yeah.
infinity.
A lot of bros. You guys are awesome, by the way. Yeah.
But we got to remember what's on the line. Back to everything. Hopes and dreams. Curse getting back into the LCS. COG, they said they have nothing to lose here. But right now, it looks like they're playing scared, and they have to because Curse is such a dominant force in this game. That fight didn't make things any easier for COG. Maybe this will give them some time. Definitely not going to help if they had really something in motion. So we'll have to see as this all pauses.
Yeah, honestly, COG, they really grinded to a halt because of that team fight. Like, that's a pretty big morale killer. They just got a team fight win. They got Dragon. They got a turret off of that. And it's like, all right, COG have a glimmer of hope here to pull it into a game 5 and try to bring it out one more time. That's a good place to be in. And then they got severely outpositioned. The engage was so good from Z-Kent there. That was actually massive. Now, when you're COG here, you say, all right, we turtle it out, we scale up. These guys have a really good late-game team comp here. These champions here are going to work pretty well, and they hold really well. There's a lot of long-range damage. Jinx in her base, very hard to dive. COG in his base, very hard to dive. So COG can hold on to this game quite well.
Looking at their team comp, can we consider that it makes it a little harder for them to peel and better for Curse's damage, that they actually have to walk up for any peel that they do? They have to group up. They have to be in that AoE of Cyclone. It almost makes it difficult for them to peel for anyone.
Well, the cool thing about Cog's lineup is that they can play from really far away. Like, even though they've got a Leona and Vi, they don't have to start fights. Cog has the 2 longest range champions on the map, which is Kog'Maw's ultimate and Jinx's W and R kind of together.
Right.
So Cog gonna say, come at me, bro, come at me, bro, come at me, bro. And then when the guys finally show up, they throw down Leona ulti, or they throw down Voidus, or they throw down the Flame Chompers from Jinx, and it's like, Wukong can't get over that. Right? He doesn't have rocket jump and then like engages afterwards. He's got to walk through those traps or through that slow zone and then dash in and hit Cyclone. And if Cog has the foresight to see those engages coming, play from far enough away, that's all the peel they need. They can just use slows and get away with this.
10,000 gold lead, and I think Curse knows it. The Baron buff circling around them, and they got quite a good time on it. More than 2.5 minutes left onto that one. This open inhibitor turret here in the bottom lane. This has all been done by Voyboy. He was doing Cop's job last game. He's taking the bottom and top inhibitor solo by himself after engagements.
Yeah, Voy's going mental this game. He's 6-1-7. I think we finally found him a champion where he gets to really... Like, this is a Voyboy signature. This was a top lane he used to play in the beginning of Season 3 for a while. He's playing full AP Katarina, which is awesome because you just kill things in 3 seconds. And yeah, it's Voyboy like we expected to see Voyboy. The kind of mid lane we kind of expected to see from him here. And honestly, with the Baron regen, Curse are pretty able to siege this out. And then when a team fight happens, they can explode.
Jinx. Quicksilver Sash comes out quite quickly. Doesn't want any stun to be holding him back. And with his reactions, nothing here. Probably keep pretty safe with that ability. A 10,000 gold lead. Very daunting for Cog here. And you can see they don't want anything. But Curse knows there's still potential, as you said, in that Cog lineup. And they're not taking this inhibitor easily.
Yeah, they're still trying really hard. They have 2 elixirs burning, whereas Cog has 1. They've still got the Baron buff for a minute and a half or so, and they are slowly making the way in on the inhibitor. Despite all Zemphira's poke, it's working for these guys. They're maybe 1 wave away from the inhibitor.
Every time Cop can get in there to make a hit, that melee team makes it a little more difficult, but they finally come up with it. There's no initiation there. A nice Shun Po away. 19-9 is the score. We are 36 minutes in. Curse is looking to regain their spot in the LCS, but Cog keeping their hopes alive. Their base, however, kind of on fire.
Kind of on fire. It's not a great place for these guys. There's only 1 inhibitor turret left standing, but Dragon is back up, so Curse can continue to cement their lead if they want to just take more gold. Yeah, Ziploc, you don't have control of your own jungle. Be careful, dude.
Going in, the blue buff not completely necessary at this point. That Baron buff is still ticking away, and they have a large advantage over the jungle. Their wards are pretty much the only thing that sits in a spot that would really be a warranted objective. And it looks like they're going to head back here with the map objective free besides Dragon. So I guess it's not objective free. We'll call it not.
Yeah.
It's going to be picked up by Cog.
Okay, so interesting choice here by Curse. They're going back to buy up a bunch of items. They're giving away this this golden experience to Cog, but Curse bought a recall with that. Basically, so Cog's going to back up. They have no map control anyway. Nothing's on the map. Cog doesn't have anywhere to go as a team, so Drago was pretty fortunate for them. But Curse say, look, we're more powerful than you. We got Baron. We just took another turret down, or not another turret, but they got the inhibitor at the very least. So they're going to start having minion waves to create more pressure for them, and they can renew the siege now. And with new items, with the full fury of that 10,000 gold lead, Curse are bringing all that money to bear in the next fight.
And I like the Curse isn't stacking items they've previously built. It was Dominate, obviously, to go with Cyclone for the Black Cleaver this time, and shied away from by Quaz. You don't need 2 of them on. He's going for more that will help synergize the team into more fights and continue them going so they can go coast to coast, because they do have On the Hunt, and the chases are really, like you said, what's shutting down Cog. They can't get away.
Exactly, and I like sort of just how they've also shared the item burden as well to make this happen. Right? The Talisman of Ascension, again, also coming in to help the engagement happen, even just a stack with On the Hunt, but then also realizing that I Will Dominate, as you talked about his item builds, needs to be his own frontline tank, needs to be pretty damagey, so it's Zekan who picks up the Aegis, right? Sharing the team item burden so that I Will Dominate can focus power onto himself. Another good sort of adaptation for these guys to make sure power's in the right places.
See how Cog is playing this. Chris and Zane King both trying to stay on the top. Whoa, they're getting pushed back there. It's like they fully wanted a zip block on the far side, showing some aggression, and that is some good damage they're able to put out. No real initiation just yet, but it is enough to scare for the inhibitor. Voyboy low. There's the Zanyas coming out, and it's going to force him out the fight. Cyclone in circles, literally, to drop and pop up more than one player. Zkent taking down Zamfira. This could be all they need. Voyboy does go down, though. So does Zkent. Those are 60-second timers, and they are being pushed out of the base. Cobb turns around right in the face of 3 members of COG. Is it going to be enough? The barrier's down. There's not enough splash damage. They trade 1 for 1. Ziploc pushing back Cobb. Beautiful job by Nothing here. Keeps himself alive with 100 HP.
And only one member of Curse is alive, being chased down by Ziploc and Co. And Dominate doesn't have move blocks that'll get him out of this one.
This is exactly what Curse was afraid of. COG was kiting the fight perfectly every second of the way. They lost 2 for 4.
Yeah, I mean, incredible defense right here by COG, kiting back into their base, having the room to work with. Very nicely done. So let's watch this again. Voyboy, unfortunately, never gets rolling. And really, Zamfira, Nothing here, don't get really hit on that much. It's a lot of hefty engage to get rid of COG, but that leaves Nothing here to do whatever he wants and just starts landing the damage output in rocket form, in pow pow, whatever it takes. Just as long as those 2 backliners split up, it takes all of Curse's attention to kill one of them, which leaves the other there to mop up the fight. Nothing here plays his battle really well. 1 hit from Dead, but gets it, and now he has time to grab his red buff, recoup power, and the quick service sash that he picked up, again, a big part of that to keep him alive, not get CC locked.
That was awesome. Nothing here's fight assessment is incredible. Quick Inferno Bomb to kill Voyboy, and really, Voyboy should be the last one into the fight. He got himself a little antsy there, and that's why they didn't have as much burst damage, Freak. It's getting scary now. These items are starting to come up, and Curse didn't stall too much this game. They were always trying to push. COG is again adapting.
Yeah, so Curse is going to try to push down onto Baron this time then. It's actually a pretty good choice. They will see Cognitive coming in. They'll be able to turn around in time and re-engage. Tibbers is up. I Will Dominate's ulti is up as well. Curse have a full power team fight waiting for them.
It's like a 4,000 health almost Olaf running into the matchup here. He's going to check the health of Baron. They got a pink ward down on it as well, so they're going to be safe. See what happens. That was good, and COG is adapting, but they have a long way to go, and this is them trying to dictate what's going on. They're going to make Curse start to dance around them now and try to get a push down mid.
Now, Deja Vu, COG really trying to push here. The problem is, oh no, Cop's not near the top lane. He can't solo the base right now. So they do force the recalls, though. They buy some more time, Cognitive. They do that. But really, there's just too much map pressure from the Dead inhibitor. They've got to go back to their base to defend their sole surviving Nexus turret, which gives away map control over Baron.
There's Chris on the outside. Ziploc really isn't present in the fight just yet, so it's not going to be a 50-50 for Baron, but Curse also does not want to keep damaging it either. A great job. One person able to stop off of Baron. It's exactly what they needed.
So this is actually a very difficult situation for Curse because you're clearly the team in the lead. Now, normally at this point, you use the Dead inhibitor to allow yourself a Baron take, but Cognitive are playing around the Baron incredibly well. And they've still got to consider the fact that, look, Jinx is legitimately crazy and hard to deal with in late game team fights. And so they're like, well, there's a bit of a timer here. Cog's only got one more, Cogma, the champion, only has one more item to go until he's full build. Jinx is basically full build. Like, Cogma's late game is really scary, but you know, the usual ways you win the game aren't working right now. So they're like, okay, Voyboy split push, hopefully that's enough.
Voyboy did a good job using that teleport throughout the game. It didn't get him too many massive kills, but he's cleaned up otherwise, so no worries there, and the teleport is still up, so they can utilize it here at least to catch COG off guard.
And the problem is this is a potential 5v4 because Voyboy can teleport in. You can just see the COG mob poke, and because it reveals champions, it gives them really good control over, is it a Baron kill or is it a push in?
Talisman of Ascension. Looks like they don't really want much of that. Whoa, Ziploc going in. It's going to be Zkent kind of holding out to the outside. The teleport now coming in on the ward. They place it for him to get into the fight. Is it going to be enough? Voyboy's in. Zamfira gets locked up. The Cyclone is hitting at least 2 members. Here's Nothing here. Makes his way in from the side, but it is Voyboy picking up a few resets. Voyboy on the triple kill. The quadra kill. Voyboy getting away from the Cathy and surprise with the Zanyas, making it look good. Nothing here will not equal the Penta.
That was so close. Zamfira almost took a whole bunch of people out right there, but now Curse, 4 members alive with only Nothing here left to defend the base. This could be Curse re-entering the LCS.
So he did go and use the teleport, and it ended up quite big for them. The AoE damage, however, of nothing here, that is quite scary, and they cannot stand still for too long. Dominate looks to be taken. Most of the damage is Quaz knows he can take a few shots. There's the Nexus turret. It is going to be Curse, locking down, taking back their spot in the LCS.
Congratulations right there. Curse on their feet, and for good reason. Very well played series, coming back from a rough Game 1 loss and trying to get on more and more as the series went on.
The pickups, the choices, the team being remade. Curse looks to be in good form, not top form as they were, but enough to get into the LCS and once again reach that position.
Yeah, very well done. Quas really showing himself, Dominate showing himself, Zekent as well. The new additions did good work. Cognitive, honestly, pretty good run for these guys.
Yeah.
I gotta give them a lot of props. They were such underdogs throughout the challenger scene, scraping it together, barely making it into this tournament itself, being picked by Curse first as what was sort of supposed to be the weakest challenger team, but they put on a really good performance.
A lot of these games just spell when you don't know the team you're going up against that well. It's got to be comfort picks. You got to rely on what you know, and sometimes it just doesn't work out the way you want it to. There was a lot of picks being taken away from COG that they wanted and switched around. The bans coming out from Curse. We really saw Champion Select being the place of victory in these games when teams don't know about each other.
It really did happen. Game 1, the Nidalee pick, the analyst has talked about it, a little bit of a weird choice for Curse. You saw here in this last game, pretty good reasons for why Kog'Maw was banned. Zamfira put a lot of pressure on the map, actually created quite a number of opportunities, but really the interesting thing I liked was that jungle Wukong. I will dominate. Pretty much started that game the right way for Curse and was the reason that they could continue to win team fights against a very scary, very pokey, cognitive lineup of some very fun champions.
I mean, I'm going to say 90% of the time a 5-man Cyclone is going to win you the fight, and he was consistently doing that. The Flash Cyclone and Dragon Pit, long day. He flashed out, grabbed 2 more on pretty much the max extension of it.
Yeah.
An amazing play. Everybody started turning it on after Curse realized there was a problem. We need to change something. This isn't how we play.
Yeah, they stopped playing scared. They really seemed to refocus
good way to put it.
part way through that series. And they took initiative there. That was, I think, a fault of COG partway through the series, games 2 and 3 especially. By the time we got to game 4, I think both teams were playing it pretty well properly, and it was just a couple of really interesting team fights. You saw the one down by Dragon where so many good plays by Cognitive won them the 5-for-3 fight. And then 2 minutes later, Curse finds their own version of that fight where they get the engage they want and group everyone together. And it was, it's fun to see games like that where it's just the way you play it changes the game, not just champions, not just individual plays, but the team approach.
And a little individual play I think everybody is confirmed on is Quaz. Played absolutely amazing for the team. He came out strong, brought out his Renekton, tried a few other things, but it was really that was able to carry a lot of what Curse did in the mid game to that late game, into those inhibitors in the Nexus.
Yeah, he pulled a bunch of attention to himself, fought up against Chris the whole way through, pulled so many ganks from Captain Ziploc, but kept his lane locked down. It was a well-played series by Quas.
Let's hear from the team themselves. We're going to send it down to Shox on the main stage, who's standing by with Curse.
Thank you very much, Riv. First off, gentlemen, congratulations, guys. Give it up for Team Curse. Boy, we had you at the desk yesterday for quite a while, and you were saying how confident you were, and then all of a sudden, they take game 1. Where did you go from there?
Yeah, I mean, we went into this with full confidence. We worked so hard for the last 2 months. We did the prep work. We put in the 10-hour scrims. We did everything we had to do, and we showed up, and we were just this is our day. We're gonna play as hard as we possibly know that we can. And when we lost the first game, it was just like a punch in the stomach. We were like, okay, well, that's fine. We prepared for this. It's a best of 5. It's not over. We just have to get our heads back in the game, play to our strengths, and we can win. And that's what we did. We went 3-0 after that, and we took it home. So really happy with how we did.
Absolutely. I want to highlight some specific players that I think are great stories here, but of course, you moving to the mid lane and then Quaz stepping in and doing a fantastic job, to be honest. So how are you impressed with his skill?
Yeah, I mean, I'm so happy with how our team is progressing. Every single one of us has shown incredible skill at the game, incredible teamwork. I think our chemistry is on point right now. And now that we made it into LCS, I think the only way to go up the only way to go is up. So I think we're going to be a top team to be reckoned with in the next season.
And how about your, a lot of applause just keeps on coming. How about your performance personally? Because you went back to some champions that are very much interchangeable for top and mid. Are you still looking a little bit when it comes to that mid lane?
So I basically prepared a few champions for this, but my actual champion pool is really wide. First game, I went for Nidalee. I felt like I was actually a bit nervous. I felt like I didn't have much impact, and then I just went for like stuff that we practiced for the last 3 games, and it worked out really well. And then the Katarina is just my specialty, so pulled it out, and it worked out.
Yeah, that Katarina looked really good. Is there anyone in your team you want to commend especially for doing really well, or?
I think we all played phenomenally. Like we're a team. We win as a team. We lose as a team. Today we won, and I'm just happy with how everyone has done. So, good job, guys.
Boy, a couple of words for the fans who stuck with you and get to see you in the LCS once again.
Yeah, I mean, a few months ago, it was hard watching us lose. Like, it didn't seem like we were progressing as a team. Like, we're back. We made it back into the LCS. I think the only way to go is up. So thank you to our fans and thank you to our sponsors who support us and allow us to do everything that we can do for you guys. So thank you, everyone.
Congratulations once again. Great performance, guys. And now let's send it over to Kobe, Quickshot, and Benny, who are hanging out at the analyst desk to break down Curse's victory in a 3-1 series win.
Thank you, Shocks. All right, so let's take a look at the picks and bans for this Game 4 because, yeah, I was happy there was another Vi pick, but there are also some interesting mids.
Almost a recreation of the Walking Zed's composition yesterday with the Katarina mid, the Wukong jungle. I think Dominate definitely learning from his coach, St. Vicious, channeling his inner Monkey King. It worked out a lot better. The first few ganks were a little weak, they didn't work out, but as the game progressed, you felt that Curse found ways to actually get in there and pick some fights, and it didn't take them 450 hours this time as well.
That's a pretty good point. Now, I have a question specifically for Benny about that top lane. We did have Quas rushing Hydra several times, actually. What's your input on that?
Like, if it's just a 1v1 matchup, it's not bad at all, but as you can see, in that game, they focused on shutting Quas down a little more, where it was Vi and Olaf constantly diving him because he's so squishy. But if they only did that earlier in the series when the games weren't as like eventful and they could have just got free kills over and over again and possibly snowballed the game. But in this game in particular, while they were focusing more on top, they were just snowballing mid and like Dominate was getting ganks off elsewhere.
Yeah, I feel like in this particular series, Cognitive didn't make any decisive calls or decisions at all. I felt like as the series progressed and went on, they sat back, they were happy to play the farm game, they waited, and it frustrated me because they had champions that could go in, that could make plays happen. And for games 1, 2, and 3 at least, there was very little of that happening at all.
Okay, so after watching the whole series, though, I want to get your guys' input on this Curse team and what you think they're going to be able to accomplish in the 2014 season, because it's definitely a completely different Curse lineup.
Okay, well, in the words of COG, they certainly have potential. Like, with all, like, a fresh roster, like, we have yet to see what they can really do. But, like, to be honest, this wasn't the strongest showing that I would have expected from them, even though they did play solidly in a long stretch game, and they did outplay Cognitive, despite, like, some random picks here and there. They outplayed them. They are the better team, and they deserve to be here.
My concern for this, from this showing, is that Cognitive never put pressure on them. And I don't think many of the other teams we've seen that are going to be taking part in the LCS will give them that 30 minutes of breathing room to make plays. And I think they need to work on their plays early game. Otherwise, from the teams you've seen this weekend, I think Evil Geniuses is the most threatening. Coast played well, but had similar indecisiveness problems. And I feel Curse are definitely going to have to get that resolved by the time we kick off the next season.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you because, well, didn't they, like, sweep their opponents?
Yep,
it was like 3-0. It was really convincing too. It wasn't like the 5-game or 4 games that we just experienced right now. And a lot of that also has to do with like they have veteran players, and of course they have like the 3 members from like the EU's EG. They bring a lot of experience, and then Pobelter's always been a solid mid, and Inox has been in the scene forever too, like in the challenger scene. But he's overlooked. Like their roster's really solid.
All right, well, before we wrap up our day, I would first like to thank Benny for coming, hanging out with us, and sharing his league knowledge.
It was a pleasure. Although there were parts of the games that did frustrate me as well. Just how so paced it was, but it's over. And congratulations, Curse. I love everyone on Curse. Like, they are a really nice group of people, and I'm happy to see them back in the LCS. And yeah, thank you guys for being such good hosts. Whoa, Shox was here too, but you replaced there.
All right, well, thank you once again, Benny. And now we're going to send it back over to Riv and Freak to close out the 2014 Spring Promotion Tournament.
Thank you very much, Kobe. We're not done just yet, Benny, so hang on. With their win, Curse becomes the 8th and final team to earn a berth in the NALCS, joining Cloud9, Team Solo Mid, XDG, Dignitas, Counterlogic Gaming, Evil Geniuses, and Team Coast. Now, Freak, give me some predictions. Tell me who you see as the most improved team in North America right now.
It's kind of a weird choice, but I actually think Cloud9, just because they looked really crazy beating Fnatic. Like, I mean, you don't just 2-0 Fnatic out of nowhere and not be like, well, shoot, you guys got really good, because they came off a disappointing performance at IEM, and they had, you know, a pretty short run at the World Championships. So I think they had the best offseason run of the NA teams.
All right, on the spot. Favorite to win Spring Split?
Cloud9 still. Damn. That was a hard one.
So as we close out the Spring Promotion Tournament, we have some exciting news about how teams will qualify for the Summer Promotion Tournament. Starting in January, we will be debuting the 2014 Challenger Series.
Yeah, we've partnered with Coke Zero to create both a European and North American Challenger Series as a proving grounds for competitive Challenger play and as the exclusive path into the LCS.
The Challenger Series will run alongside the LCS for the entire 2014 season. Teams like The Walking Zed and NIP, who did not make the cut during this year's spring promotion, automatically qualify to compete alongside other rising stars for the Challenger Series Championship.
And not only will we be crowning a Challenger champion each split, but the top 3 teams will earn berths into the LCS promotion tournaments.
For more information on the 2014 Challenger Series, including the deadline for participation, head over to lolesports.com. But the Challenger Series isn't the only thing that kicks off in January. We won't have to wait long to see if Freak's predictions hold up, because the LCS Spring Split starts up in less than a month. The 2014 season kicks off over in Europe on Tuesday, January 14th, with a 3-day Super Week's worth of action.
And then on Friday, January 17th, the 8 North American teams take to the Rift to kick off our own Super Week of LCS. For more information, be sure to check out lolesports.com.
As usual. And that does it for the 2014 Spring Promotion Tournament. Congratulations to Cloud9 in leading North America to the title win in the Battle of the Atlantic, and to Curse for securing their spot once again in the LCS Spring Split. Now for myself, Freak, Quickshot, Shox, Kobe, Pastry Time, and the entire live broadcast crew, thanks for watching. Happy holidays. See you next year.
A beautiful zone, but I think he's in trouble. Gonna keep going, but Cyanide picks up that kill. Hyder gets another kill. That's 4 kills in a row.
Oh, he went on me. We can kill him. I'm killing him. He's dead. That's first blood, baby. What's good? What's good? I like it. Window. Flash. Kill him. I got him. Push mid. End it. He's gonna proxy. We can end it. We got 60 seconds. We can end it.
All the ultimates combined into one area, and it looks like Cog is losing their HP bars quickly here. ZK to the back line, a beautiful shot coming from nothing here, but it's Boy turning it around. Tides of Blood brings in 2 kills for himself.
It's all you, baby. What's good? That's the game. Good job. TPing. Got the clock. Kill the clock. Come on. Clock. Nice.
I'm on zip block.
Chris. I got that. Yankee. Chris.